尊敬的各位来
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 11th China and Globalization Forum.
Good morning, and welcome to the 11th China and Globalization Forum.
我是中央广播电视总台 CGTN 法语频道主持人、评论员张。
My name is Zhang Shanhui, and also an associate research fellow of CCG.
CGTN's news anchor for CGTN French channel and also news commentators in CGTN French channel of China Media Group. And I'm also part of the CCG, part-time researcher at CCG. It's a great pleasure to join you for this 2 days to come.
And my name is Joshua Dominic. I'm the founder of a China-based nonprofit organization and a research fellow also at CCG. And it is once again my pleasure to be at the China Globalization Forum. 大家好，我叫谭家旭，我是一名在北京做公益事业的工作者，以及一个 CCG 的研究员。我也非常高兴再一次来到我们的中国与全球化论坛。
中国与全球化论坛呢，于2015年的时候发起，至今已经成为了一个重要的年。
China and Globalization Forum is in its 11th year and has become one of the most respected gatherings because its time focusing on globalization.
要是那个快到那个9:15了，你就给我9点半再接我就行。不用，没事，我就9点15行。这还不亮，说什么事？
2025 marks an important transition in China's journey of development as it closes out the 14th five-year plan and begins work on the next. As a key participant in globalization, China is continuing to play a significant role in international trade and global governance.
今天呢，我们将聚焦多边主义、全球治理、大国竞争时代的中美贸易战趋势，以及中国与全球南方在国际世界中保持国际推广的作用。同时，明天我们要围绕多边主义、中欧50年以及中东新崛起的聚焦全球的。
他们不是自己在翻，说中文去翻。你要知道哦。还是怎么着？非常详细。英文。只出英文，为什么？ Now we will start the forum and let's welcome Mabel Miao Lü, co-founder and secretary general of CCG.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 11th China and Globalization Forum. This year, we are privileged to co-host the forum once again with the Chinese People Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries. Our heartfelt thanks also go to our co-organizers, the Academy of Contemporary China and World Studies, and the China-United States Exchange Foundation, and to our partners, including the Adena Foundation, the Armacy Foundation, the Center on Regulation in Europe, and the Doha Forum, and the Asia Society. The steadfast support and collaboration have been crucial to making this forum a meaningful space for dialogue. We are honored to welcome policymakers and diplomats to this forum, along with experts from think tanks across Asia, Europe, the American, and Africa. Professionals from various international organizations, NGOs, and foundations, scholars from over 20 universities worldwide, executives from more than 30 multinational companies, representatives from several international and domestic outlets, and officials from relevant Chinese government departments. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Wang Huiyao, founder and president of Center for China and Globalization, and former counselor to China's State Council, to deliver his welcome remarks. Dr. Wang, please.
Ambassador Secretary Zhang Jun, President Shen, President Yu, President Chao, Her Excellency Minister King-Hwa Kong, Ambassador Declan Kelleher, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. This is really extremely honored to welcome all to this 11th China and Globalization Forum, right here in the heart of the Beijing CBD district. This forum is jointly convened by Center for China and Globalization and the China People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries, and co-organized by Contemporary China and World Studies and China-United States Exchange Foundation. So thank you all for supporting this conference. Over the past 10 years, this forum has brought together leaders, policymakers, experts, practitioners from around the world to discuss the major trends shaping globalization, global governance, and China's roles in the world. For the last 10 years, there's a non-stop, not even during the COVID, we hold this annual forum every year. So this is the 11th time we're holding this today. So as we convene the 11th edition of this forum, the international environment is marked by unprecedented complexity and challenges. So for instance, the China-US relation remains at a critical juncture. The recent escalation of trade tensions continues to disrupt the global trade supply chains and increase the economic uncertainty for the whole world. While we've seen some major progress at the Geneva trade talks, we hope it will continue. Beyond trade, conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East are continue to imposing huge humanitarian crises and tragedies, which is witnessed by the whole world. At the same time, global governance structure face serious pressure. Multilateralism is being tested by unilateral actions, geopolitical rivalry, and fragmented international cooperation. Issues such as climate change, global health, global debt, and economic recovery requires urgent collective action, and particularly global peace. Yet consensus is often lacking. Meanwhile, the global South's role in expanding countries in Asia, African, Latin American, and Middle East are now account for growing share of global population, economic growth, and the international impact. So their voices are increasingly critical in discussions about reforming the global multilateralism and become more inclusive and equitable. So against this backdrop, we are honored to be joined by more than 300 distinguished guests gathered from more than 60 countries, including policymakers, diplomats, representatives of international organizations, renowned think tank experts, academics, corporate executives, and representatives from leading Chinese and international media outlets. So over the next 2 days, we have a very fruitful program. We'll explore the broad range of pressing issues, including the renewal of global governance and multilateralism in uncertain time, like today. Navigating the evolving China-US relations, but also the improving China-EU relations. Also, China increasing engagement with the global South and Middle East, and also global governance in high-tech AI and regulatory areas. As the organizer and also a dedicated convener of the global dialogue, Center for China and Globalization is one of the top 100 think tanks in the world, ranked the top 100 think tanks, and it's the only think tank in China that has the special consultant status of the United Nations. So we are committed to build bridges across the nations and cultures, foster mutual understanding, and continue China's wisdom and experience to the world. And so let's cherish that the founding of the United Nations 80 years ago marked a solemn commitment to peace, cooperation, and multilateralism, values that remain at a vital core value today as ever. It is our shared responsibility to uphold and renew this commitment in the face of unprecedented complex challenges. So once again, I want to express my sincere thanks to all of you participating. We have a wonderful participants from around the world and also from China. So I look forward to your insightful contributions to the rich discussions. And also I would really to encourage you to listen carefully the keynote that we're going to have this morning. And also we're going to help us strengthen the capability of humanity in meeting those challenging times. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wang. Now, representing our co-convener, I'm delighted to invite Mr. Shen Xin, Vice President of the Chinese People Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries, to stage for his welcome remarks. Please.
Actually, I don't expect participants from other countries more than the participants for China, but I have only speech in Chinese in my hand, so I have to ask you to put your earphones and for interpretation. 女士们、先生们、朋友们。
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a great pleasure for me to attend the 11th China and Globalization Forum. On behalf of the Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries, I would like to extend a warm welcome and sincere greetings to all participants. When it comes to globalization, I can't help but think of a book that was all the rage 20 years ago, The World is Flat, by Thomas Friedman. In this book, Mr. Friedman revealed a phenomenon he observed during his travels around the world. Globalization was making the world flatter. He also analyzed 10 factors that were flattening the world, including the end of the Cold War and the rise of the Internet. At that time, I devoured this book, yearning for a flatter world. 20 years later, I deliberately read this book again and found that his vision for the future was not bold enough. Over the past 20 years, disruptive technologies have emerged one after another. Technological iterations have been dazzling, and globalization has advanced at a speed beyond our imagination, profoundly influencing and changing the direction of the world's progress. The world is flatter than Mr. Friedman's imagined. Moreover, what Mr. Friedman didn't expect was that the developed countries, represented by the United States, which initiated, promoted, and set the rules for globalization, are now facing the impact of anti-globalization sentiments and are competing to introduce various measures trying to reverse globalization. What's wrong with globalization? Isn't a flatter world good to people? Today, I would like to take this opportunity to share some of my thoughts and views on these questions, hoping to contribute to the discussions at this forum. Looking back over the past 20 years, the positive impacts of globalization are obvious. Economic globalization has created 150 million job opportunities for developing countries. From 1990 to 2019, the number of people living in extreme poverty worldwide dropped from 1.9 billion to 650 million, a 60% reduction in 30 years. During the same period, global merchandise trade volume increased from $3.5 trillion to $25.3 trillion. The increase in international trade has led to lower commodity prices, making life better for ordinary people. Take the United States as an example. The overall price of consumer goods has decreased by 15 to 30%. Globalization has also promoted a more balanced distribution and flow of medical resources around the world. The global average life expectancy increased from 64 years in 1990 to 73 years in 2019. The vaccination rate for children in Africa rose from 20% in 1980 to 75% in 2020. The benefits of globalization for people around the world are countless. Then why, in today's world, especially in developed countries that set the rules and manage the process of globalization, are anti-globalization and counter-globalization trends so prevalent? Nobel laureate in economics Joseph Stiglitz, in his book Globalization and Its Discontents, pointed out that every country has winners and losers in the process of globalization. If the winners could share some of their gains with the losers, everyone's situation would be better. Unfortunately, the winners, as a group, are selfish. In the era of rapid globalization, politics is more often in the hands of the winners, especially in the United States, where money has a significant influence on political outcomes. Globalization itself is not the problem. The problem lies in how to manage it. U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders has repeatedly mentioned that the 3 richest people in the United States own as much wealth as the bottom 170 million Americans. The top 1% of the elite in the United States own 90% of the country's wealth. The average salary of a CEO of a U.S. multinational company is 300 times that of an ordinary employee. While a few people have amassed huge fortunes, more than 85 million Americans have no or insufficient social insurance. 800,000 people are homeless. After adjusting for inflation, the real wages of ordinary Americans have not increased in the past 50 years. Faced with the predicament caused by globalization, many people have begun to yearn for and even want to return to the good old days. Some politicians have taken advantage of this nostalgia to incite populist and nationalist sentiments, attempting to package their internal contradictions as external threats brought about by globalization. Such an approach of treating internal diseases with external remedies not only fails to fundamentally solve the development bottlenecks, but also undermines the legitimate rights and interests of all countries, damages the multilateral trading system, and causes severe shocks to the world economic order and international cooperation, bringing huge chaos and uncertainty to the world and ultimately backfiring on themselves. In the face of the challenges brought by globalization, we should make full use of all opportunities, harness the power of inclusiveness and cohesion, and handle the issue of benefit distribution more reasonably and fairly so that globalization can gain more popular support and enter a new stage that is more dynamic, inclusive, and sustainable. Amid the complex and volatile global situation, China is making the right historical choices through its own actions. President Xi said that we are in a humanity of mankind, and we need to take each other as partners instead of rivals. We need to work in solidarity and cooperation for win-win. That should be the theme of the era. As I said, amid the complex and volatile global situation, China is making the right historical choices through its own actions, bringing more stability and certainty to the world. Between isolationism and reform and opening up, China firmly opts for the latter. In today's world, no country can achieve development in isolation. Promoting reform and opening up to higher levels is the source of vitality for China's development. Openness is a distinct feature of China's modernization. Strengthening exchanges and cooperation with other countries and jointly addressing global challenges not only serves the common interests of all countries, but also helps create a peaceful and stable international environment. Between unilateralism and multilateralism, China actively practices multilateralism. A multipolar world is both an historical inevitability and a new reality. Safeguarding and practicing true multilateralism is the ideological support for China's development. China will be a stabilizing factor in a multipolar system, and President Xi said that we need to build an orderly and fair international system. It is also what we expect from the international system. And China will remain a constructive force in a changing world. Between social polarization and common prosperity, China strives to achieve common prosperity. 3,000 years ago, Chinese thinkers proposed that the way to govern a country begins with enriching the people. President Xi repeatedly said that common prosperity should be an important goal of socialist modernization. We should always take meeting the people's new expectations for a better life as the starting point and ultimate goal of development. We will address the problems of regional, urban, rural, and income disparities step by step in the course of modernization. We will ensure and improve people's well-being through development and promote social fairness and justice so that the fruits of development will benefit all the people in a fairer way. Between clinging to the old and embracing innovation, China has chosen the latter. Strengthening scientific and technological innovation is the key to breaking through the development bottlenecks. The Chinese government is making efforts to provide young people with a broad stage for innovation, abundant resources, and a tolerant environment for trial and error, and encourage them to break conventions and explore the unknown. The recent half marathon for robots held in Beijing has been widely talked about. Although the robots did not run as fast as humans and only a few finished the race, looking back on this imperfect event many years later, people may say it was the great beginning of a technological revolution in robotics. Economic globalization is the result of the development of social productive forces, technological empowerment, market laws, and the deepening of international division of labor. It is an irreversible historical trend that is not subject to human will. We are aware that the development of globalization will not be smooth, but all countries should choose to shake hands rather than clench fists, tear down walls rather than build barriers, and connect rather than decouple. In the face of difficulties and challenges, what we should do is not to return to the past, but to join hands to shape a better future. As long as we stand on the right side of history and the side of human civilization and progress, and promote high-quality development through opening up and expanding international cooperation through communication, we will surely find a win-win path of mutually beneficial cooperation and make the pie of globalization not only bigger, but also better distributed. Finally, I wish this forum a complete success. Thank you all.
Thank you, President Shen. We will now hear welcome remarks from our co-organizers. First, Please welcome Mr. Yu Yunquan, Vice President of China International Communications Group and President of the Academy of Contemporary China and World Studies. Mr. Yu also serves as Vice President of the Translator Association of China and Vice Chairman of the International Culture Exchange Academic Alliance. Welcome, Mr. Yu.
感谢苗博士的
Thank you very much, Dr. Mabel. Chairman Wang Hunyao, Vice President Shen Xin, and President James Cho, Ambassador Zhang Jun, President Kong, and the Chair Declan Kelleher, Ambassador Declan Kelleher. Welcome to the China and Globalization Forum as a co-sponsor. We would like to welcome the representatives from the 60 countries and congratulate on the opening of the forum. And with the turbulent world, we can see hegemony, unilateralism, and protectionism are on the rise. World economic recovery is losing momentum. Regional peace and development are still in an uncertain time. In this month, the UNDP published the 2025 Human Development Index, which says that the human progress has slowed to the lowest level over the past 35 years. Earlier this year, the World Economic Forum published the 2025 Global Risk Report, saying that with technology acceleration, geopolitical climate change, demographic change, and other long-term structure change have presented us with a divided world. Global risk has become more complex and pressing. Uncertainty has become the prediction for the next 2 years by more than half of the respondents. And this forum focuses on global development in a multipolar world to respond to global concerns. The Munich Security Conference published 2025 Munich Security Report, which titled Multipolarism, stating that we are in a multipolar world. So multipolarization is of undisputable fact like globalization. What is the real multipolarization? What will it bring to the world? Eastern and Western people and global North and global South have different understandings, and the difference of multipolarization narratives will affect the prospect of the world. So we hope that at this forum, we can deepen understanding, build consensus, and reduce uncertainties. Just now, Vice President Shen Xin shared with us his ideas about globalization, like multipolarization. Globalization are still in work in progress. There are no decisive answers, but there are things that we can discuss together. I believe that real multipolarization is not reassigning geological regions. It is about reorganizing the civilization so that each civilization can prosper. Real multipolarization is not about camp confrontation, but the coexistence of different development models. And we need to build such a harmonious ecosystem. And instead of putting an end to globalization, multipolarization means that we need to push globalization to new heights. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the victory against fascism and the founding of the UN. As a result, we are exploring coordination and cooperation. In the world, global south are on the rise. G20, the BRICS, the SCO, and other multilateral mechanisms are growing very fast. This is the result of human progress and a big symbol of human progress. Globalization and multipolarization are historical results. It also shows the solidarity, cooperation, and joint consultation of countries around the world. For this reason, the report from WEF states that 70% of the experts believe that lack of global cooperation will pose great challenges to economic recovery and growth. More than ever, we need sober discussions to explore ways of cooperation. But of course, major countries need to play a most important role, and the UN and multilateral organizations need to play a positive role, and think tanks also play very important roles. When meeting with His Excellency Kang Wang, Foreign Minister Wang Yi commended the constructive role of think tanks in US-China dialogues. So ACCWS is also committed to promoting multipolarization and globalization in our work. We wish to work together with CCG, headed by Dr. Wang Huiyao, to contribute to the development of globalization and multipolarization and to a bright future of mankind. I wish this forum a resounding success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yu. Next, delivering welcome remarks on behalf of our co-organizer, please welcome Mr. James Chow, President of the China-United States Exchange Foundation and the WHO Goodwill Ambassador for the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. Chow is a seasoned broadcaster who has interviewed luminaries from President Jimmy Carter to Dr. Jane Goodall. Welcome, Mr. Chow.
Good morning, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests. It is, of course, a great honor to join you for the opening of this 11th CCG Forum, and I thank our hosts at the Center for China and Globalization, in particular, Dr. Wang Huiyao and Dr. Mabel Miao, for bringing us together at this crucial time. This forum is a platform not just for dialogue, but for honest confrontation of our shared challenges, geopolitical division, economic fragmentation, and growing uncertainty about the global future. These realities have tested our resolve, diminished trust, and made the path forward seem less clear. Still, no nation can achieve lasting success alone. In fact, the very challenges that divide us also leave our futures deeply intertwined, a reminder that sustainable progress demands that we recognize our collective responsibility to confront these obstacles, ultimately for the well-being of all humanity. This is why gatherings like CCG matter. They gather voices from across the globe and create space for purposeful dialogue to find solutions to the pressures we face today so that we may find a peaceful tomorrow. That commitment to share progress through mutual understanding also guides our work at QCEF, the China-United States Exchange Foundation. Through the leadership of our founder, Mr. Tong Chi-hua, a businessman, statesman, and the first chief executive of Hong Kong, we bring a unique perspective to this mission, serving as a platform for exchange between people. For 15 years and counting, we provided opportunities for students, scholars, and leaders to come together across borders and share ideas, challenge assumptions, and build relationships that outlast political cycles, precisely what we hope to support here at this forum. Together, over these 2 days, we'll confront the real consequences of a prolonged US-China trade war, revisit the structures of global governance, re-examine regulatory cooperation, and take stock of China's evolving role among the Global South, Europe, and the Middle East. These discussions reflect more than policy debates. They speak to the everyday realities of people, businesses, and governments seeking predictability in a time of rapid change. While no single meeting can solve these issues, each meeting matters, and this one in particular offers a chance to do something rare, to listen across lines of differences and to build a shared framework that is flexible enough to evolve and firm enough to hold. But if we're to leave with something meaningful and carry it back to our communities, it will need more than participation. It will take a willingness to cut through noise and distractions. It will take courage to listen intently, speak honestly, and to forge new paths even when they feel unfamiliar or go against the current. And ultimately, it will take intention to bridge divides and face these complex challenges together. If we can set this intention and follow through, then this forum can become more than just another meeting. With the community we have built here, we have the opportunity to walk away with deeper understanding, stronger partnerships, and perhaps something more concrete, evidence that progress is possible. I thank our hosts and conveners, and I thank all of us for coming here with purpose, patience, and a commitment to something larger than any one agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chou. We now turn to our opening keynotes. Our keynote speakers will offer perspectives that frame the discussions ahead. First, please welcome Ambassador Zhang Jun, Secretary General of the Boao Forum for Asia. He is also a member of the 14th National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, CPPCC, and a member of its Foreign Affairs Committee. He served as the permanent representative of the People's Republic of China to the United Nations. Welcome, Ambassador Zhang.
Dr. Wang Huiyao, Secretary General Miao Li, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Wang, Secretary General Miao, and the CCG for inviting me to participate in this forum and to deliver some remarks. Dr. Wang gives me only around 8 to 10 minutes, so I don't take it economic to spend 2 minutes in saying how nice they are and how important the role CCG has been playing in promoting dialogues and trust among all stakeholders in the world. However, that said, I do wish to emphasize that for this year's forum, by focusing on globalization in a multipolar world, you do have make today's discussions a timely one and also a very much meaningful one. Indeed, today's world is faced with many, many uncertainties. While globalization is gaining more momentum, challenges are also emerging. And one of the big challenges, or we may say the biggest challenge we face today, is the trade war or the tariff war launched by the United States in a global scale. So I will take this opportunity to share with you some of my reflections. As the Secretary General of the World Forum, I'm supposed to present myself in English, but Secretary General Miao told me that she has provided some simultaneous interpretation. So to make sure that the interpreters are not jobless, I will present mainly my remarks in Chinese. 围绕关税战各方面的讨论呢，已经很多了。无论是从实际效果，还是世界各国的反应来看，美国挑起关税。
The tariff war has been the subject of extensive discussions from multiple aspects. It becomes evident that the tariff war initiated by the United States is destined to fail because of three things. First, misconception. The second is miscalculation. And the third is misconduct. I do not want to elaborate on these 3 points because I believe you all have your own understanding on 3 points. The rivalry over tariff war will continue to unfold. Although notable progress has been achieved in China-US consultations, which is a good development, the tariff war has already exerted profound and far-reaching destructive effects, both in immediate term and over the long haul. And as the situation continues to evolve, we must remain highly vigilant.
Obviously, now the trade war has gone beyond the economic dimension. We should take the perspective of global changes, and we should take the global perspective in viewing the trade wars. And we need to grasp the new trends and new opportunities. Actually, the trade war itself is part of the big change. The trade war has not produced the results expected from the United States. It means that the world is now changing considerably. The trade wars have testified to these changes and have even accelerated these changes. First, the balance of power globally is being reorganized faster. The global south is rising rapidly, playing a more important role in the global economic situation and order, and even decisive role. China's countermeasure against the U.S. trade war has shown 3 features. First, boldness to say no, to uphold justice. Second, have the ability to counteract. And third, maintaining its own economic stability. The high-level economic and trade talks between China and the United States have made substantive progress, which has gone beyond the tariffs and trade. I believe that probably that will become a historical event that changes the dominance of the United States. Second, the global economic restructuring is accelerating. The world economic development is a dynamic process. It is now at another crucial point. It means that the economic paradigms are further driven by innovation. Economic goals are now more focused on green and sustainable development. The economic interest distribution is focused on equity, and the economic patterns are more diversified, and the governance is no longer dominated by one party, rather by many parties. So in this context, we need to take the initiative and follow up with the trends, and then we will be able to maintain stronger resilience against the backdrop. Third, we need to continue to take the lead in the changes of the era. Science and technology are changing the way people live. That brings more dynamism as well as competition. Technological competition has become a forefront of a rivalry between big powers. When we look at the trade wars, we can see that the global economic ecosystem and the distribution of supply chain are changing, and China has become a new driver of innovation. The global south is now catching up and even taking the lead. So such changes will have more and more impacts on global political and economic dynamisms, and probably it will become a main driving force for the whole world. Together with the challenges, we can see that there are new developments to the global wars. There are now positive signs. However, already the impacts have been felt. When we are trying to repair it, we need to look in the long run for solutions. I think we need to work on 4 fronts to turn the challenge to opportunities. First, we need to establish good perceptions to seek common development. We need to first perceive the challenge properly, then we will be able to solve it. The trade wars remind us that all countries live in the same boat when we talk about the world. But who is the world? And actually the world is us, ourselves. There is no isolated world at all. The world's challenge is a challenge for us all, and the world's future is a future for us all. A country's greatness must and have to be built on the common development of the whole world. What has happened shows that trade wars are dead end, serves no interests of any country. We need to go back to win-win and consultation for solutions. That is the right way out. We need to be committed to openness, and in openness, we will seek the solutions and seek common development. At the same time, we should also adhere to rules. And in this regard, the major countries have special responsibilities to play. We need to take the lead in following the international rules and laws and safeguard international justice and strategic balance. Second, the multipolar development should be the leverage to improve the global governance system. We should make good use of the dividends of multipolarization and add new impetus to global governance. We need to be upholding multilateralism and the authority and role of the United Nations. Now the focus should be on the reform of the UN and expand the voice and say and representation of the global South so that the developing countries can have more opportunities to participate in decision-making and promote a more fair international system. We should also increase the role and efficiency of the United Nations, and we should ensure that it focuses its efforts on doing big things. So we need to strengthen the international financial system represented by the World Bank and IMF to reflect the changes in the international landscape. We need to increase support for developing countries and ensure the financing for development. The reshaping of the international trading system should not only strengthen the WTO and tackle the failure of dispute settlement system, and we should also ensure that the developing countries work together to strengthen the mechanism building for South-South cooperation, including the establishment and strengthening of the arrangements for currency, investment, and trade in order to build stronger support for autonomous development. And third, we need to take the transformation as an opportunity to promote the rebalancing of globalization. The globalization's dynamism lies in being inclusive and tolerant to benefit more people and countries to reflect justice and fairness. Globalization should not be nationalization. Rather, the participation of all countries should. So we should work harder to promote connectivity across the board, safeguard the integrity of the whole world, and safeguard the stability of supply chains and build a more diversified supply chain pattern. We should also be more urgently promoting the diversification of international settlement and payment systems and strengthen regional currency and monetary cooperation and guard against financial risks. With the technological progress, we should also strengthen the sharing and co-governance of AI, strengthen the digital connectivity and capabilities in order to create better conditions for the upgrading of trade. And fourth, we need to strengthen regional cooperation to better support development, the global order and system is affected, and regional cooperation has become more and more important. So it means there will be more and more opportunities. So we should unleash the potential and dynamism of the new development cooperation mechanisms, and we should also strengthen regional and cross-regional policy coordination, including the connection of trade policies. Regional connectivity, cooperation, and integration is an important part of regional development. We should improve the supply chains. We should focus on the future and improve the trading rules of regional development as part of the complement to the global trading system as an important support for regional development. So obviously, regional cooperation and integration will have a more and more important role to play in the current situation. At the same time, we should also strengthen scientific cooperation, build capacity in the region, and promote green development and economic resilience. Over the years, we are facing all kinds of crises and challenges. The Asian countries, in terms of promoting growth, transformation, and cooperation, are taking the lead, and they are also showing strong resilience in the trade wars. So if we can turn the challenges into opportunities, I believe the Asian countries will be able to continue to take the lead in the world.
Emphasize that the World Forum for Asia has been always committed to promoting regional economic integration, regional cooperation, and fostering common development of this region and beyond this region. In the coming days, we will continue to make World Forum the best platform in this region in promoting dialogue, in promoting trust, and also in enhancing and facilitating cooperation. And we do believe if we join hands together like what CCG is doing, we can really make our world a better one. And I'm sure that having weathered the numerous storms, globalization in a multipolar world will eventually embrace some rainbows and eventually to embrace a more promising and prosperous future for all of us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador Zhang, for your opening remarks and the keynote. Thank you very much. Our second keynote speaker is Her Excellency Qin Wa-kang, President and the CEO of the Asia Society and the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. She previously served the United Nations as Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights and Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs. Please, Minister.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Mabel, for that kind introduction. Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to join you at the 11th China and Globalization Forum and to be given this opportunity to offer you some brief remarks at the opening. It would be presumptuous of me to say this is a keynote speech. It is not. It is a summing up of my appreciation and thanks to, first of all, Dr. Henry Hiao Wang and the Center for China and Globalization, CCG, as well as to Vice President Shen Xin and the Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries for bringing us together, bringing such a distinguished group of thought leaders at this critical moment for the world. Indeed, we meet today at a time of much turbulence and uncertainty. when long accepted assumptions and beliefs about the global order are under assault, when realpolitik and conflicts seem to be gaining ground, and globalization and multilateralism retreating. Personally, throughout my 3-decade career in public service and diplomacy, globalization and multilateralism seemed like an inevitable historical force, lifting all boats in its path. Markets opened, people moved, ideas flowed, economic interdependence and co-prosperity deepened. Indeed, coming from South Korea, where globalization and export-led growth fueled one of the most remarkable development runs of the late 20th century, it was natural to expect that this would continue. But today, the currents that once drove globalization seem to have been overtaken by the forces of fragmentation. Security concerns and trade tensions have dampened the aspirations towards an interdependent world where all would enjoy peace and prosperity. In times like these, it is useful to recall what globalization has brought the world. Indeed, Vice President Shen has given us a flurry of numbers that demonstrate that. But one figure he didn't give us is one that I would like to offer you. And this is a figure of how world trade grew between 1950 and 2022. Not exactly the exact period of globalization, but a large part of it, indeed, globalization flourished. And trade in this period grew by a staggering 4,500%. But we must also accept that globalization has produced both spectacular winners and tremendous losers. Both within and across countries, inequalities have deepened, fueling discontent and distrust, threatening to weaken and unravel the interdependencies which generated so much wealth and well-being for humanity. The discontent with globalization runs deep and wide in our societies, and this must be tackled with if we are to restore the confidence in an interdependent and globalized world, as well as to prevent the further fracturing of the world into blocks. This fracturing would not only stifle growth, it would also undermine our capacity to tackle global challenges such as climate change, public health security, AI governance, and sustainable development. Even before the re-election of President Trump, the IMF had warned that if the world fragments into competing blocs, say one led by the US and the other by China, global GDP would shrink by as much as 7% over time. The return of President Trump and the plethora of tariff hikes he has taken have only accelerated this trend. The hike has been the highest between the US and China, the two largest economies of the world. The recent US-China trade deal to mutually reduce the bilateral tariff by 115% for 90 days has been thus welcomed with a sigh of relief all around the world. But for this to be more than a temporary reprieve, the two sides must continue to negotiate and act to provide stability and predictability in the bilateral relationship. In the longer run, the world must draw on institutions that foster dialogue, deepen understanding, and encourage creative solutions, missions that have long guided my own work and that of the Asia Society that I now serve. International discourse, evidence-based understanding, and creative problem-solving are all sorely needed now more than ever. We at Asia Society work tirelessly to foster insight, elevate regional voices, and address complex, interconnected challenges. Across our global network of 16 locations, we bring together not only policymakers and thought leaders, but also creative artists, cultural ambassadors, and young leaders from across the Indo-Pacific. And based on our independence from governments, we offer nonpartisan, pragmatic solutions. 2 years ago, to help policymakers and other key decision makers to better grasp the complexities of one of globalization's most pivotal players, China, we launched the Center for China Analysis, CCA, under our Asia Society's Policy Institute. CCA's mandate is to illuminate the multifaceted complexities of China's political, economic, and societal changes. With nuance and objectivity, CCA helps decision makers distinguish signal from noise and better comprehend not only what is happening in China, but why and to what effect. Today, legitimate concerns about supply chain vulnerabilities, economic inequality, and job losses are fueling economic nationalism and securitization and driving divisive policies not only in the United States, but also in Europe, China, and elsewhere. But we must be careful not to throw the proverbial baby out with the water. We must recognize that globalization delivered unprecedented benefits, historic poverty reduction, economic convergence between rich and poor nations, and the creation of a global middle class. Despite headlines about de-risking and deglobalization, we must recognize that global integration continues, albeit in a more fragmented, complex form. And we must recognize that short-sighted, ill-considered retreat into isolationism and economic nationalism would harm all nations. The global economy splintered into blocks risks lower growth and fewer opportunities for all, including developing countries. A divided world also diminishes humanity's capacity to tackle overarching challenges. So instead of nationalistic retrenchment, we must aim to design new resilient systems that balance openness with security, market efficiency with shared prosperity, and innovation with sustainability. And to catalyze such a new vision, we need spaces for honest dialogue across geopolitical divides. And even as governments compete, institutions such as the Center for China and Globalization, Asia Society and its Center for China Analysis, and other think tanks must convene forums such as this, where policymakers, scholars, and business leaders can discuss seminal issues candidly and constructively. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, though the post-Cold War order may be fracturing, the future is not predetermined. The same creativity and cooperation that once built bridges between East and West, North and South, can guide us toward a better future. And I have every confidence that this endeavor will be greatly enriched and advanced here at the 11th China and Globalization Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Kang. Finally, please welcome Ambassador Declan Kelleher, Chair of the Governing Board of the European Policy Center and former Irish Ambassador to China. Ambassador Kelleher has held senior posts in Washington, D.C., New York, and Dublin, and chaired the EU Political and Security Committee during Ireland's 2004 EU presidency. Please, Ambassador.
Madam Secretary General, Mabel Lu Miao, President Wang Huiyao, Vice President Shen, Vice President Yu, President Chao, Ambassador Jiang, Minister Kang, distinguished guests and friends. I find myself in agreement with the broad thrust that everything has already been said so eloquently. So let me just add a few additional points from the perspective of the European Policy Centre. Let me first congratulate, on behalf of the EPC, excuse me, the organisers of the conference and the forum, which is very well designed, and its agenda correctly and very topically captures the challenges we face. Let me also say from a European perspective that it is a matter of some celebration to us in Europe that China and the European Union enjoy a deep and well-founded relationship that this year sees the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties. And this major milestone also underlines that the EU-China relationship is an important positive force in the world and should be developed further. The relationship between China and the European Union is solid and multifaceted, and it's a basis for building on convergences and agreements, and it is also robust and strong enough to manage and seek to resolve differences between us where they exist. The forthcoming EU-China summit in July will be an important opportunity not only to celebrate, but also to reinvigorate and relaunch the China-EU relationship. And it will provide a globally important example, in my view, of mutually beneficial partnership. As the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said recently, for the European Union, stability and predictability for the global economy are of vital importance, even more so in face of the widespread disruption caused by the tariffs set by the new US administration. Ursula von der Leyen also said that she sees Europe and China as two of the world's largest markets, and in that context, they have a responsibility to support a reformed trading system founded on a level playing field and the multilateral approach. Let me briefly single out some of the new developments in the EU. One is that the European Union is becoming and is developing a more geopolitical view. The challenges that the European Union are facing are also changing the European Union. We already have a program of reform in the EU for economic and industrial reform on the basis of a report by the former Italian Prime Minister, Mario Draghi, who was also President of the European Central Bank. But I want to single out three aspects of particular relevance and priority in the European Union at the present time that I'd like to share with the forum. The first is that, unfortunately, the outbreak of war on our continent through the illegal Russian aggression against Ukraine is existential, not only for Ukraine, but also for the European Union. And it is the dominant issue on the agenda of the leaders of the European Union. It has been the first and dominant item at every meeting of EU leaders since 2022. It is also the primary prism. This challenge, this existential challenge, is the primary prism through which the European Union currently views the world. Secondly, and in consequence, the European Union has mainstreamed and radically developed its approach to its defence through devoting resources and expenditure, and also becoming more self-sufficient in defence. And thirdly, as well as the security challenges, the recent turbulence on trade and tariffs is leading to a more autonomous approach by the European Union, a more assertive approach, and a more geopolitical approach by the European Union. All of this in the EU's approach is based on the multilateral principle, and as the founding EU treaty sets out explicitly, this is in full respect for the principles of the UN Charter. Central to the European Union's view is the importance at this time of upholding a just and stable multilateral order, something which previous speakers have talked about, where the principles and provisions of the UN Charter, including the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by force and the generally accepted principles of international law, are core organizing precepts and principles. And these principles must apply to all conflict situations, wherever they are, not only in Europe, but also in the Middle East. The European Union is in foundation a peace project. It brought stability to Europe, and it has forged peace among former enemies. It is a unique legal collectivity where 27 sovereign states have agreed to pool large parts of their sovereignty and make themselves subject to the primacy of European Union law. And this remains an attraction for other states in Europe. 12 states are currently waiting to join the European Union, have applied to join, including Ukraine. And enlargement of the European Union is in itself crucial to promoting European security, and the very fact of enlargement enlarges the European zone of peace, but also the vast European single market, which is itself a force for stability, not only in Europe, but in the world. So it is against this background, dear colleagues, that the EU is developing its geopolitical and geoeconomic role, and it is against this background also that we should seek to develop the EU-China relationship, not only for mutual benefit, but also to promote the international peace and security that both the European and Chinese sides want to see brought about as we embark on the next 50 years of this most important relationship between China and the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. All those welcome remarks and opening keynotes have set the stage for a rich exchange of ideas. Let us now proceed with the day's discussion later. Over the course of the next 2 days, we will explore the major challenges and opportunities shaping our interconnected world, from global governance and geopolitics to sustainable development. We also encourage everyone to actively engage, share ideas freely, and listen with openness as we work together to build bridges and deepen mutual understanding. Thank you all once again for being here. Later, let's have the tea break, and so thank you.
Welcome back. And we will start our next part. The topic is renewing global governance and multilateralism in uncertain times. There will be 2 chairs who will lead the discussions. Wang Huiyao, founder and president of CCG and former counselor to China State Council, and Mabel Lu Miao, co-founder and secretary general of CCG.
Multilateralism and global governance in uncertain times. This roundtable will be chaired by 2 of our very distinguished presenters, former state councilor and CCG founder and president Henry Huiyao Wang, as well as CCG co-founder and secretary general Mabel Lu Miao. Welcome.
Welcome, please.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the roundtable of the 11th Annual Forum of China and Globalization. I'm Mabel Miao, Secretary General and co-founder of CCG. It's my great pleasure to co-chair this roundtable alongside with Dr. Henry Huiyao Wang. Our discussion today is centered on a crucial and timely theme, renewing global governance and multilateralism in uncertain times. In facing of escalating geopolitical tensions, growing economic fragmentation, and the surge in unilateral and nationalist policies, the very foundations of the international cooperation are being severely tested. Traditional multilateral institutions and frameworks are challenged by rising mistrust. We mentioned just now at the opening remarks, competing narratives and increasing political polarizations. Our aim today is to draw on a diverse expertise of distinguished participants to identify practical paths for reinvigorating multilateralism and fostering a more cooperative, equitable, and resilient global order. We are honored to have with us a distinguished group of participants, former ministers, diplomats, leading experts, and thought leaders, of course, who bring diverse perspectives and deep experience in global governance. We kindly ask everyone to keep your interaction in limited time to allow for rich exchange and smooth flow. With that, let me invite Dr. Henry Huiyao Wang to share your remarks as a co-chair. First, I would like to hand over to you to moderate the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Miao, and also thank all the roundtable participants this morning, because this is really a very important roundtable. It's the opening roundtable section. As we all know that we're having this roundtable dedicated to the topic of renew the global governance and multilateralism in the uncertain times. So we have gathered experts from around the world, represented almost all the continent, and in an area marked by geopolitical tensions, economic fragmentations, and rising political polarization. So the imperative to renew global governance has never been greater, and the resurgence of unilateralism and nationalistic agendas is testing the resilience and relevance of multilateral cooperation. As the world grapples with overlapping crises in multilateral trade, security, climate change, and public health and digital governance and AI, and particularly peace and war that we are really facing in our time. So how can we nations rebuild trust in multilateral frameworks? And what reforms are needed to ensure global governance structure remain relevant and inclusive? And how majors like China, US, EU, and of course global South countries continue to a more stable and cooperative order. So I think this is really a very timely issue that we are discussing today, and we are so pleased to have such a distinguished panel joining us. Also, I'm very pleased to report Ambassador Zhang Jun, the Secretary of the Broad Forum, and also the Foreign Assistant Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs is also with us, and to this roundtable, and has lots of experience as well. So we'll start this roundtable. Basically, the question we would like to have is, what implications does the second Trump administration brings to the world? I mean, in terms of trade, global institutions, and multilateralism. So for how we can work together to overcome those uncertain times, and how the China, EU, and of course global South collaborate in a more constructive manner in rising uncertain unilateralism and foster reforms for the key international institutions. For example, just recently, 2 days ago, China announced going to support WHO with $500 million, and Chinese Vice Premier announced that in Geneva. So that's one of the actions that China is doing to support those international organizations. And so what are the new models of inclusive and multilateralism can address in the pressing global challenges, such as climate change, that we haven't really been talked about in the last several months, and AI, and also public health and digital. So to really conclude, to say the question, in a multipolar world, where is the multilateral system exist, and also the narratives that is competing, and how we can really build up consensus, and how the global governance framework can ensure legitimacy, equality, and effectiveness without falling into paralysis. So lots of questions, but so I'm going to chair this, but maybe we'll start with let's hear some U.S. view first. I would like to have Doug Bando. He's the senior fellow from Cato Institute, and also a participant of this conference, to share your view first. Doug, please.
Well, it's a great pleasure to be joining the conference again, and certainly to start off the discussion is one that I appreciate. We obviously are gathered at challenging times. What we see out of Washington really is a challenge to the established order in many forms of organizations and relationships. And the challenges created by that are obvious. A loss of stability, of certainty, the potential, even overthrow of established relationships and institutions. But it is a moment we can also grasp as one of opportunity. That is, this is a moment to challenge and reconsider institutions that have grown old. The United Nations and Bretton Woods institutions are 80 years old. NATO was created 76 years ago. That these are institutions which persist at times despite the great changes in the international environment. So let me suggest that we use this opportunity to reconsider and to think about alternatives. One option, of course, is to try to update old institutions, but there may be an opportunity to create new institutions to bypass those that have ceased to work and which seem paralyzed to inaction. And there also may be opportunities to move to regional institutions and other civil society institutions to address the kind of problems that we have. I believe that the best balance to unilateralism is, to find a way to alternative solutions of many kinds. Not just one, and not just view ourselves limited to what we have had in the past, but to think creatively about what the future might hold for us. And how to transcend the past. First, I think it requires all countries and civil institutions to be prepared to act and not to wait for any particular country, particularly one that is in the throes of the governmental change we see in Washington, to act. I think other countries have got to be prepared to provide resources and recognize those resources might not be forthcoming from Washington, not only because of the Trump administration, but America's finances. I will, not to bore you with the details of American finances, but leave it to be said the United States financial system and financial situation is not good, and we see an argument in Washington right now over these issues. And that others need to be prepared to step up and be prepared to move, even if established countries are not interested. And my hope is in the future we can see that there is more than what once was called the essential nation, that in fact all countries are essential, that all peoples are essential, and that through civil society institutions and new governmental institutions that we can act out those people and those institutions and solve the problems that we have. And the question is looking at trying to use new technologies, for example, which are transforming our world. That I am someone who grew up reading newspapers. Today we have a very, very different conception of how to transmit news, how to communicate with one another. We can use those to try to deal with the problems of the future. We have new constituencies, a global youth movement that again offers extraordinary opportunities and challenges, who have grown up with a very different set of assumptions and of views of what is possible. We need to find ways to reach needy constituencies, many who in the past have been seen as beyond our reach. I think, for example, of Palestinians suffering in Gaza, of how can we reach those who seem beyond our reach because of where they are situated or the governments that control them. We have to find ways to be able to move beyond. And we also need to find new solutions. And these are ones which I don't have a good set of solutions to offer for this gathering. But I think this, again, let us view what we have before us as a challenge, not just a problem. And it's a challenge that if we grab onto it and succeed in addressing it, that we may very well find ourselves much better off in the future, and ultimately be pleased that we were challenged as opposed to allowed to rely upon failed solutions from the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc, for your very stimulating point from a U.S. think tank point of view, which we have to really tackle all these issues together. I'd like to hear a European voice, perhaps Christian Castro. You are the partner and the CEO of Global Solution Initiative, former German State Secretary to the Digital Society and Consumer Policy. I know you have just successfully organized the Global Solution Summit in Berlin just recently, and I would like to hear from you. Christian, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry, for this nice introduction, and a big thank you also to have this great conference here. Yeah, so indeed, so Houston, we have a problem. There was a famous say pointing to the US, and of course we are all aware that the US say against quite a lot of economic knowledge and experience started a kind of a, say, new mercantilistic approach, which is probably really could create quite a burden also to other related economic issues. So, and economic history tells that this concept has never worked, but only temporary, also in Germany at an ancient time. So, if we start that, I think I still see there is a risk that everybody will lose in the long run, and it will diminish growth nearly everywhere. So, and this is, of course, most important, what is dear to our global solutions issues. It will also entirely affect the global South, which is still in need of their own development. And of course, it's still lagging the necessary support. And this is also to be done by trade and other more important issues of technological exchange and really building up, say, own industry in the global South and not just be, I say so, the prolonged work base for the global North. So all this also in spite, of course, we still have a huge ecological challenges around. We have degradation, especially in the Amazonas and other regions of the world. And this is also to be taken into account. So as unilateralism is by and large on the rise, coalitions of the willing, I think, of the progressive and pro-globe organizations and governments, I think, should really get together and combat, I think, this really also very dangerous degradation of the multilateralism and the governance system we have established in the last 80 years since Bretton Woods. So there is a special and I think also renewed case, of course, for cooperation anyway, to reload, say, a new global structure anyway. But we need also, I think, rather more intense and better cooperation between partners. And I would indeed highlight here EU, China, and Asia and Global South. And of course, this partnership should be open to other partners, global partners, of course. So, of course, it's also true that even in this group, also mentioning the EU, I worked for quite a while with EU organizations, there will exist differences on specific issues. But all these should be by far outweighed by a strengthened cooperation on all those issues which need really to be tackled immediately. So I still believe there is a lot of common ground for cooperation between these partners and even beyond some existing differences. So let's create a block of those who are willing to support true global solutions with respect to global problems and the survival of our ecosystems and, of course, our economies and humanity as such in the future. So next generation should not make us responsible for having seen the sign of the times, but did not enact forcefully enough. So multilateralism must be renewed and strengthened wherever possible, of course, also including the US, on a more stringent, and we need a more global governance with really a fair share for the global South and creating their own economic and industrial development, as said at the beginning. So that's it, what I want to tell you. We will have the next Global Solutions Summit in Berlin next year on the 11th and 12th of May, and I may already announce this to the end of my intervention. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Christina. Excellent. I think the global solution initiative is very important, particularly in the challenging time like ours. We lack of global solution, particularly joint global solutions. So conference like this is really to build up consensus to see how we can make more global solution to the challenges we're facing today. So thank you for coming and also to propose these great ideas. And now I would like to also have some Chinese representative, and maybe I would like to invite Ambassador Huang Ping. He was also the Consul General of People's Republic of China to New York for 6 years, and he just got back. Perhaps you can share some of your view as well. Ambassador Huang, please.
Well, thank you so much. I served in the U.S. 3 times. I served as Consul General in Chicago and New York. I just came back. Obviously, globalization has created lots of wealth, but the distribution is not that very good. Lots of people are not benefiting from that. That's why lots of people in the US, they're not happy. When I was the Consul General in Chicago, my consular district covered most of the states in the Middle West. And I traveled to states like Michigan, like Wisconsin, all around this Great Lakes. When I was in New York, Ohio is one of the states falling into my consular district. So I've been there many times. So that's the so-called the Rusty Belt. So you would see lots of abandoned factories and people living in that area. I don't think most of them benefited from this globalization. That's why they are not happy, and they want the industry back to the U.S. That's why they support President Trump. If we compare, I came from Guizhou province. I was born and grew up there in China. That was the poorest region or area in China. But now things have changed a lot because China put lots of intention, put people in the center, central government help that area to develop. If you go to Guizhou these days, you will see a very different province region there. Commonwealth is the most important thing. While you are gaining wealth, creating wealth, you have to make sure the distribution. I think the reason China's kept its stability and the development at the same time is because we not only concentrate on our development, but the distribution of the wealth is so important. So we left like 800 million people out of poverty. So people support this government. China maintained its stability, and that guaranteed its further development. Nowadays, globalization is still developing, but who is going to guarantee? Well, we are creating more wealth. We can still distribute this wealth in a fair ways. I also served as an ambassador to Zimbabwe. I've traveled to lots of, countries like people are still struggling there. Who is going to come out and guarantee they could also be benefited from the future globalization? I think there are many ways. I don't have a solution, but one thing is very important. Major countries need to play a key role, like China, like the US. So you are not going to just point a finger to say, okay, it's your fault. And we need to get united, working, join hands towards the same direction, showed the responsibility to help all countries in this world to develop together. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Huang. Yes, great point. I mean, you have lived the changing times in China. You mentioned your province, Guizhou. It's of course now it's one of the fastest growing provinces in China, although it was relatively backward in the past. But certainly also you see this going on in last 6 years in New York. You see how this changing dynamic. Certainly we need to work together and to safeguard the benefit of the mankind and development. Of course, we continue to improve, absolutely. And so thank you again. Now I'd like to invite Mohammed Amsi, the founder and chairman of the Amsi Foundation. I know you've been coming from Middle East region and very active internationally. I'd like to hear from you also, Mohammed, please.
Thank you very much, Henry and Mabel, to have me here again. It's a pleasure to be here as a privileged partner of CCG, as well as a member of its advisory council. Let me start by apologizing for some of my colleagues, Mirika Pejanovic, Ana Palacio, and one or two other people that had a conflicts, scheduled conflicts, and had to go and come and go to have their meetings, and they should soon be, I hope, coming back. Today, I may indulge your patience and time, Henry, for a little longer than permitted, because I wanted to pay tribute by dedicating my remarks to a dear friend who passed away a few weeks back. I'm referring to Professor Joseph Nye, a grand figure of American political science and the coiner of the phrase soft power. At a time when hard power and coercion as means of statecraft are making a comeback, his compassion and intellectual rigor will be greatly missed in this world. Soft power, as you know, is the ability to affect others through attraction rather than coercion. Its consequences are slow and often indirect, and it is not the most important source of power for foreign policy, but to neglect it is a strategic and analytical mistake. The Roman Empire rested not only on its legions, but also on the allure of Roman culture and citizenship. As a Norwegian analyst friend of mine described it, the US presence in Western Europe after the Second World War was an empire by invitation and not by force. At the end of the Cold War, the Berlin Wall collapsed, not under a barrage of artillery, but from hammers wielded by people whose minds had been affected by Western soft power. And today, as is evident, hard power alone will not help resolve the conflicts in Gaza and Ukraine. Smart political leaders have long understood the power that can come from values. If I can persuade you to want to do what I want you to do, then I do not have to force you to do what you do not want to do. If a country represents values that others find attractive, it can economize on sticks and carrots. Attraction can always then be used to increase hard power. When I met him earlier in the year, Joseph Nye lamented that Donald Trump clearly did not understand the power of US soft power and had severely undercut it. He was also in no doubt that China valued soft power and stood ready to fill the vacuum that the Trump administration had created. However, while it is easy today to say that Trump is destroying soft power, and it is still too early to calculate his level of damage to the American brand, it is also important to note, firstly, as my other friend, Professor Huntington, in his epic book, The Clash of Civilizations in the early 90s, said that although people around the world might dress and even sound American, but that does not necessarily make them pro-American. The 9/11 hijackers wore blue jeans, drank Coke, and may have enjoyed the occasional Hollywood blockbuster, but that didn't lessen their hatred for America. Secondly, Trump has his own soft power. Nowhere is this better illustrated than his recent escapade to the Persian Gulf. And I call it Persian, or to use the Trump phrase, the Gulf of Iran. For a moment, it looked as if it might be relabeled Arabian Gulf, but sanity prevailed and it didn't happen. Trump's interlocutors see him as the kind of American with whom they can do business. No moral tutorials, no lectures on values, just business and just deals. The feeling is clearly reciprocal. A joke that went viral last week was that Trump might be mixing up Gulf with golf, but the oil-rich Arab monarch states seem to like it. Trump's 18-hole golf courses and the gilded branding on it. Thirdly, for Trump and his comrades, including President Putin, and I use the word comrade deliberately, soft power is too soft and impossible to tangibly measure. But that does not and should not invalidate the goal. Joseph Nye said to me that he found it ironical that so many countries, including China, had asked his advice on how to make use of their own soft power. We both remarked that while the US was busy downsizing the State Department, withdrawing humanitarian and emergency aid from the world's neediest, and downsizing its diplomatic outreach in the global south, China was busy filling this vacuum. The world's consumers may not know or care where their American jeans are made, mostly in China, but they know who comes to their aid when they need help, be it financial, political, or social. It may help to reflect that a country's soft power comes primarily from three sources: its culture, when it's attractive to others, its political values, such as democracy and human rights, when it lives up to them, and its policies when they are seen as legitimate. How a government behaves at home, for example, protecting a free press and the right to protest, in international institutions, i.e. consulting others and multilateralism, and in foreign policy by promoting development and human rights, can affect others by the influence of example. As they say, charity always begins at home. So what's the future like for hard and soft powers? In my view, there is a one-word answer that it will not be hard power or soft power, but a new hybrid, which I would like to label techno power. Power will be in the hands of fast-evolving technopolar world, where tech actors, be they state or private, wielding state-like powers will be making decisions without any legitimate mandate. In this new technopolar world, we will see the emergence of this new hybrid power with focus on cloud systems, cybersecurity platforms, data centers, and satellites. Although it's early days still, the preliminary results are that an increasingly technopolar United States, where a handful of tech leaders enjoy extraordinary power with the implicit or explicit backing of the US government, may need to compete with perhaps a somewhat tightly state-controlled Chinese technology apparatus, where tech titans, and I emphasize may, need to serve political goals. In this new paradigm, the key questions will be whether technology will epitomize existing soft power values and principles, or will we need to invent new ones? If the latter, what will they be? Some of these new techno-utopians from the United States, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, have grown ideologically hostile to democracy as they believe that freedom and democracy are simply incompatible. Caught between these two poles will be the rest of the world. Europe aspires to digital sovereignty but lacks the homegrown tech muscle to pull it off. Much of the global south is being pulled towards one model or the other based on how this model is presented and received. And global institutions that might once have brokered a balance are being sidelined or dismantled. And here's the kicker. Though the US and Chinese systems may differ in ideology, they are starting to converge in practice when it comes to values. Both appear to prioritize power, efficiency, and control over and above consent, accountability, and freedom. Therein lies the paradox of this newly evolving technopolar age. Technologies that were supposed to democratize access to power, information, and opportunity will now enable more effective forms of unaccountable control. We have a classic situation of a tail wagging the dog. Control the platform, then design the narrative. Fake or false values are meaningless as they will be presented as the truth and accepted as such. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mohammed. Yes, I agree with you that we should pay tribute to Joseph Nye, which is also a great friend of CCG. He was actually 2 years ago come to this forum in Beijing that hosted by CCG. And I wrote a tribute article for him, published at the Technology and the CCG Update just 2 weeks ago. And actually, we had many dialogues with him. And he actually entrusted to edit the book for him, Soft Power and Great Power Competition, that you can scan that book free from also the code that we have on this book, on this booklet for the conference. So again, absolutely, we need to see this world. There's too much hard power is being built now, and soft power is diminishing. And it's exactly important that we have to also enhance our soft power of all nations. So thank you again. And now I'd like to have His Excellency Alexander Downer, the former Foreign Minister of Australia, to share your view. I know you are one of the longest serving Foreign Minister in Australia, and we are very pleased you are here. So we'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and thank you for having me at the forum. I found the discussion absolutely fascinating up until now. I agree with some of it, and I don't agree with some of it as well. So let me just say something about multilateralism and multilateral institutions, because I think it's fair to say they are failing at the moment. They are performing very poorly. This is partly a function of the rise of nationalism. And of course, that's not just in the United States. Let's not single out the Trump administration the whole time. This is also true in many parts of the other parts, particularly of the developed world, which has been the leader of globalization, of the process of globalization. So there has been a retreat in the developed world from globalization. And that is a function of the rise of nationalism. And as others have said, this is partly as a result of the reaction from the so-called losers of globalization. That is one of the issues. To be frank, the other really big issue in developed countries is the phenomenon of illegal immigration. And it's not the migrants who in and of themselves are the problem, but the fact that the immigration in such big numbers is illegal, is contrary to the law. And the sense in many developed countries, this is not true of my own country, by the way, but in many developed countries where the government and the people have no say in who comes to live in their country. And that obviously has led to a reaction, and that's led to the entrenchment of nationalist sentiments, which, as we have all agreed, I think, so far, is regrettable. And this translates into a weakness of international organizations. So when I think of the United Nations and Security Council, it has been spectacularly unsuccessful in stopping the wars that we see before us. I mean, how has the United Nations been able to stop the war in Ukraine? The United Nations has played almost no role. When it comes to Gaza, the United Nations resolutions have been passed from time to time, but the United Nations hasn't been able to bring that conflict to an end in Sudan. And so the list goes on. And I am somebody who worked for 6 years for the United Nations, so I'm very sorry to see this. But to be brutally honest about it, the United Nations has not been successful. The United Nations did not broker a ceasefire between Pakistan and India recently. Many have claimed they did broker that ceasefire. The Indians and the Pakistanis did the ceasefire, but the United Nations was not involved. So there needs to be consideration given to reform of the United Nations, and I have argued for many years that the permanent membership of the Security Council needs to be expanded. You know, China doesn't agree to Japan being in a permanent member of the Security Council, yet Japan is what, the 4th biggest economy in the world. Japan should be a permanent member of the Security Council. India, Brazil, they should be as well. And Nigeria, perhaps, as the most populous country in Africa. Would you give those countries a veto? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't expand the veto, but I think to have a bigger permanent membership rather than the top-heavy Western-dominated membership. I mean, and China and Russia are part of it as well. I think is disproportionate. And very quickly, in my last minute, I want to say one other thing, and that is to talk about global trade. You know, since President Trump's outrageous tariff policy, which I'm always been opposed to tariffs, I welcome all the countries and the governments have come out now and said they're for free trade, including this country, the People's Republic of China. Hooray! I never thought I'd live to see the day. Suddenly, China, which imposed a huge range of sanctions on my country in 2020, suddenly China is the champion of free trade. Long may that last. Long may that last. And as a champion of free trade, I think China should reduce its tariffs, reduce its level of protection, open up the Chinese economy to more investment, and that will be warmly reciprocated through the Indo-Pacific region and beyond. You know, the way to outmaneuver Trump and the outrageous American tariff policy is to become yourselves a champion of free trade and unilaterally start to dismantle protection. And by the way, the European Union has suddenly become a great champion of free trade, and like China, I think this is wonderful. We have not been able to negotiate a free trade agreement with the European Union because of European protectionism of their agriculture. We have had to abandon the negotiations. Let's resume the negotiations now that we're all anti-Trump and all pro-free trade. I think this is a wonderful development. And China, being the second biggest economy in the world, should take the lead here. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking I'm being naughty. Well, think about it. Don't just criticize the Americans. Think about your own protectionist policies and reflect on them. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Well, many of the words were well said. I think actually you see this time when you had launched constant escalation of tariff and trade war, China probably is the only country stand out and against that trade unilateralism in front of the world. I mean, basically, I was at the UN Security Council area meeting last month in New York. 80 countries participated. I spoke there, and I said, we need to really maintain this multilateral trading system. China is doing probably a lot now. For example, China has just this year announced they're giving 43 least developing countries tax zero to come to China unilaterally. Unilateral for free trade. China is taking a lot of progress, and also China and Australia are making a lot of progress. But also Australia is now more in terms of collaborating. We have a free trade agreement with Australia, and so I hope that this political and economic good relation will continue to set good example. And then China wants to join CPTPP, and Australia is part of that. We hope we can expand RCEP and CPTPP together. Thank you, Alexander. Yeah. Now I'd like to have President Fu Chunyi. He was the chairman of Sinopec and a well-known industrialist and a big used to run Fortune 500 country in China for many years, and also well known in China. So we'd like to hear from you. You were in the past often appeared in Davos, many world stage. We would like to hear from you, one of the industry representatives from China.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wang, for inviting me to join this roundtable discussion, which is very important, especially on the topics of the U.S.-China relations and the Donald .2 administration. This is a very important topic, especially most of the Chinese pay much attention about what's going on, what will develop, situation will develop in the next few years between U.S. and China. And so this, my comment, the following comment is in the purpose is to mainly communicate with the Chinese. And certainly for those of you who are not coming from this country, and when you hear my comments, don't look at from the angle of right or wrong or good or bad, but only from the angle, this is the one of the ideas for a common Chinese citizen. That's why I would like to conduct my comments with Chinese. For those of you who don't speak Chinese, please use your headphone. And so let me start my observations, especially talking about China-U.S. relations and the .2 administration of Trump. Is related with the climate change issues. And today, sorry, I speak Chinese. 今天
Today, as to frequent drought, floods, tsunami, wildfire are becoming normal to people. We call them extreme climate phenomena. However, they are only isolated cases. But what are the forces behind these extreme climate phenomena? They are actually a long-term trend. That is climate change. If we don't take action to mitigate climate change, it will certainly pose serious threats to the survival of humanity. That is why UN and the governments around the world need to take action to respond to climate change. And in 2015, the progressive Paris Agreement was reached. Today, when we talk about Trump, we study should we study Trump as isolated cases or as a long-term trend with global impact, just as climate change? Obviously, the Trump phenomenon in the world and in many developed countries have similar cases. So it is a climate change grade phenomenon. It is long-term and universal and will have big destructive effect on human progress. And peoples around the world need to get united to respond to Trump as we are united to respond to climate change. Second, there's a view stating that Trump is dividing the United States. In the past 200 days, what has happened in the United States has shown that the U.S. society is further divided under Trump 2.0. I don't believe that's an isolated case. I believe a dividing U.S. has chosen Trump. It's not just Trump is dividing the states. Third, Trump will further divide the U.S., but more seriously, he will divide the whole world, tear the world up. Fourth, based on this understanding, what should China do? The Chinese government has made a clear choice and made full preparation. Generally speaking, number one, we'll focus on getting our own house in order. Number two, we will do well what China should do. As to focusing on getting our own house in order, I believe we'll need to continue to maintain dialogues with the US and the West. But we should not heap high hopes on such dialogues. We should not expect them to understand and accommodate us as we did in the past. The facts have shown that this is not possible. Our development should not depend on the understanding, sympathy of the US, of the West. We must rely on ourselves. So our development and our strength and our support to developing countries are most important to us. Then the West and the US will slowly and gradually recognize us. As to focusing on getting our own house in order, we must use Chinese modernization to support high-quality development. Maybe foreigners don't understand this. It means that we must go green transition, promote economic and social development, and high-tech development based on digital information and high standard and expanding high standard opening up. In the environment of deglobalization, China must insist on greater opening up. As Ambassador said, China has imposed sanctions on Australia. I think that is the act of each country out of their own national interests, give and take, are based on the best interests of each country. But we all support opening up. Expanding cooperation is our principle. As to doing well, what China should do, first of all, focus of our cooperation is the developing countries. Of 7 billion people, we not only work together with developed countries, we should solely focus on developed countries because they cannot understand us at current stage or agree with what we do at current stage. Therefore, we must work together with the developing world of 7 billion people so that we can jointly develop together. As long as we get more developed and stronger, we don't worry if developed world recognize us or not. So renewable energy, EV, and other green technologies, and China's AI technology, digital technology, industrial chain, and infrastructure construction capacity can better serve the developing countries. Therefore, we must strongly promote cooperation with developing countries and at the same time maintain dialogue with developed countries and cooperate where cooperation is possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, President Fu. And yeah, I agree that we have to really emphasize more on the global south. You probably talk about 6 billion people in the global south. We have 1.4 billion in China, another 1 billion in the developed world, and we have another 6 million in the global south. So absolutely, we need to work on that so that we can really have a more balanced world. And China is doing a lot of that. For example, as I said, China just announced support $500 million for WHO, which is a great action in the right direction. So thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Danielle Schwazi, member of the executive board of Bertelsmann Foundation and former director and CEO of the German Council of Foreign Relations. But also, I know you are managing director of German Marshall Fund before. So we met you very frequently in many international forums, including Trialogue in Salzburg. So very happy to have you. Daniel, please.
Thank you very much, Henry, for this kind introduction. And thank you for hosting this timely discussion here in Beijing today. I would like to start my remarks by answering your question from a European perspective. What implications does Trump 2 bring to the world? That was your lead question for us this session. Now, Europeans, of course, look at the United States in 3 dimensions. One is our very close security partnership. Many EU members are members of NATO as well. and the transatlantic reliance has provided security on our continent for so very long. Secondly, the United States are a key trading partner of Europe, one among others, of course, but an important one. And the third element is Europe after the Second World War and its way back to a democratic order was accompanied in a very close way by the United States. And speaking to you as a German, I must say that generations have grown up with this understanding of a shared values community, of our very political system being deeply influenced by principles and norms that the United States helped implement in Europe through their sustained activity for decades. Now, obviously, the Trump administration has implications for all of these three dimensions. And as we heard from previous speakers, when Europeans think about changing order from a regional perspective, the very high focus at the moment is on our security order. The war on our continent, as Ambassador Keller has said it so eloquently in his remarks, is the top item on every key meeting among European leaders. And so we are worrying in a global perspective, of course, but also regionally about the future of our security order. And while Europe tries to protect its rules-based system, its open economies, it of course also has to invest a lot into rebuilding a new European security order. And it goes without saying that from a European perspective, anyone who directly or indirectly supports the aggressor in this war, which is Russia, which is leading an unlawful intervention in Ukraine, is of concern to Europeans. Now, the immediate implications, of course, of the most recent activities of the Trump administration touch Europe from the economic perspective mostly. Now, we already heard comments on trade and tariff policies. Europe, as an open economy, both within and to the outside world, depends highly on sustaining trade, international trade, and preventing that what is happening at the moment with the imposition of US tariffs on many partners has further ripple effects to other trade relationships. So, of course, Europeans are calculating the cost of US tariffs and also the potential costs that US tariffs have on China from a European perspective. But if we look at it from a global perspective, the possible rise of protectionism also as a consequence in other bilateral relationships is of a huge concern to Europeans. So sustaining trade, reliable trade relationships, bringing back certainty and reliability to economic relationships and investment ties is, of course, of a top priority. So we see, in my view, a tendency, while it is a very long shot to revive the WTO, that Europe is indeed more open to bilateral agreements, needs them, because that contributes to overall stability in global trade relationships. But it will make sure that certain principles, such as a level playing field and equal access, are sustained. That is what is a requirement for Europe to be able to continue its economic development in a world where the pressure has definitely risen. My final remark concerns global governance and global order in other dimensions. And I want to pick two examples where I think we have to deal with a new situation in the United States. Obviously, the pulling out of UN structures is of a huge concern. And the WHO, the World Health Organization, was mentioned. I do believe that Europe and China share this interest to work together in the fight against the potential threat of global pandemics in the future, because we know it comes at a huge human, but also economic cost. There has recently been developments in the WHO, which in my perspective deserve a lot of support, involving younger generations in a very new way, using technology to improve pandemic prevention and other areas of intervention of the WHO. And I do believe this is one example where new ways can be discovered how to not redesign the whole governance structure, but to very practically make an immediate difference. My second point, and this is the last one, concerns technology in all of this. While I spoke about the potential of technology, from a European perspective, the question of intertwinement of power and technology, as is happening in the United States, as Mr. Amersi just mentioned, is of concern. So Europe should, and I think will not give up its attempt to make sure that through certain bases of regulation, it is made sure that technology, also when used as a means of sustaining global cooperation, is regulated in such a way that it contributes to the common public good and protects basic fundamental rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danielle, and also for very constructive intervention. Actually, you're right. If EU going to strengthen more bilateral arrangement, I think probably EU join CPTPP would be a good move, and China also wants to join CPTPP. And furthermore, I think we could probably EU and China lifted the sanctions on parliamentary members, but maybe we could further reinstate the comprehensive agreement on investment between China and EU, and many more. So absolutely, we need to all those new momentum for free trade in the world. Now, I'd like to hear from another European think tank, Franco Bruni, president of Italian Institute for International Political Studies, ISPI, a very well-known Italian think tank, and Dr. Mel was just in Italy recently attend your event. 1,000 people attended. Very impressive. So, Franco, please.
Thank you very much for having me here, and thank you on behalf of ISPI. Well, multilateralism is under attack, obviously, and not only by Trump, and not only today. It has been under attack for a while, also before. The European Union hasn't been a generous contributor to the strengthening of multilateralism, and neither China has been. I fully support the idea that we have to live through this complex and disordered period, looking for coalitions of the willing, as it has been said, to exercise multilateralism in various forms, in various coalitions. I mean, you can change coalition, but you have to manifest to the world the desire of reconstructing multilateralism in all type of issues. It can be a disorder, a period of disorder, but it has to be creative in this sense. Let me make a few examples. Tariffs. Well, tariffs have been, Trump's tariff have been launched with the excuse of macroeconomic imbalances between, exports and imports. They are a failure and they only create disorder. But the problem of macro imbalances is there. Therefore, we could start very soon, with the help of the IMF, a coordinated macro policy effort to solve the main macro imbalances in the right way. That is by changing the equilibrium between saving and investment, which is what really determines the balance of payments. And in this sense, I think that the US should cut its deficit or at least not increase it, which would correct its balance of payments with the rest of the world. China should insist to increase consumption, and this is one of your missions. I understand also internally you have this plan. It should be pursued with the support of the international community and the help of international institutions. And the European Union should invest more and better so as to increase its productivity. I mean, these three actions coordinated in the right fashion could very much contribute to improve the macro imbalances. Diplomatically, there are several other things to do, including what has been already, I think, mentioned, a better involvement of the global South in proposing reforms to multilateral institutions. Europeans, in this sense, could be the leaders because we do occupy certain multilateral institutions, including the IMF, too much. I mean, we have too many votes in the IMF, and we should give up part of our vote in favor of global South countries and China. We should also insist in a nearly hysterical way on reforming the IMF, which is no longer functioning. And this is not only a problem coming from Washington, that certainly creates problems because it dominates in a unnatural way the IMF. But the problem comes also from France or from that do not want to give up their extra power in. I will maybe come back to this point this afternoon when we talk about regulations, because reforming IMF means also entering into the financial regulation in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Franco. Yeah, for excellent recommendations. Absolutely. 80 years ago, we established all those institutions of Bretton Woods, but just like a child, the clothing they're wearing now is growing out of an adult now. So we need a new feet, but absolutely how to reform those multilateral institutions is really a key issue. And I think it's high time that we tackle those challenges, and then by contributing our think tank consensus there. So it's great. Next, I would like to have another guest from our Middle East, Mr. Rashid Mohammed. He's a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, ni hao. Before I start my remarks, I'd like to address something that happened in the keynote speeches. When Ambassador Zhang suddenly transitioned from Chinese to English, I thought all of those Chinese lessons finally paid off, but unfortunately, no. So coming back to my remarks, I'd like to start with a question. What happens when the world's most powerful country no longer believes in the system they helped build? This is not a theoretical question, it's a reality we are facing today. We are gathered here at a time of pronounced transition in the international system. The question before us is not about renewing multilateralism, but reimagining global governance in a world that no longer operates on the assumptions of yesterday. So the return of Trump 2.0. A second Trump administration does not only bring political figure back into power, but it brings a worldview. That worldview is transactional, deal-oriented, techno-nationalistic, and distinctly bilateral. It is about making deals, not about building institutions. We've already seen this with the historic visits and strategic alignments between the US and key GCC states. We see China negotiating directly with the US on a potential trade deal. We see Europe recalibrating its security architecture. Everyone is lining up to cut their own deal. the multilateral institutions, the WTO, UN, and others, are increasingly sidelined, and frankly, for the next 4 years at least, it will remain so. But here is the pivot I would like to suggest. We shouldn't spend our energy debating Trump 2.0. Trump 2.0 is here. We're living in it. The more critical question is what the world will look like after Trump 2.0. And my answer is more regional, not fully bilateral, not fully multilateral, but regionalism as the dominant structure in a multipolar world. We see this happening today. Just this month, at the end of this month, the GCC ASEAN China Summit is happening in Kuala Lumpur. This is a signal of what's to come. Regional blocs acting as poles in a distributed multi-nodal global order. Now, can China and the Global South work together to reform the current international institutions? Here I must be blunt. Many of these institutions are toothless, they lack enforcement, they lack political will, and they have repeatedly failed us, especially us in the Global South, on poverty, development, peace. The UN couldn't stop the Russian-Ukraine conflict. It couldn't stop the genocide in Gaza. It couldn't stop trade wars. So we must ask not how to fix them, but whether are they really fixable. I remain skeptical. Instead, I look at regional organizations, not as perfect models, but as effective ones. The GCC, ASEAN, and others. These organizations are not flawless, but they've delivered on security, economic integration, and dispute resolution in ways global institutions have not. This brings me to the future, the model of inclusive multilateralism. We need regional multilateralism, regional organizations delivering regional solutions. It's what I like to reluctantly call glocalization. And the reason I'm reluctant because I first heard it from a partner at a global consultancy firm I will not name. But the concept is sound, global coordination through local delivery. The world doesn't need a one-size-fits-all governance model. It needs many models connected and collaborating. We need to rewire the global system from the ground up, using the logic of networks, not empires. Regional organizations must become primarily nodes in this network, and the great powers, mainly China and the US, must begin to see ASEAN, the GCC, and the African Union not as spectators, but as strategic actors. We are not entering a post-globalization world. We are entering a world of regionalized globalization. And if we want legitimacy, equity, and effectiveness in our governance frameworks, we must build them from the regions outward, and not the other way around. We are entering an era of what I'd like to call the era of global bridge cities, like Doha. This is because these cities bridge the global nodes. And I'd like also to remind everybody in 2001, Doha was the site where China entered the WTO, which allowed China to realize its economic potential, and for countries, especially in the Global South, to reap the benefit of China reaching its economic potential. So thank you, and xie xie.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Rashid. Excellent input. Absolutely. You invent the term globalization, global localization. That's probably the new trend in terms of how this 2.0 of Trump and how we talk about today, this panel, roundtable is about multilateral system and enhance and improve and enlarge. So by involving regionalism like RCEP, of course, GCC, ASEAN, China, and many more, I would think that's probably a best way to weather this unilateralism that is sweeping around the world, and by strengthening the regionalism and globalization is probably the way going forward. Thank you very much. And you talk about Doha, absolutely. Doha is now have such a big soft power now. You're mediating many geopolitical conflicts, but also you have a Doha Forum, which is one of the largest forum in the world, very well recognized. So thank you. Now I'd like to invite Madame Chen Wenlin. Madame Chen is a well-known scholar in China, and she was also the former chief economist of China, the China Center for International Economic Exchanges, CCIEE, which is a well-known think tank in China. But also she's a senior academic council member of CCG. And before that, I think before the CCIEE, she was the Director General of Policy Department at State Council for a number of years. So Madame Chen, please.
Thank you very much, CCG, for holding this forum. I'm very happy to hear the views and insights of many Chinese and international scholars. I would like to make 3 observations. First, what are the challenges of multilateralism? The post-Cold War era has ended. Unipolarism is declining, and at this time, we face very serious challenges. For example, some dominant economies. I don't want to talk about Trump a lot because everyone is talking about Trump. I don't want to advise for Trump again. So I'd like to call it the dominant economy. It is just bullying too much, especially the reciprocal tariff on April the 2nd and tariff war against 185 countries. And he swings back and forth, being very capricious. It depends on the emotions of the US president. The second challenge, the dominant power is returning to the empire age, trying to expand the territory and make deals among major countries to mutually recognize the sphere of influence at the expense of middle and small countries, disregarding the principle of equality. And thirdly, the hegemony of dominant economy is challenging the order since World War II and the authority of UN and WTO. The US has withdrawn from 15 international organizations and stopped funding to WHO, and Harry just said that China contributed $500 million to WHO. And fourth, some hegemony have provoked several wars in the world, and they provoked wars and benefit from wars. As a result, the world is becoming even more complicated because of the wars. Fifth, domestic contradictions, including racial tensions, inequalities, and party-to-party tensions have come to the peak, plus inflation, debt, energy crisis. That country is seriously ill, but they shift the crisis to other countries, and they are sick but ask others to take medication. My second view is that economic globalization has been seriously challenged. The global trade, investment, logistics, supply, energy system have been seriously challenged. And number two, technological revolution is very disruptive, historic, and is growing explodingly. And the technology roadmap between U.S. and China have diverged. U.S. technology more serve virtual economy, and technology is used in war, in global dominance. However, China's technological revolution mainly empowers real economy and combines with manufacturing industry and have created some good capacity and 0 to 1 and breakthrough. So this technological divergence will decide what the world will pick in terms of technology development in the future. Thirdly, the hegemony disregards global rules, international laws, and put its own interest laws above the interests of the world, of other countries. Such practices are becoming more extreme. U.S. has turned its domestic law into international law, and they use domestic law to sanction other countries. And the fourth is overstretching security and politics, which has seriously influenced or affected global economy. And I also have some recommendations. Number one, the world should build consensus to create a resilient and sustainable global governance system to reflect transparency, openness, and fairness. And secondly, we must maintain authority of international organizations so that they can play a bigger role in international affairs rather than giving the power to the hegemony country. And third, we should support multilateral organizational platforms such as G20 or BRICS. And four, China is focused on getting our own house in good order and to advance Chinese modernization and to implement greater openness, including unilateral openness to 43 least developed countries, to China's visa-free policies, etc. So we'll introduce more openness policies in the future. So these are my comments on multilateralism and globalization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madame Chen, for your excellent remarks. Absolutely. I think we need to maintain the existing global order that we've been celebrating for the last year. Of course, we have to improve, enhance, and enlarge rather than divide it into two bipolar multilateralism. We need one multilateralism, but then this is more inclusive and also we need to really have more participation from Global South. Now I'd like to have another chief economist, Fabian Zulich. He's the president of the European Policy Center, a very prestigious think tank based in Brussels. And also EPC is a partner with CCG for the last 5 years on the EU-China think tank exchange program. So you have been in China quite a number of times now. So Fabian, we'd like to hear from you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. And particularly happy actually to be in this session on global governance and multilateralism. Because I think this is one of the defining issues of our time. But to really get to a solution, I think we have to start with a common understanding of what we actually mean by multilateralism. And it strikes me that when I hear the discussion, that it's not necessarily the same understanding of what multilateralism should mean. I'm speaking very much from a European perspective here. because Europe has been very strongly committed to multilateralism for the last decades. In fact, the European Union is in essence the embodiment of multilateral principles. So we very much understand how multilateralism can work. But of course, we also understand that multilateralism has to change, that the global governance we have at this moment in time is not fit for the time we're living in. There have been many changes, the rise of climate change, for example, the changes in globalization we've seen, and certainly also the demand from many countries around the world for a fairer and a more inclusive system. But we are also living at an age where there are countries, leaders who want to destroy the multilateral system, or those who undermine the multilateral system by the actions they are taking. For example, weaponizing interdependence, using economic means to achieve political goals. So for me, what is at the heart of multilateralism? It is a rules-based order, a rules-based order where rules apply to everybody, regardless of differences in power, differences in size, differences in political system, where power and superpower is mitigated and channeled for the common good, to address common challenges such as climate change and sustainable economic development. Multilateralism means a consistent adherence to common principles, such as those embodied in the UN Charter, principles such as the protection of territorial integrity, of sovereignty, protection from wars of aggression from side. It is clear that the world has become multipolar, but that does not create multilateralism automatically. Multipolarity is not an ordering principle. Only if the multiple poles are adhering to common principles, to common rules, to submit to common authority, can we really achieve a better governance. That is precisely the lesson we had to learn in Europe, where the strongest and the weakest are bound together by a set of common rules, accepting that we have to make difficult compromises for the common good. In the absence of common rules, we live in a world where might is right, in a world of conflict where the global commons are not protected, where we have predatory trade, where the small and the weak suffer, and where there is chaos, not order, anarchy, not multilateralism. As stated at the outset, Europe is very committed to multilateralism as the ordering principle of global governance. But that means reform. It means working together, having common action to prevent a world of fragmentation, of instability, and the uncontrolled exercise of power. So very much looking forward to working with the global community, which is committed to multilateralism as the ordering principle, so that we can achieve an effective multilateral global governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Fabian. Absolutely. I think we are getting into a multipolar world, but we don't have a multilateral system to support that. That transition, I don't know how long it's going to be, but absolutely we need to build up the consensus and work together by all nations, particularly those major countries that should set a good example. Now I'd like to have my friend Lucas Tuskalis. You are the president of the board of Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Policy, but also I know you are a professor at Science Board too. So great to have you. Your input, please.
Thank you very much. You have invited us to reflect on how to renew global governance and multilateralism in uncertain times. And I think it's more than uncertain times. To be frank, we live through the end of an era.
And we know what the era that is leaving us behind looked like. We are not yet at all sure what the new era will look like. And the intermediate phase may be long and can also be extremely dangerous. The signs of the end of an era preceded the return of Mr. Donald Trump to power. And let us remind ourselves very briefly what the old era looked like. It had, I believe, three main features. One was unipolarity, or undisputed US hegemony. The second was economic globalization in its liberal or perhaps neoliberal economic version. And the third was the integration of China into the global capitalist system. All those three things were happening against the background of ongoing technological change, which was dramatic, technological change that was changing rapidly our economies, our societies, and the way we live every day, and also against the background of growing existential challenge facing the whole of humankind, namely climate change. Now, changes, as I've already argued, have preceded the return of Mr. Donald Trump. We've been witnessing for some years the dispersion of power, the end of unipolarity, although the US is likely to remain for quite some time the most powerful country in political, economic, and military terms. We've been experiencing also, because of the geopolitical shifts, the return of security considerations taking precedence over economic efficiency concerns. And that in turn affects globalization, because if people put an emphasis on security as opposed to economic efficiency, this is bound to affect the process of economic globalization. Furthermore, there was something else, and this was that economic globalization produced many benefits, but benefits were very unequally distributed, especially within the developed world, which is increasingly challenging the process of globalization. And last but not least, we've been asking more and more for the revision of rules to govern economic interaction between very different systems, both economic and political systems. Now, let me end by saying a few words about what could be Europe's contribution to the remaking of the international system. Now, Europe's contribution inevitably will be a function of the key distinguishing features of Europe and its historical baggage. Let me again summarize the likely European contribution in three main elements. The first is that, as we all know, Europe has been engaged for several decades in what I consider to be a revolutionary political project, which is European integration and which is meant to establish peace, open borders, and share sovereignty among countries that invented national sovereignty in the first place. And we've been doing that through common institutions, common rules, long dialogue, and compromise. And this is precisely the things that ideally Europe should contribute to the remaking of the international system, namely dialogue, compromise, institutions, and rules. And furthermore, for you not to worry too much, Europeans are not coming back as missionaries. They combine a missionary approach with a more realistic view of global politics, which I welcome. The second feature of Europe is that Europeans have open economies. And because they have open economies, they treasure economic interdependence. But as long as economic interdependence is governed by rules, and rules that are considered to be fair by everybody, and rules that do not allow too much of free riding by whoever. And the last point I would like to make is that Europe has been a pioneer in the provision of public goods, and Europe will continue to be a pioneer in the provision of public goods, and most notably, the provision of a livable environment. So the fight against climate change, one should expect Europeans to be among the leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucas. Good point. Yeah, absolutely. I think Europe is the biggest peace project that we're able to see in the modern times, and now more strategic autonomy needs to be encouraged after this conflict in Europe, in Ukraine with Russia. So we hope that the trilateral relation between US, China, and the EU could be more independent and more cooperative. Next, I would like to really have President Sun Jin-sun. She's the Vice President of China Foreign Affairs University. And you know that China Foreign Affairs University is very prestigious in China and probably has trained over 500 Chinese ambassadors in the last, 60, 70 years. Is very, very prestigious. So we're very fortunate to have President Sun join us. We'd like to hear from you. President Sun, please.
Okay, thank you, Harry, for the introduction, and thank CCG for the invitation. We have discussed quite a lot about multilateralism and global governance. Definitely, multilateralism is undergoing profound changes, and global governance is facing severe challenges. So I'll talk about why and how to move forward. So why? Probably three observations. Number one, the foundation on which multilateralism operates has changed greatly with the change of distribution of power. Of course, the direct result is the narrowing gap between the developing countries and the developed countries, and also the narrow gap between China and the US. And what about the influence? Actually, the change of distribution of power also influences countries' self-perception, mutual perception, perception towards the international order and international system. And then we see the difficulty of reaching consensus, the hesitation or even unwillingness to cooperate, the increase of misperception and misunderstanding, and then the lack of mutual trust. And more importantly, we see the increase of geopolitical competition and high-profile return of traditional security threat in world agenda, which severely threaten the stability and effectiveness of the current international order. So this is the first reason. And the second reason is facing all the above changes, the international institutions and international rules and norms, etc., on which multilateralism and global governance rely on all the time, have not kept pace with all these changes. They are regarded as inefficient, ineffective, and even failure. No matter whether to deal with financial crisis or COVID-19 or the current crisis in Ukraine or Gaza, so on and so forth. And of course, the third reason comes from the choice of the US, which actually produces a long-lasting positive effect, especially from the additional perspective. For instance, the United States actually is not willing to provide public good anymore. And then the attitudes towards globalization also changed. Then the attitudes towards international organizations and international rules and norms also change. So that severely damages the spirit of contract. So they actually greatly influence a very severe result, that is, it influences international cooperation. And then people began to worry more about unilateralism, power politics, or even the law of jungle. And then what about the future? How to move forward? I think number one, facing these instability and challenges, we do need to address perception and attitudes. We should establish proper perception towards this world, especially for major countries, because President Xi also always emphasized big countries or major countries should behave or should do as major countries. Especially for global governance, no country can deal with global issues alone, no matter how powerful you are. And the second point is we do need to strengthen institutional building because institutions, no matter for multilateralism or for global governance, they are extremely important. So institutional building relies on two folds. One is to reform the current institutions. Of course, we mentioned UN and also the other UN special agencies, so on and so forth. But of course, now it's extremely important because of the competition among major countries. And then when we mention institutional building, another thing we can do is we focus or we turn more to regional institution building, such as African countries or Asian countries, so on and so forth. So in this fragmented world, regional institutional building are more important, probably can play better roles. And then another focus we can turn to is to turn to specific issue areas because we face so many different kinds of global problems, and then different countries have different concern and worry, probably using one specific issue area, and that it can link more countries together. Of course, meanwhile, we also need to provide, tangible support to these international organizations or institutions. Last year, when I visited UN headquarters in Geneva, I was told that in order to reduce the cost, they even reduced the number of the guards or shut off the elevators to save electricity or even to adjust the temperature of air conditioner. So they are really lack of financial support. So last but not least, we are having this forum in CCG, well-known think tank. So I think think tanks can also play a better role in this digital and AI world, because now we are also facing the collision and competition of different narratives, misinformation and disinformation. So probably think tanks can play a better role to better educate the public, to better shape the public opinion, so as to make people better understand what is the most important thing and the right things for the world to make effort for. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, President Sun. Okay, excellent points. I know that China Foreign Affairs University is under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You've trained a lot of Chinese future diplomatic leaders. So thank you for your contribution. I'd like to have our friend from Delphi Economic Forum and Constantino Tescalas, the head of content at Delphi Economic Forum. Delphi Economic Forum, by the way, is also one of the largest forum in Greece and very successfully run. So we'd like to hear from you, please.
Thank you very much for the invitation and the kind words. So allow me to share some thoughts on the implications of the current US administration stance for multilateralism and global governance. So the current US administration represents an ideological paradigm shift in the way the US approached internationalism in the last 35 years. The main thread of this shift is the reversal of the post-Cold War assumption that the US significantly benefits from a system of predictable and consistent global rules and institutions. The whole nexus of the latter is no longer viewed as the expression of a conscious self-limitation of power in the name of overriding values, neither as an instrument of soft power, as the late Joseph Nye would say, but as mechanisms of expropriation of American dominance and prosperity. There seems to be a structural antithesis between the America First logic and the logic of multilateralism. The latter needs time to bear fruit, presupposes the readiness to make compromises of self-interested sovereignty, as well as considerable funding transfer from wealthier to less wealthy states. None of these seem compatible with the America First ideology. To be sure, how the West understood its commitment to multilateralism has always been open to interpretation, but the implementation of an openly transactional approach by the current US administration that uses multilateralism when it serves its interests, exits or blocks multilateralism when it does not, replacing it with unilateral action and bilateral agreements, or bargains its participation to extract concessions from allies and partners, hugely undermines the trust in the systems of efficiency and opens the door for other willing parties to withdraw from rules, commitments, restrictions. But if we want to assess the consequences of this development, we must be sincere about its sources. The current US administration is the symptom of the problem, not the cause. The latter relates to a broader and long-time coming crisis of the idea that the world could share some common values. This is due to the fact that the globalization paradigm failed in some aspects to deliver its promise. On the one hand, we're talking about the systems, certain institutions of which were set up during the age of the end of European colonialism, reflecting imbalances of power and injustices, mostly at the detriment of the global South and East. On the other hand, in the West, the system's emphasis on financialization created immense inequalities of wealth domestically. The result is that even before the current US administration, and despite the considerable contributions to tackle global problems, forms of global governance were seen as embedded in a kind of metapolitics. The formal structures were there, but their substantial meaning was emptied out. They were looking like empty shells. So the new US administration accelerated and actually imploded this whole process of fragmentation and delegitimization. Now, the main issue for the supporters of international cooperation, and I'm speaking here from a European perspective, is how can we legitimize structures of global governance and multilateralism, since despite the fragmentation, contemporary issues require more than ever cooperation. To tackle this, I think that we must answer two crucial questions. First, is it sufficient to restore the previous system as it was? And second, can the system work without the participation of one major stakeholder or the commitment of all parties to democratic procedures and respect of rules? The realists should answer in the negative to both, but this means that even if we aim for a reformed multilateralism, stronger and more equitable, we should prepare ourselves for a different outcome, a normatively thinner or limited sector-based international cooperation. Let me explain myself. Reinforcing multilateralism today presupposes defending the idea of common values and rules, but reimagining its structures, differentiating them both from the isolationist pre-war paradigm and the hyper-globalist one of the 90s, allowing paradigms of social and global justice to emerge. This is, however, an almost utopian task, given the present ideological and geopolitical divides. But since specific global problems are more pressing than ever, one should experiment with different strategies, including working with or giving some concessions in areas where a stakeholder's commitment is vital, working in some public goods without a major stakeholder, even form coalition of the willing not to create solidified new blocs, but with the aim of strengthening or reforming international institutions or introduce new methods to improve multilateral work. Undeniably, this new setting places a huge burden on middle and low power countries that must navigate themselves in a very difficult power-based environment. Now, speaking again from a European point of view, EU, both as a regulatory and a democratic rule-abiding power, could have a huge role to play in this transitory setting. Time will tell if it will be up for the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Constantino, for your good comment as well. You know, we absolutely need to how to reform this challenging world, and how can we work together is crucial, and particularly for lacking the incentive of some country now, and we need to work together. But also, I'd like to now have Jonas Zangambadi is Executive Director, Institute for Peace and Diplomacy from Canada. We know that Canadian just had a new Prime Minister, and we hope that China-Canadian relation can be improved like we did with Australia. So your turn, please.
Thank you very much, Henry, for the kind introduction. It's also a great privilege and honor to be amongst distinguished speakers and panelists. I'm also happy to be representing Voice from Canada, a country that I believe many of you have seen in the news just since the beginning of this year, as opposed to the past decade, given what we're experiencing with President Trump. And as for my speech, what I've done is to organize it into three interrelated segments, starting with framing the geopolitical order and highlighting the increasingly importance of interest-based thinking and pragmatism within foreign policy discourse and strategic circles, especially in the West and Canada, that I can speak for as well. And then I'll speak to the shifts that we see in this new order, especially in how multilateralism is now conducted these days as opposed to the past, and how we can best utilize that moving forward, at least in the short term. And finally, I'll try to present some practical approaches and methodologies that can be utilized by major powers and in coordination with middle powers as well as smaller ones to address the challenges and opportunities that we are faced with within this new world order. So let me get through these as quickly as possible. The first segment is easy, as we all know that I think there's almost a global consensus that we've moved on from this unipolar moment where we had the US as a global hegemon to more of a multipolar moment where we have great powers such as China, Russia, as well as middle powers challenging the long-standing institutions, conventions, as well as norms championed by the US. And it's important to understand that within this more of a multipolar moment or order, there are two important shifts that are happening, in particular with respect how countries are rethinking and crafting their foreign policy in the West. And again, I can speak for Canada here. Many countries, especially after return of President Trump to the White House, are moving away from this value-driven and globalist agenda in their foreign policy. The foreign policy discourse is now very much defined by interest and pragmatism, which wasn't the case even during Trump's first presidential term. And having a Canadian Prime Minister, as Henry mentioned, Mark Carney, say that our old relationship with the US is over is huge, both within the Canadian political discourse as well as the Western overall. The second shift that we see is with respect to how states are increasingly interested in conducting multilateralism, which is now true minilateralism, other than global and large multilateral institution coalition building approaches. And that's because there's a realization that growing internal divisions within these large multilateral institutions hinder taking effective measures to address the challenges that we face today. Finally, let me share my humble suggestions on some of the practical approaches that can be utilized for multilateral cooperation, especially by great powers that can later facilitate a broader multilateral cooperation, including other countries as well. To do that, first and foremost, it's crucial for major powers to acknowledge that the strategic competition is going to be with us here for foreseeable future. However, at the same time, that there should be also commitment to making an effort to compartmentalize foreign policy challenges and identified areas of collaboration to address mutual challenges of common interest. This can be done case by cases on smaller issues to build trust along the way for more comprehensive and multilateral cooperation. One example that can be highlighted as a potential of this approach being practical is the Saudi-Iran normalization brokered by China, which we know for a fact that it was green-lighted and supported by the United States. Imagine if there was a multilateral mechanism in place, however small, through minilateral format, that would have allowed such cooperation to happen sooner, which would have been beneficial both for the region and the international community. There are also other areas that cooperation can take place, from maritime security to nuclear non-proliferation, as well as the climate change, but that requires compartmentalization of challenges between great powers as well as others. And in conclusion, I would say multilateralism will be there, but it will be not as large and globalized as it used to be, especially in practice. And it will be multilateralism through various groupings, focused on specific issues that will be the dominant trend, until we see proper structural reforms and new global institutions that can be more inclusive and effective and trusted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Yong. So I think absolutely Canada is one of the strong forces in multilateral system, and China and Canada can really work together to continue to safeguard free trade and the multilateralism. So thank you from your point from Canada. Now we probably run out of time, finish all the participants, but I'd like to have a final a round of the morning opening remarks speaker and the keynote speaker. Just briefly give you 3 minutes, probably a final observation and an intervention. So maybe I'll start with James Chow, the president of China-US Exchange Foundation. So why don't you start first, James?
Thanks very much, Henry. Just 3 very quick points. I mean, obviously, I think a lot of the range of points that have come up today are very useful, and I wanted to drop in on a few. The first one being the intensifying US-China technology competition, especially in AI and quantum computing. That risks fragmenting global technological ecosystems into what I think will be incompatible blocks, which undermines multilateral collaboration on critical issues, not only on AI safety, ethics, but also governance. And I think that the boiling point that this will then create is a growing strategic risks and threatening global stability unless these 2 countries can engage in urgent diplomatic efforts to establish shared international norms and regulatory frameworks. How that actually happens, I'm not quite sure. And I think that many people have pointed out or alluded to the fast shifting sands, where it's so hard to make accurate predictions. I mean, nothing is fail safe. Everything, there is a calculated risk involved. But I think we've walked into this environment where the conditions are so unstable in a way globally, but also almost like a knee-jerk reaction flitting here and there, which makes it all the more difficult. My second point is that reforming multilateralism for the 21st century, I think, will involve enhancing inclusiveness, legitimacy and robustness of global institutions, the very ones that are under threat right now. I mean, I'm Chinese, but I grew up in England, and we benefited very much in that environment from those robust institutions. But even there's a big question mark too. So I think why that's important is that we need to address the inequalities, which is what the president of Asia Society brought up. That globalization, for all its goodness, has also given way to this enormous wealth divide, which I think here in China they're trying very hard to avert. What we're seeing elsewhere in other developed countries. So addressing inequalities, but also accommodating diverse interests, while also preventing nationalist fragmentation, which is what the former foreign minister from Australia spoke about in terms of nationalism. We've been seeing this trend for well over a decade now, where this narrowing space is being created by this rising trend towards populism, and this inward thinking that comes out of this island mentality has been one of the resulting factors of this trend. So in sum, I think renewing global governance and multilateralism amid the uncertainty that we've spoken of critically depends on managing US-China relations, balancing competition with cooperation, and reforming institutions, which has come up again so many times, to be more inclusive, legitimate, and effective in addressing transnational challenges. And just one thought to finish off with. I don't come from a US-China background. I come from a background, in this space at least, closely tied to HIV and AIDS. And I think that HIV and AIDS, which is one of the areas which is under severe threat now with the stay of execution hanging over the PEPFAR program in the United States, but also a big question mark over foreign aid everywhere around the world, or in many places around the world. The very successful approach to HIV and AIDS offers a really good playbook. I mean, China used it very well. Australia used it very well as well, where you allow political leadership to freely combine with science and civil society. I think where that's relevant to renewing global governance today is where you do allow more actors to come into the space. And I think at a time when so many governments are being voted in and out, every 4 years, or they're changing. There was a period in the UK where they changed very rapidly after 30 or 50 days or something. So we need more stable actors to be working with government, and I think that's that also speaks to many of the points that people have brought up here today. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, James. Now I would like to have Ambassador de Cleen from Chairman of EPC. Just briefly, just a few words to say that.
Sure. Thank you very much, Henry. First of all, I think this has been an extremely good session, and I think all of the contributors made very rich and very valuable points. I would just very briefly focus on four quick aspects. Number one is multilateralism is clearly of great importance to everyone around the table, but it is important to be clear as to what multilateralism means. And also we need to be clear that multilateralism needs to be effective. It needs to be operationalized, and operational multilateralism. Secondly, I was very struck by the reference to the role of regional organizations, and clearly two obvious consequences of a greater focus on regional organizations is how they combine and how they cooperate, both at the regional and at the super-regional level. Third, I think it is important to ensure that in an era now where we have a deadening effect of a tariffs culture, that trade and international economic cooperation is sufficiently vibrant to counteract that deadening effect. And that's why, for example, the European Union is now very actively seeking to both complete certain trade agreements, certainly with Latin America, Mercosur, with Canada, with CETA, and also is reaching out to other countries all around the world and other organizations to try and warm up trade negotiations. I think that's a very important counterbalance to the deadening effect of the growth of the tariffs culture. And finally, and it's an important point, the reform of the UN institutions. That's absolutely right. I just recall that the rules of procedure of the Security Council, I think, are still provisional. And the Security Council was created in 1945. So I think there are general arguments and important arguments that the UN institutions need to be looked at, need to be reformed, need to be made, as has been said, fit for purpose for the new era. Thank you, Henry.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ambassador de Cleen. And now I want to give the final words to Secretary General Minister Zhang Jun for your concluding remarks.
Thank you, Henry. Actually, I have laid out what I wish to say at the beginning of this session. And but I do find the discussions very much interesting, and I was very much impressed by what I heard from the guest speakers from different perspectives. With your permission, I wish to emphasize on the following points. First, while many things are happening in the world, and we have heard a lot about the uncertainties we are confronted, I think what we really need to be more vigilant is that we have to do our best jointly, globally jointly, to prevent the worst to happen. I'm not exaggerating the situation we are facing today, but you have all mentioned the failure of the international institutions, including security and peace institutions, including economic, financial institutions. And you have mentioned the several situations in the Middle East, in Europe, and in other parts of the world. That shows clearly that if the current international institutions continue to fail to function, definitely there will be some vacuum to be left. And then some troublemakers will make use of those vacuum and then to create more problems. So, and then if big countries fail to work closely with each other, and then definitely all the rules will not be abided by, and all the institutions will not work well, like the Security Council of the United Nations. So then, even though we do not have the intention to have another third world war, I mean, from the huge majority of the world, but accidentally the world might be dragged into a more larger regional or world war, even including a financial
a financial war, a trade war, a global trade war. So I'm not pessimistic, but we have to be prepared for the worst and then try our best to prevent the worst to happen. And secondly, we have talked a lot about global governance, and of course, we hope that all the good things will happen. But in my personal view, and in the foreseeable future, what we will have to see is still a transition of global governance. So we are, in particular, after the trade war, the tariff war, we will have more evidence to show that the world order is entering a transitional period of time. With that, first, of course, the current international institutions will continue to be defended. We all talked about multilateralism. And then based on that, we will defend the UN, we will defend multilateral institutions. But meanwhile, we have also mentioned that they are not functioning well, so we have to reform. I wish to based on my 9-year working period in the Security Council, no reform will be easily realized or easily done, simply because it's not that simple, and also simply because all the decisions concerning reform have to be going through the approval of those who are sitting in the chair controlling the power. The decision, even though it's a provisional rules of procedure, but those procedures are in the decision, are in the hands of those who are holding the power. So it won't be easily going through that way. And also, you know, Minister Donner mentioned this reform of the Security Council, and also because of the nature of the reform, it's not that easy. It's not a simple mathematic game, simply adding 1 or 2 numbers. It's really something fundamentally concerning the peace and security of the world. So we have to make sure that it's moving forward instead of moving backward. We have to make sure that it makes the Security Council working more effectively instead of making one decision after 3 days discussion. It doesn't work. Only with 15 members, it's not working well. If you have it 25, it will be even easier. And we have to make sure that all the major countries, mid-sized countries, are also sitting there with us, making sure that our decisions are fairer and more justified. In that case, in that sense, China firmly supports having more developing countries sitting in the Security Council. That's the basic position of China. So while we defend the institutions and then to reform, try our best to reform, I think what's also happening, I think Mr. Bundle mentioned that, and the creation of new institutions are going on. I think that will continue to develop, like what's happening in the Asian part of the world, the establishment of AIIB, and also the establishment of BRICS, New Development Bank. So whether these standing institutions work or not, more institutions will be in place in catching up with the fundamental changes of the general landscape of the world. And third, judging from what I have seen from Asia, I think the current situation, including the tariff war, will give more pressure for regional countries to strengthen their regional arrangements, including economic integration, including regional frameworks on currency, on payment, on connectivity, on communications, on transformations. All those things will be further strengthened through regional and bilateral arrangements. So with the missing of multilateral solutions, I believe that more solutions will come up from regional joint efforts in the coming days. And my last point is that while the world is behaving like this, and it gives more obligations to think tanks. I think for think tanks, we are not decision makers, but we do have a very important role to play. First, we need to tell decision makers whatever objectives they set from their national perspective, they need an international dimension. They need a good international environment. Without a good international environment, no goals, no objectives will be realized. And second, we need to tell the world through our academic studies, that's what BFA is doing, that the world is really changing. You may like the world going back to Cold War era or 50 years ago, but the reality is that the world is changing. You have to adopt a mindset catching up with the profound changes of the world. And third, for think tanks, we need to, while politicians are adopting or making decisions based on their national perspective, I think for think tanks, we are the ones to adopt a more broader mindset, and not simply based on my national perspective, European perspective, Asian perspective. And we do need to come up with some joint solutions based on joint perspectives. That's what I wish to add. Thank you so much. I hope I did not delay the launch of the lunch.
No, I think, thank you, Ambassador Zhang. Excellent concluding remarks, actually very impact and very comprehensive. Absolutely, I think you have said whatever at the end that the think tanks, like a forum like this, is really absolutely important. That today we had 300 participate throughout the 2 days, but also over 60 countries, different think tanks, policymakers, and academics, and also industry, business, all gathered here to talk about those jointly concerned initiatives. And I think this is really a great platform. And we, CCG, will take good notes, we'll take good recordings, and we'll make relevant briefs and recommendations to the relevant organization departments in China. So once again, I want to thank all of you for taking your precious time to come afar from all over the world, but also to contribute your ideas and wisdom for a more stable, more multilateral and more prosperous world. And we really appreciate your time. So we are running out of time, unfortunately, and we hope that we'll continue to discuss in the next 2 days, and really appreciate all your participation. Thank you very much. We close this lunch. Okay, good afternoon. We are waiting for another co-host, but maybe let me start first. So it's really extreme pleasure to welcome all of you to come to this very important roundtable discussion this afternoon. And so we actually going to talk about this forum on the U.S. and China relations. Basically, it's a very good roundtable that we are having today for this important timing that it's so important. And we're very honored to have Her Excellency Dr. Qinghua Kong, also the President of and Chief Executive Officer of Asia Society and former Minister of Foreign Affairs of South Korea, personally come to our conference today. And also, I'm also very pleased to welcome Ambassador Huang Ping, and he was actually the Consul General in New York from Minister of Foreign Affairs for 6 years and just got back. And also he's now the Vice President of China-US Friendship Association in Beijing. So as we can see, as the second Trump administration that took over, we can see there's a lot of new development lately, and particularly the trade war, of course, a tariff war that we've been witnessing in the past months. But fortunately, we had a great progress achieved in Geneva, and hopefully that will be continued. But I think U.S. and China relations are the most important bilateral relations in the world, and also this is really very important relation that we need to maintain and safeguard with. But also we need to prevent any misconception and miscommunication and miscalculation. So this is very important. There's a lot of mis-narratives and miscommunication going on from two countries. So I think it's a really great occasion today that we are gathered here to clarify some of that and maybe have more further studies on those issues. And we're Center for China and Globalization and Asia Society is extremely interested to continue this kind of a dialogue that we are really trying to focus on this miscommunication and misnarrative. I know Dr. Kang has a PhD in communication from U.S. institutions, so it's excellent for you to participate. And also your experience as a former foreign minister in South Korea has really seen the things that have been going on from a third perspective. So it's now you are living in New York, and also you traveled to China many times too. So it's really a great occasion to talk on this issue. I'm very glad now we have Chen Jin, the Vice President of Asia Society, and also the Managing Director and co-founder of Center for China Analysis at Asia Society Policy Institute based in New York. So he's co-host with me today as well. So probably Jin Chen, you would like to say a few words so that we can invite Dr. Kan and Ambassador Huang to deliver opening remarks after your opening.
Thank you, Henry. Again, my late arrival is a case in point of the importance of communication. I was told to come here at 2 o'clock, which arrived, but apparently we started a little bit earlier. But thank you, Henry, for co-hosting this with Asia Society and Center for China Analysis. This is a continuation of a very useful conversation we had in New York of the importance of clear misperception and to have right perception between US and China. And I'd like to just offer a couple of framing points, and we have many experts and key interlocutors with many years of experience, particularly Ambassador Huang and the Minister Kang, to open for us. In China, we have a saying called 知为行之始 from 大学章句, which basically means the beginning of wisdom is the definition of terms, to quote Socrates. And I do think the convergence of wisdom of the East and West is to establish right perception of the self and others, particularly in this era of misinformation and fake news. And I think only the right perceptions of self and others can lead to right actions and good outcome. In China, we often say that we should, or the Americans should establish 对华正确认知, the right perception of China. But here I'd also like to ask all of our speakers to think about how can we establish 对美正确认知 to establish the right perception of the US. And I think from some of the experiences participating in this trade talk, I think both right perceptions of the US and China contribute directly to the success of Geneva talk, which is a very good start. We do have a lot of experts speaking on the right perception of China. Perhaps a couple of examples of the perception on the US as food for thought for people to discuss. One is that is American first really anti-China? Not necessarily, I think, as the Liberation Day, tariff is really global. And they are actually serving US domestic politics and economic purpose. As important as China is, as I constantly remind our friends in China, it is unfortunately and fortunately that China is not always on the top of the list of the presidential agenda. So that's the first point I want to share. Second one is that President Trump, is that really an isolationist, or is he more non-interventionist? Maybe he has no ideological leaning, whatever works. Again, serving his domestic political and economic agendas. And third one, is MAGA really anti-establishment, or MAGA is the new establishment? There's many other prompts I can put on the table, but just to put a few of those on the table to probe some discussions. But again, I think to establish some of the right perceptions of US will be critical for the sustainable US-China right perception and the sustainable outcome of the trade negotiation and action, as Madam Khan has mentioned in the morning. So with that, I turn back to you, Henry.
Okay, thank you, Jin. And so probably to start with, I would really like to have the opening remarks for this special section on the special roundtable section on the US-China trade war narratives in a year of a great power competition, perceptions and realities. So I will start with Ambassador Wang Ping to give us an opening remark.
Thank you so very much, Henry. Your Excellency, Dr. Kong, Managing Director Chen Jin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to attend the 11th China and Globalization Forum. I would like to thank you, CCG and the Asia Society Policy Institute for co-hosting this highly strategic dialogue, as well as to all the distinguished guests for your active and insightful participation. The theme of the roundtable, China-US trade war narratives in the area of great power competition, perceptions and realities, is highly relevant. In recent years, China-US relations have experienced twists and turns, with existing issues in bilateral ties being magnified. The noise of decoupling has grown louder, and the narratives of trade wars and the great war competition, great power competition, have become more prominent. But is this narrative truly reflective of reality? In fact, China and the US are not only the world's two largest economies, but each other's major trading partners. The two countries share extensive common interests and have both benefited from decades of cooperation. In the past 2 years, for example, the bilateral trade has stayed above $660 billion. American consumers still continue to thrive on Chinese products, and tens of thousands of US businesses remain deeply engaged in Chinese market. Supply chains of the two countries are highly interwoven, and education and tourism exchanges have shown remarkable resilience. But narratives matter. Narratives shape perceptions, and perceptions shape policies. If we define China-US relations through the lens of great power competition, we tend to arrive at more confrontational conclusions. When we view economic and trade interactions through the lens of a trade war, we not only exaggerate differences, but also narrow the space for dialogue and cooperation. In truth, great power competition is not a defining feature of China-US relations, and the trade war is nothing more than a man-made disaster. History and the reality have taught us that China and the US stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. As a diplomat with over 40 years of experience, having served in New York, Chicago, Washington, Ottawa, and Harare in Zimbabwe, I deeply understand that interactions between nations depend not only on high-level official engagement, but also on mutual understanding and trust between peoples. As Vice President of the China-US People's Friendship Association, I've always believed that the feature of China-US relations lies in the people. The cultural ties between ordinary Chinese and Americans form the most profound and resilient foundation for bilateral relations. The common interests between China and the US far outweigh differences. If the two sides adhere to the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation, we will surely find the right way to get along and achieve shared prosperity. Narratives of decoupling or confrontation should be rejected. We should advocate for finding common ground amid differences while managing rationality and restraining competition. Hostility and confrontation should not dictate the course of China-US relations. Since the friendship is not a zero-sum game, the future of China and the US does not only concern the two countries themselves, but also global stability, development, and prosperity. Employment, supply chains, climate change, and global health, these are all pressing global issues that require cooperation between China and the US, as well as our shared wisdom and a sense of responsibility. In this area of uncertainty, platforms for dialogue like today's forum give us hope. As long as we're still willing to listen and sit down to talk, it means we still believe that we can find common ground, that understanding can overcome bias, and that dialogue can reduce conflict. In closing, I would like to quote an ancient Chinese saying, "A single tree does not make a forest, and a single string cannot produce music." Just as this proverb suggests, no country can thrive in isolation. Only through joint efforts and mutual respect can we build a peaceful, stable, and sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Huang. As always, can't agree with you more. Dialogue can truly prevent conflicts and clear misperceptions. That's the very essence of the dialogue that CCG has conveyed today. Now, I'd like to turn to Minister Kang for your opening special remarks.
Thank you very much, Jing. Thank you very much, Henry, for hosting this roundtable. I think of all the roundtables organized around this forum, this is probably the most interesting, not because I'm part of it, because I think this is the issue of the day. The US-China relations, the trade relations, and all the misperceptions and the misunderstanding that had fed this tension. This is a continuation of the conversation that Asia Society and the Center has had in New York a couple of weeks ago, and we thought it would be wonderful to continue the discussion with thought leaders from other parts of the world. Yes, I majored in effective communication, but the first rule of effective communication is, of course, to be a good leader, and that is extremely hard, even among best friends, individuals. But if you're aiming for effective communication between governments and countries, you know, there's institutional agendas coming in, there are individual leadership styles coming in. So the difficulty of effective communication and accurate perception is all the more difficult. And add to that the current era where the anti-China rhetoric is so pervasive in the United States, wherever you go. And there doesn't even seem to be an attempt to question whether these assumptions and understanding about China is accurate or not, factual or not. And that is why the work of our Center for China Analysis, is doing an extremely important work because it is factual. It is evidence-based analysis of what's going on inside China. And then there are thought leaders in the United States, in the administration, that do appreciate this kind of a factual, accurate understanding of developments in China and how China's approach to these issues. The level of misperception, misunderstanding, I think, was clearly playing out prior to the Geneva talks. For weeks, we were hearing from the Americans, yes, talks are happening. Beijing was saying, no, there's nothing happening. And boom, Geneva happens. So clearly, something was not spelled out publicly, maybe intentionally not, but clearly there was a huge gap between what Washington was saying, what Beijing was saying, and that left policy thinkers around the world in a quandary. But I think we are hugely relieved that the Geneva talks did lead to an outcome that is huge relief, but also promises further consultations and negotiations in the 90 days. There's very little news since then, and I tend to think no news is good news, probably. I can only hope that there are responsible stakeholders and key people in both sides continuing to that discussion so that at the end of the 90 days, we will get something more lasting and more stabilizing. So with those just off-the-cuff remarks, I am, very honored to be a part of this roundtable discussion and really eager to hear the thoughts and the views to be expressed by our participants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Minister Kang. Excellent. Absolutely. I still remember very well a few weeks ago, we were in Asia Society office in New York, and we discussed a lot with Jin Chen there. Chair that meeting on how this misconception and misgap we have in today. So we've been discussing with Asia Society, and we come up with some questions. For example, to what extent the current U.S.-China trade relation driven by economic reality, and how does dynamic interpreted by the public media and policy elites in both countries? What roles are narrative play in either escalating or de-escalate trade tensions, and how might dialogue platform and expert diplomacy shape a more constructive bilateral trade future? And how are the evolving trade war narrative within the US and China contributing to the deterioration or recalibration of bilateral ties under the second Trump presidency? And what role do media, think tanks, and political discourse play in shaping public perception and elite policy narrative on both sides? And how can this influence be redirected towards more constructive engagement? And also finally, how are third parties such as Europe, Global South, the international institutions like WTO responding to or being impacted by the outgoing US-China trade dynamics in a polarized international environment? Is there a room for a new strategic framework or narrative architect to managing the trade tensions between the U.S. and China? So there's a lot of questions that we have in mind. But what I do is I rotate chair with Jin Chen, and I know Doug, you have something to go first, but maybe Doug, you can start first as a U.S. think tank representative here, and also former advisor for the Reagan administration. So Doug, please.
Well, it's certainly a pleasure to be at the forum and to discuss these issues, though they're rather painful, frankly, to discuss. As we look at US-China trade relations, today it's tempting to think of it as only Donald Trump. But these long have been controversial in the United States. The issue of most favored nation trading status for the United States under the Clinton administration was a major political battle. And there have been hawks who have argued in recent years that the United States made a major mistake by granting that because it empowered China and has now created what they view as a very dangerous rival. So these sentiments are out there even separate from Donald Trump. this is trade, but it's also sovereignty, it's also national security, it's also politics, it's so much more, especially in the United States, but I think in other countries very often as well. And with China and the United States, there really are two levels of trade issues. One is that Donald Trump is a mercantilist, and his economic theories, in my view, are kind of 19th or 18th century, and he's the most important American politician who holds those views and the only one who has had the power to implement them. So that's going on now, and he has various ideas in mind. He wants to raise money. He wants to push other countries' barriers down, and he also wants to have some idea of reciprocal tariffs, all of which contradict one another. So exactly where he's going in general is hard to know. The other issue is China. And I think that as we look at the trade issue with the US and China, it ties into the larger vision that has taken over Washington of both parties of a geopolitical struggle. So it gets into the question of high tech, whether it be semiconductor chips, AI. It gets into the idea of supply chains. It gets into the idea of things like rare earths and dependency on those. So all of these issues are kind of swirling around. So it's very hard to know exactly what he wants and what would satisfy him at the end of this negotiation. But I do think he wants to do so. I think he is not as hawkish as many of the people around him. He does seem very genuine in not wanting war. And that is something, again, given his policies, you might question that, but I think that in fact, that is very fundamental to his viewpoint. So I have some hope that having seen a de-escalation of the conflict on tariffs, that there really is a chance to have a serious negotiation. And my hope is that what comes out of that will not be decoupling and radically pulling apart the US and China, but rather a much narrower attempt to define areas that are both countries view as very important, preeminent, very security oriented, and set those aside and then open up cooperation elsewhere. The question of narrative, I think, is important. The perception that is out there is that from his standpoint, trade is a ripoff. And what's interesting in the United States, at least, is under his first term, he lost ground with that argument, that the American people were more pro-free trade at the end of his administration than at the start. That in fact, the fact it was debated and other groups, including my think tank, entered in, actually convinced people that trade was mutually beneficial. So I think this is not an issue that we should give up on, that indeed we can win this. And in a sense, what we want to do is move from me, us, what is trade for me, to we, all of us. That is, that trade benefits all of us. Trade is a way to bring poor people into the international circle of exchange. It's a way to expand opportunity, to expand access to technology. The trade in China is a prime example, has had an enormously positive economic impact. It enriches, it empowers, it brings poor people into and makes them in many ways equal to people of better means. And what we need out of that then, I think, is constructive engagement at all levels of our societies, which is one reason I view these kind of exchanges as being very useful. I am often asked why I come to China. I have family members who are very concerned that terrible things might happen to me as I disappear off to this colossus somewhere in the East, which is very mysterious to them. Nevertheless, these exchanges, in my view, are extraordinarily important. And I think particularly between the United States and China, they must continue, that we must better understand each other, have a dialogue, and make very clear that we can together progress in positive cooperation and positive benefits. There are going to be challenges along the way without any question. And this moment is a very challenging one for those of us who believe in US-China relations as well as free trade. But I believe that we can win this. And I guess my message for everyone here is don't give up. That I believe we can win the intellectual battle. I think that we can help turn around the political battle. And even Donald Trump, I think, wants to work something out that is much better than that of many people in my country want. That in fact, Donald Trump sees a more positive future for the United States and China, and one that we could at least live with and build upon in the future, that I think would get us further from where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc, very much. I think many of what you said are music to my ears. I particularly like what you said of winning the intellectual battle, and we can possibly win the political battle. And I also agree with you that I think President Trump is overestimating his destructive nature, and I think his peace-loving nature is underestimated as well. I'm a strong believer of human agency, and particularly when that's backed by your evidence-based change. As you said, the Cato Institute has successfully convinced the general public about the benefit of trade. Thank you for sharing that positivity. Now we turn to Ambassador Ma. Ambassador Ma is president of China Society for WTO Study under the MOFCOM. So Ambassador Ma, looking forward to your insights.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Your Excellencies, dear guest, it's my great pleasure to participate in today's forum. So talking about U.S.-China trade war and talking about China-U.S. economic relations. So there are many dimensions. So I'm from the Society of China WTO Studies. So, more focus on the multilateral trade principles. So I would like to say some words like this. So today my remarks, will start from the topic of 5. The topic of 5 of our discussion this afternoon. How are the third parties to respond to the impact these situations, respond to the current situations. So I would like to say something about China's response at first. When the U.S. began to impose reciprocal tariffs on China, so China, fought back. The U.S. has imposed retaliatory tariffs on China. China also imposed the retaliatory tariffs, so that you see getting escalated to 145%. So, why China do this? We should understand well. First of all, China is prepared. China is prepared. Where many people around the world are talking about uncertainty. But China believes that there is uncertainty. There is a certainty. That's when Donald Trump came back to president again, he will definitely increase tariffs on China. So that's certainty. So that's including Chinese companies, they also have this kind of predictions. So that's China has prepared. Second, the imposition of the tariffs is only part of the high pressure measures of the Trump's administration. We believe that. We believe that if you bow your head and accept his reciprocal tariffs, he will continue to put another pressure on you. So China has only this option to resist him and prevent him from continuing to pressurize. Third, China's opposition to the U.S. reciprocal tariffs, just like Chinese government side, is not only to show China's toughness, but also to persuade the Trump's administration to return to the WTO and to return to the trade dispute settlement mechanism under this framework of the WTO. So I'm doing this kind of job. So I believe that, we try to show them we should have a framework, multilateral trade framework, talk about this. So that's why we try to, we try to keep out this principle, because, all of the WTO members have lowered the tariffs to basically responsible level and promote the trade facilitation. Why can Americans change this overnight? So if the United States does this, if another WTO members follow the example to do this, the international trade will fall into chaos, and the multilateral trade rules have worked hard. The WTO members have worked hard to form these trade rules will be destroyed. Therefore, China counterattacked to the U.S. Reciprocal tariffs. This is not only for China, but also we actively to uphold the multilateral trading system. So, my friend, now you see, China and the United States held consultations in Geneva and reached a preliminary consensus on some issues. So, what I mean is China's approach provides an example for Europe, for Global South, and for other WTO members. So this example is we try to bring the negotiations, back to WTO framework. Okay, so this is our suggestion. And now China, this question is how to manage the tensions. Today now after the negotiation in Geneva, China and the United States have agreed to suspend the 24% reciprocal tariffs for 90 days. I hope the 24% tariffs should be permanently abolished. And then we continue to negotiate to eliminate the other 10% of these reciprocal tariffs. So we call on WTO members to work together. We try to go this direction. And China and the United States needs to negotiate the removal of the fentanyl tariffs on China, because China cannot be blamed for this abuse of fentanyl, issues. This is for other kind of tariffs, keep in talk and negotiation. Now we are happy to say a consultation mechanism has been established between China and the United States. And I hope this negotiation process can be accelerated in the coming future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Ma from the China WTO Studies of Ministry of Commerce. Absolutely, we hope to continue discussion and we can get the 20% of fentanyl off, and also let's settle the final 10% with U.S. as well. So thank you for your recommendations. Now I would like to have Rashid Mohammedani to say. So because of that, we are also tightly scheduled. We have many speakers, so maybe we'll manage the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. I'll make sure that my remarks are brief. I'd like to start with some news. Just days ago, Colombia started the process of joining the new development bank, known as the BRICS Bank. This wasn't purely a financial decision, it was a statement. Colombia, long anchored in the Western Hemisphere, made a deliberate choice to align with an institution born out of the Global South. So this shows the new dynamic when it comes to South-South cooperation. So now let's talk about the US-China trade tensions. There is no doubt they are rooted in genuine economic concerns, competition in semiconductors, AI, green technologies, and supply chains, but they're also sometimes shaped by distorted and powerful narratives. The US elites increasingly frame the relationship with China as one of betrayal. They feel that the liberal economic order they helped build has been weaponized against them. The public, often influenced by media sensationalism, unfortunately sees China not as a trade partner, but as a threat to American jobs, security, and values. Meanwhile, China frames itself as a rising nation, asserting its rightful place still as a developing country, but one determined to lead the next generation of technologies. These competing narratives aren't just media spins. They are reshaping public opinion, hardening political stances, but more importantly, they are leading policy. So I'll keep my recommendation short, but my first recommendation is we need to desecuritize trade narratives. Instead of framing tech transfers and supply chains as existential threats, we need to recognize them as areas of competition and potential cooperation. The Global South relies a lot on tech transfers from both China and the US. Platforms like the NDP, the AIB, and regional trade frameworks in the GCC and Southeast Asia can serve as a neutral space where they can mediate, not escalate tensions. History teaches us that economical, technical, and cultural exchange will happen nevertheless. My final point will be that point of third parties. So what do we mean here by third parties? Third parties like the EU, the Global South, have a defining role in potentially managing these tensions between the US and China. If you remember in my earlier remarks, I mentioned that the prominence of global bridge cities like Doha can act as areas of mediation and collaboration and a place to convene. In the end, both the US and China are thankfully having discussions now, as one of my fellow speakers mentioned. And I think it is in both countries' interest to continue the discussion. And again, economic and technical transfers will happen nevertheless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adish, for your very constructive suggestion. I think desecularization is going to be a critical next step. We have advocated for US-China clean tech collaboration in third countries, Southeast Asia, Middle East, the Global South for a long time. It's going to be increasingly challenging, but at least mutual constructive non-intervention can be a reasonable next step. But thank you for that. I think next we're going to Emmanuel, the founder and president of the Asia Institute. We look forward to your insights.
Thank you very much. And as an American, I think I'd like to address the United States. And the biggest concern has been the breakdown of scientific intellectual discourse in Washington, D.C., which affects trade, but affects everything. And so I guess I would say the most critical issue for us is science. And I want to stress this in two respects. One, there is a very common misperception that science and technology are related. They're in fact opposites. Science is the pursuit of truth through a methodology which is essentially philosophical, of ascertaining what is accurate or inaccurate through a rigorous intellectual process. Technology is something that produces an effect, something like what we generally label as AI, which can be scientific or it can be the complete opposite. And we need to focus on science, especially in the United States, which is now cutting back so severely on scientific research. Also, in the American case, America has fallen into this unfortunate trap of stressing democracy and downplaying science. Democracy, the reflection of the opinions of large numbers of people, is critical for policy, but science is not determined through voting, and scientific truth is not determined in that manner. And so stressing in the United States a scientific approach, whether it's to policy in general, to trade, and to other aspects of our administration is absolutely critical. Science is a basis for cooperation with China and other countries. I would say it should be the center for American Chinese cooperation, would be basic science research. Science should be the basis for policy, especially encouraging scientific thinking and rational intellectual behavior on the part of citizens, something which the United States is moving in the opposite direction. So I don't criticize Donald Trump on his trade policy, but I am very critical of him on his radical anti-intellectual position, which is extremely dangerous for the United States, especially on the issue of education for average Americans. Also, science is critical when we're addressing the very fundamental problem of the concentration of wealth. So increasingly, a very small number of people are able to control large amounts of information and assets, and they are using this as a weapon. The most effective way to respond is to demand a scientific dialogue based upon the confirmation of truths, and that is really the basis for the long-term interest of the United States, but for humanity as well, since we have to think long-term. So the question is going to be where we're going to be in 100 years, in 200 years, and I think if we look at it in those terms, a lot of the policies being pursued today will be catastrophic. And finally, I would say that science is a way to avoid the drive for war, which is increasingly based upon technological solutions. And technology obviously can play a very important role in our society, but if it does not have a scientific basis for confirming its application to society and its function, then it can be extremely dangerous. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. And now I would like to hear from Philip Fickington. I know you're the chief economist and the senior fellow at Hungary Institute of International Affairs, a very well-known think tank in Budapest.
Thank you very much. I think the meeting in Geneva showed that the highly aggressive tariffs are probably not going to come back. I think the Trump administration realized how damaging they would be to the United States economy, and I think that's probably behind us. But I would like to highlight an issue that I think is going to become an increasing issue over the next few years, and that's it can be shown in the impact that Liberation Day, so-called, had on the US financial markets. I think there's extensive evidence now that the Liberation Day policies may have signaled the beginning of the end of the US dollar as the global reserve currency. I'll give you a single example of this. I won't bore you with financial details. I'm sure people don't want to know it. But typically when equity markets sell off, US bonds are bought. It's a rush for safety, it's called in markets. That is not happening. Both are selling off at the same time. That's a bit of a red flashing light to me. What this will mean, if true, is that the global economy could face a rebalancing regardless of the policies that the Trump administration carries out moving forward. In fact, it may face a rebalancing in spite of any policies that any government pursues. This may not be an inherently bad thing, but it does risk instability. It risks inflation in the United States with a declining dollar, and it risks financial market instability in China, especially given the fact that the capital account is closed. It might become more difficult to manage that. These dynamics will be exacerbated by any further turmoil in messaging from the current administration, which may or may not come. But there is reason to think, we can't be certain, but there is reason to think that these processes may have been now set in motion and there may not be any way to stop them. We see that this week, bonds, US government bonds have continued to sell off. If you look at the financial press today, you'll see that being reported. That is in spite of the fact that the Geneva meeting produced results. So what that's telling me, at least, is that the financial markets are saying we're locking this movement in spite of the fact that the tariffs have been largely, although not completely, removed. Again, I think this probably speaks to the fact that the de-dollarization process may actually be taking place. So what is the solution to this? Well, the first thing I'd say is I expect the Trump administration will now pivot in the next year or two from talking about tariffs to talking about US dollar policy. And I would hope that the Chinese government would start to consider the same issue now so that we can get ahead of it. I would propose, obviously we have limited time here, but I would just put it out there that this may be a very good opportunity to introduce a truly multilateral global monetary system, a real one, a new Bretton Woods system that isn't based on the US dollar, but is based on a truly multilateral arrangement, as was proposed by John Maynard Keynes in 1944 at Bretton Woods. But even if that doesn't happen, I think it's just really worth highlighting that in the next few years, we will have to have a very important discussions around the issues of currency and the US dollar in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip, for a very bold proposal, a new Bretton Woods system. This is to be discussed. Next, we have Oli Shale from UK, the Chief Executive Officer of the UK National Committee on China. Oli, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Henry. It's good to see you. The framing 5 questions emphasize a range of issues which everyone here is familiar with, and we all share concerns. Discussion can perhaps be helpfully focused less on how and why we are in the situation we are, or even who is responsible for current tensions, but rather how each nation can individually and collectively contend with this new dynamic. In the case of the British government, which has been in place for less than a year, Starmer's leadership team is finding a way to manage by crossing the river by feeling the stones. The British perspective, the government has had to contend with competing levers, compromised of domestic interests and goals, as well as international objectives. But for us, it is not about Britain first, but it is also not about enabling another to be the first. The Starmer government has demonstrated continuous investment in the free trading system and Britain's role in it, as demonstrated by the new signed agreements with India, Australia, New Zealand, as well as joining the CPTPP. Whether in the trade and economic system or beyond, Britain is reinvigorating consistency in policy and consistency in diplomacy. Multilateral, bilateral, and minilateralism remain keen tools, but there are legitimate economic and national security concerns arising out of the economic and political shifts, not least technological innovation. Like all governments, a key priority for Great Britain is finding a balance faced with growing domestic, regional, and international security concerns. Managing these pressures is the reality. Britain's focus on how to respond to this challenge has been particularly focused on avoiding over-securitization, whilst also delivering and moving towards a security-informed economy. In this, Great Britain sees neither trade nor diplomatic relations as a zero-sum game. Britain has long had a history and role in the establishment of multinational institutions and the international world order. This approach has been a foundation for trust, cooperation, and consistency. As the UK government successfully negotiated with the Trump government as the first solution, the British government have demonstrated maturity and tenacity and can be observed as a stabilizing example of how it is possible to elegantly deliver a less chaotic recalibration of arrangements. On China, the UK government will publish its much anticipated China audit next month, which should provide further clarity on how the UK seeks to grow trade and investment with our friends in China in the pursuit of a security-informed economy. On a final note, when faced with unpleasant, unpredictable, and disrespectful noisy tones, the best approach is to respond thoughtfully and quietly, as it provides others relief and encourages everyone to lean in and consider things more thoughtfully. And this is what we're doing today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Oli, for coming from UK to our conference. Now, next, I'd like to have Dennis Simon. He's the ex-provost, executive provost of Duke Kunshan University in China, but also now president of Alliance Global Talent Organization, a well-known scholar. We'd like to hear from you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Henry. I want to kind of open this up because parallel to the trade difficulties, I want to talk a little bit about what Emmanuel touched on, which is the deteriorating relationship between the two countries in science and technology and in education, and especially the role being played by the U.S. Congress, and in particular the role by the Select Committee led by Representative Molinar, used to be called the Gallagher Committee. You may recall that in November 2023, President Xi Jinping, during the APEC meeting, in his meeting with President Biden, announced that China was going to launch a 50,000 strong program to bring 50,000 American students to China, and that was well received. And so far, I think about 15,000 Americans have come over the last 2+ years. But underlying this are many, many problems. And let me just highlight a few. 3 states, Florida, Texas, and Ohio, have already initiated legislation limiting their state university systems from working with countries of concern in which China tops the list. 6 major universities now, like the University of Southern California, are being investigated for quote-unquote being too chummy with China, as if there is some kind of chummy index, and if you score too high on it, you might get investigated by the Congress. The University of Michigan was forced to close its very successful joint program with Shanghai Jiaotong University, again, because of a big push by this congressional committee, which has also led to the closure of Georgia Tech, Tianjin University, and UC Berkeley. And late last week, as Henry mentioned, I was the former Executive Vice Chancellor of Duke Kunshan. The committee sent a letter to the president of Duke University asking that they terminate their relationship with that joint venture because Wuhan University allegedly has too many ties to the Chinese military. The number of Chinese students studying in the United States is on a big decline from a high of 372,000 in 2019 to 274,000 last year, and probably will go down between 25,000 to 50,000 this year. And the number of U.S. students studying in China is somewhere between 1,200 and 1,400, but it's nowhere near the high of the 15,000 that had existed previously. And finally, we have a science and technology agreement that fortunately was renewed at the last minute under the administration in December 2024, but that agreement basically lies dormant, and it's languishing probably in the desk of President Trump, who has to decide whether to ignore it or simply cancel it. So we are in a very difficult spot with respect to those aspects of the relationship because they had played the role of so-called foundational elements. Even at a time when the bilateral relationship was experiencing political problems, the trust and the understanding in the realms of science and technology and in education had helped steady the relationship. Even during the most difficult moments in June 1989, the relationship continued steady by continued engagement in these 2 areas. I just want to end by quoting a speech. In her final visit to the United States before she retired, Vice Premier Liu Yundong gave a speech at Columbia University, and this is a good thing about Columbia University. And at that time, she talked about the role of people-to-people diplomacy. And that even in times when the government-to-government bilateral relationship may be experiencing tensions, it is very possible that the people-to-people part of the relationship could play a very important role. So I'd like to suggest that rather than talking about President Trump and President Xi all the time, maybe we ought to look to a bottom-up solution rather than a top-down. It's not that the top-down is not important, but it could be that this relationship can be revitalized, restored, and regain momentum through continuing to push on these people-to-people aspects, science and technology collaboration, education cooperation, and maybe if enough momentum is acquired, people in the Congress, people in other positions might get the hint that in fact the American people and the Chinese people are both heavily in favor of these relationships proceeding ahead. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. I strongly applaud to that. I was at Liu Yundong's speech, hearing her speaking about people-to-people, can't agree with that more. I was also at President Xi's dinner where we were co-host of the welcome dinner, where he proposed the 50K student youth exchange program. I completely agree with your point that science and tech and education exchange is facing tremendous amount of challenge. And to quote earlier Doc's point, this is an intellectual battle we have to win and we have to fight. And there's a lot of misperception driven by this over-securitization, as another colleague has mentioned. I just want to emphasize one point. At the same time, CCA in New York is organizing a public event addressing exactly this issue. Is the US-China deterioration of science and tech cooperation actually has a global consequence, because US-China collaboration on science is contributing to over half of the innovation over the past decade as well. But thank you for raising that concern. Now I'm going to turn to another veteran of US-China relationship, the president of American-China Public Affairs Institute, Fred Tin.
Thank you. The turbulence of US-China trade relations we face is not merely a clash of tariffs, technology, or trade balance, but rather it's a contest of narratives. The Trump 2.0 has injected fresh volatility into a bilateral relations that underpins global economic stability, and yet these actions are often framed less by economic necessity than by the story we tell ourselves, amplified by the media, shaped by think tanks, and weaponized by politicians. While the US often cites intellectual property theft, market access barrier, and national security risk as economic justification, we must acknowledge that concerns are filtered through political cycles and strategic anxiety. In China, the narrative increasingly centers on resilience, technological self-reliance, and defending sovereignty against the US containment. The reality is complex. Despite conflicts, US and China trade hit historical heights in recent years, and American companies continue to rely on Chinese manufacturing, while Chinese firms seek to access to global markets. The public, however, rarely hears this story. Instead, they are absorbed with a simplified tale of confrontation, of economic nationalism over economic interdependence. Today's challenge is to shift from a zero-sum narrative of rivalry to one of the many managed competition, mutual interest, and shared responsibility. Dialogue platforms like this are critical in rebalancing this discourse. We need diplomats who speak in the language of mutual benefits, economists who analyze trade data free of ideology, and journalists who investigate facts rather than chase headlines. When experts lead the conversation, public discourse can follow with great balance. The role of media and think tank is pivotal. In the US, public understanding is too often filtered through an adversarial stand. In China, coverage sometimes can harden into nationalism. Both systems have room and responsibility for promoting more fact-based, solution-oriented dialogue. Institutions at this platform are well positioned to reframe the debate, not as a war to be won, but as a relationship to be balanced. We need cross-border research collaboration, joint business roundtables, and academic exchange that depolarize the issues, foster shared problem solving. Finally, we must recognize the rest of the world is not passive observers. Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, Middle East, and Latin America are deeply impacted by US-China dynamics, from supply chain disruption to contested standards in AI and climate finance. Third parties are demanding a voice, and they deserve a voice, and a stake in shaping global rules. There's an urgent need for a new narrative architecture, one that goes beyond confrontation and builds a strategic framework, inclusive of all major economies, fair to all nations, grounded in multilateral principle, and responsive to the 21st century challenges. Trade wars are easy to start, but hard to justify, and even harder to end. As thought leaders, we must be guardians of truth and architects of a better story based on authenticity and integrity, and orient towards peace, prosperity, and partnership. I just want to add, Dr. Kang earlier have spoke. The world trade has grown 4,500%. That's 45 times. So imagine if Henry started with a pie, and I counted this table, it's 40 seats. That means you get a pie, you get a pie, you get a pie, you get a pie, everybody get a pie, plus there's 5 more pies if somebody want to come and pick it up. To say that any country's trade is not fair to another country, I think that we have plenty to go around. It's really the distribution to be fairly, there's plenty around, and that's what we should look at. It's not enough, it's not a zero-sum game. It's a distribution issue. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Thank you, Fred. I know you've been in the front of the China-US exchange, the understanding. So thank you. Finally, I would like to have Dr. Andy Zelek, a senior lecturer, Harvard Business School from US. I know you come from Boston. Would like to hear from you as the last speaker.
Thank you very much. Very grateful to be here. Let me propose 2 realities that I think are helpful to understanding the trade dispute in context. First, the US and the PRC have long been operating 2 very different, both very effective models of domestic political economy that have for some time been colliding in the global economy without adequate rules of the game for addressing that collision in a manner satisfactory to both parties. The trade disputes ultimately reflect an underlying clash of political economies. It's worth noting that China's objective in deploying its particular political economic model is not to cause collisions, it's to progress the nation on as fast a track as possible. Still, there's a collision. Second, this clash of political economic models and the trade disputes symptomatic of that clash take place within the much broader contest for preeminence in, let's call it, comprehensive national power. It's that contest that's ultimately the main event, and I believe it's more than merely rhetorical. All of which is to say that the intense focus on the trade war is of course very understandable, but in some respects it tends to misdirect attention to what are essentially symptoms and away from root causes. It also can mislead us toward a mistaken view that the trade disputes can be meaningfully and sustainably resolved in isolation from the broader issues. Now that can sound maybe negative or pessimistic, but I want to take a page from Doug and actually be a little bit optimistic about the possibilities under President Trump. And I say this as someone who voted for his opponent and who disagrees with many of his policies. Let me give you 5 quick reasons why something positive in the US-China domain can happen under this presidency. First, he really does aim to do big things with his presidency. Second, he has a lot more freedom of action as president than his predecessors have had for a variety of reasons. Third, he's a deal maker. He drives a tough bargain, but he pays a lot of attention to who is ultimately holding the high cards, as he puts it. The US holds some high cards, so does China. That argues in favor of a deal. Fourth, he has great respect for both China's achievements and for President Xi, as he talks about a lot. And fifth and final reason, while Trump does sometimes say rhetorically some quite harsh things about Chinese policies or actions and their effect on the US, he also puts the blame much more on his many predecessors in the White House, who in his view did not adequately stand up for the interests of the United States. My interpretation of his extensive commentary in this domain is that he views China's leaders as having done not just what could have been expected, but what in some sense they had the responsibility to do from their perspective, push the envelope quite aggressively, in this case in the commercial realm, to advance the interests of their country. My own hope is that the trade talks will prove to be mere prelude to very actively exploring whether a grand bargain of some sort, going well beyond the trade domain, is possible between these two great nations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Excellent 5 point that we need to look into further to see how we can really work with President Trump. I mean, he obviously is so different with his predecessor, and he said since his election 40 times good things about China. I do see a potential to have more dialogue with him. So thank you. I think we probably, because of time, we are closing this roundtable. But before we closing, I would really like to have, because we are also in partnership with Asia Society of this roundtable, thank Asia Society come specially for this roundtable that we both organizations host. So I'd like to have Ambassador Kang, Minister Kang, to have a final, some concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. I think trying to summarize all the thoughts and the questions and issues that have been tabled is too much of a mental exercise. But what stood out to me was how, you know, we as a group of thought leaders really need to push the idea of people-to-people exchanges and how to push against this political drive against science and facts. I think, Fred, your point about how we need diplomats that are thinking of mutual benefits, economists who are ideology-free, and journalists who do their work on fact gets very much to the kinds of work that are needed on both sides. I also take the point, I think it was Fred, you again, and this is something that I wanted to raise as well. We're so worked up, all of us, on China, US. We've forgotten about the rest of the world. The rest of the world also have agencies as continents, as individual countries. And I think if we were to take this kind of a dialogue to, say, South Korea, or Singapore, or Kenya, Nairobi, or other parts of the world, I think we would end up sounding rather detached from their reality. So the US-China context is overriding. All countries have important relationships with both, and therefore the tension in that relationship is the context, is the geopolitical context that we all need to govern countries and lead. But that doesn't mean that other countries don't have policies and thought leaders. And so I think we need to be much more open to other ideas and other analysis coming from other parts of the world. So those are some of my takeaways. But I think the importance of people-to-people exchange. And Asia Society also wants to be a part of the 50K initiative that President Xi announced. But I would hope it's not limited to 50K. That will just be the beginning, and that will lead to another era of very robust people-to-people, student-to-student, scientist-to-scientist researchers to research exchange between the United States, and not just between the United States, but to the other key players on the global community. India comes to mind, Southeast Asian countries, key players in this. And so we really need to expand our horizon, but also deepen the understanding about this bilateral relations. Jing's framing of how we really need to question the assumptions that we have. So if you read analysis coming from the Western media about this trade war, it comes off as if the US's ultimate aim in this trade war is all directed at China. And the rest is just secondary, periphery. But is the US trade policy only about China? Is the isolationist inclination the stronger one than the interventionist, not just in the president, but the decision makers in his camp? And MAGA, is that new? Or is it a return to something old in the past. These still are some very relevant questions that we need to constantly ask ourselves. We also need to ask about China. What is China's idea about the Great Rejuvenation? What is China's idea about all the global initiatives that the president has announced? So far, it remains as just rhetoric in the mindset of other parts of the world. So that's the key take I take away. Constantly questioning our assumptions, because we have a responsibility to make sure that the decisions, we have a responsibility to help those decision-making that are based upon accurate perceptions of the party on the other side of the aisle. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Kenhua, for this very thought-provoking and profound reflections. To make sure we establish the correct perceptions is step number one, then to follow with meaningful actions. I really appreciate your reflection. Thank you. Now let me turn to Ambassador Huang for some of your final thoughts.
Well, much have been said. As I first said, rhetoric narratives really matters. Based on my own experience of the 3 times working in the US, I traveled a lot. I met people from all walks of life. I found that, not many people get a chance to travel to China. They just couldn't get all their knowledge about China is from the media, from the speech talks of the politics, which are most of the occasions not that accurate, far from the fact. So based on these rhetorics, like China eat our lunch, like Americans being rid off by China. So that's why lots of people support this mega. Lots of people believe those are the facts, but actually they are not. The fact is globalization, American benefited hugely, greatly from this globalization, from the cooperation with China, because our economy are highly complementary. We both benefited from that. But ordinary people just have no idea about that. They believe the rhetorics, they believe the narratives. So how do you solve this problem? You can't just let people, all of them to travel to this country, but at least we can do so little by little. I want to echo with Dan Salmon to enhance the people-to-people communication, which can play a very important role. Like we keep the store open, we give this exemption of visas if you're doing the transfer. Right now, even if you go to my hometown, for American tourists to go to my hometown, Guizhou, you can stay there without a visa for 10 days, which is 240 hours. And we have this program, like 50,000 students in 5 years. President Xi invited them to come to China, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are actually implementing this. And I recently went to Tianjin Juilliard for commencement, the graduation. Tianjin Juilliard is the only overseas campus of Juilliard School overseas in Tianjin. And I'm going to Wenzhou King in June for their graduation. So if we could keep programs like this moving, if we could, keep the store open wide by having more Americans coming to this country to see the reality, if we could have this forum like this forum, keep this going. And I think at least we're doing something to help people to get the right perception of each other. That's something I want to add.
Thank you, Ambassador Huang. I think that comes to the conclusion of our roundtable this time on Sino-US relation. But I agree with Ambassador Kang, the narrative, the communication And also exchanges like this is so important that we need more. Center for China and Globalization was just in New York, in the US about 2-3 weeks ago. We had 8 days. We were during the height of the trade tariff. We talked to many people and traveled to quite a few cities. That is exactly the purpose of, I think, this dialogue, to enhance understanding and enhance communication. And I believe we have wisdom to solve our issues by the humankind. We have more common challenges. So I'd like to thank all of you, and I'll leave Chen to speak to conclude.
I have nothing to conclude but to thank everybody for your very thought-provoking contributions, and you give me a lot of hope. I think if all of you around the table in the room can be the negotiation team from both US and China, we will have very sustainable outcome. If you will make the team to make the new Bretton Woods system, we'll have a new Bretton Woods system. But I think the reality is much more complex. That's why the intellectual battle needs to be won, needs to be fought. I think we need to go out there and to communicate. We need to go out there to get in touch with the people who are not in the echo chamber, who are not in this cocoon of information. Go and talk with them. I think, again, I salute your efforts, Henry, and all of you. So thank you all for your contribution. We have to keep fighting. Thank you.
亲爱的各位来宾，欢迎大家继续和我们一起进入。
Come to second roundtable. Reshaping frameworks for global governance, the role of China and Global South.
Thank you for staying with us once again as we begin another roundtable titled Reshaping Frameworks for Global Governance, the Role of China and the Global South. The moderator of this roundtable will be Mabel Lu Miao, co-founder and Secretary General of CCG.
好，请大家掌声欢迎。
Let's warmly welcome Madam Miao Lu.
Good afternoon. Welcome return to our panel. Actually, this panel, this roundtable is in partnership with the Doha Forum. So pleased to host our friends from different countries to visit Beijing, to visit China, and to participate in the 11th China and Globalization Forum. In the past decade, our forum not just focus on the developed countries, we also very interested in the Global South. That moment, I remember a few years ago, we don't call it Global South, we call it developing countries and the rising powers. But today, I think this concept itself is very prevailing, it's very popular. I think itself, this demonstrates that the Global South powers so significant for the global governance. So aligned with the topic we had last December in Doha Forum, today I also would like to highlight the reshaping frameworks for global governance, the role of China and the Global South. Of course, China is part of Global South, emotionally, economically, also politically. The shifting priority of a major world power are creating an urgent need to recalibrate global governance framework as competition between the United States and China intensifies and the political landscapes evolve. The future of international trade, technology regulation, and the diplomacy hangs in the balance. This session will explore whether China's growing partnerships with the Global South can help stabilize the fragmenting global order, or whether pressure from strategic competition, trade tensions, and emerging technology challenges will drive deeper divides. Amid ongoing conflicts in the Middle East and mounting pressures on multilateral institutions, participants today will explore whether a more inclusive model of global cooperation can take shape or whether multilateralism will drift further into marginalization. So first of all, I would like to invite our two special remarks. One is from CCG's founder president Hui Yaowang, another from the General Manager of Doha Forum, Ms. Maha Aikwari. We would like to invite both of you to deliver the keynote special remarks for this roundtable. Later, we will enter the roundtable discussions. I would like to invite everyone to discuss with the candid and frank speaking. Thank you. First, I would like to hand over to Dr. Henry Hui Yaowang, President and founder of CCG.
Thank you, Dr. Miao and Madame Maha Aikwari, and also distinguished guests and the panelists, and also participants of this important roundtable section that CCG is very honored to jointly host that with Doha Forum. And we know Doha Forum is one of the largest forum in the world, and also is very well run for many years. And I have been personally participated a few times. So distinguished guests and colleagues and friends, thank you for really for joining us. So it's really a great honor to have this roundtable today held by CCG, but also by Doha Forum, really a premier global platform for dialogue and collaboration. Let me first briefly introduce the Doha Forum. Since its establishment over 20 years ago, it's 10 years longer than CCG Forum. The Doha Forum has grown into a key space where leaders from government, international organizations, academia, civil society, and business come together to share ideas, address global challenges, and develop actionable policy recommendations. It has become an open and dynamic forum for exchange of ideas and the creation of pragmatic solutions amongst today's complex global environment. So, Center for China and Globalization is proud to be a long-term partner of Doha Forum as one of China's leading non-government think tanks dedicated to global engagement. CCG has actively promoted international dialogue and cooperation in many ways. We are also very proud to be a partner of Munich Security Conference, Paris Peace Forum, and many more international forums. And Doha Forum is one of the best partners we have over the years. So we have actually participated in the Doha Forum multiple times. One of the earliest participants probably from China, 2018, 2019, and 2023, 2024, and bring China's voice to this important international dialogue platform. As recent as last December, CCG has the honor of organizing and joining a high-level panel at Doha Forum titled China's Role in a Rising South, Redefining the Future Global Order. The panel featured distinguished leaders, including President of Namibia, President of Rwanda, and Foreign Minister of Honduras, and Prime Minister of Barbados, and so very well-known Global South leaders. Their presence together with CCG hosting that together with Doha Forum actually highlighted China's desire to expand partnership with the Global South countries. Today, the Global South represents more than half of the world population and lion's shares of global economic growth and vast cultural diversity. In a world facing with geopolitical tensions, economic uncertainties, and urgent environment challenges, the voice from Global South are more crucial than ever in building a fair, more conclusive, and sustainable international system. The deepening ties between China and the countries across Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East reflect a shared vision, a vision based on mutual respect, win-win cooperation, and peaceful development. So this roundtable is a timely and important opportunity to explore how these partnerships can stabilize and renew global governance frameworks, reflecting the diverse interests and aspirations of our increasingly multipolar world. At CCG, we remain deeply committed to fostering those conversations, promoting mutual understanding, and contributing China's perspective and practical solution to global challenges. Together with international partners and platforms like Doha Forum, we are striving to build the bridges that encourage corporations and peaceful coexistence. So we are very pleased to have this important panel join us this afternoon, and we thank you so much for participating, and we'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wan. Actually, I'm also a participant and speaker of Doha Forum. It was quite impressive when I first time participated in 2018. I remember at that moment I was only one Chinese speaker on that platform. I was so impressive, and I sent the message to Chinese scholars and think tank circle. There are many friends, familiar friends here are the Doha Forum participants, like Minister Zarif. I know you're here. We also met in Doha Forum, and many other people. Yes, I remember the Doha Forum's value is diplomacy and dialogue. So I would like to hand over to Ms. Maha Kuwari, who is the General Manager of Doha Forum, to deliver the special remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Miao, Dr. Henry, and Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. It is an honor to join you today at the China and Globalization Forum, a platform that continues to demonstrate the enduring power of open dialogue and international cooperation in a rapidly changing world. I am proud to present Doha Forum, a platform rooted in diplomacy, dialogue, and diversity, which are principles that are essential to building a more just and inclusive global order. We gather at a time when the foundational assumption of international governance are under pressure, from shifting geopolitical alignments to widening social and economic divides, and the emergence of a new center of powers, specifically across the global south. The world is undergoing a profound transformation. For countries like Qatar, which serves a bridge between regions, the imperative is clear. We must move beyond questioning whether new approaches are needed and focus instead on how we can co-create solutions that are equitable, effective, and grounded in the complex realities of today's interconnected world. This session comes at a critical and important moment. China's role as a conveyor, investor, and development partner across Africa, Latin America, Asia, and the Middle East has opened a new avenues of South-South cooperation. At the same time, nations across the global South are stepping forward. They are asserting not only their needs, but their capabilities in shaping international norms, trade architecture, and multilateral institutions. This shift represents not just a redistribution of power, but a redefinition of leadership, one rooted in shared interest, mutual respect, and collective progress. At Doha Forum, we are proud not only to bring together diverse perspectives, but also to actively promote ideas and partnerships that can drive meaningful impact. In past editions, we had explored pressing issues such as the future of the United Nations, the modernization of development finance, and the role of rising powers, including China in shaping more representative global framework. Last year, we welcomed over 5,000 participants from 160 countries to Doha. This December, under the theme Justice in Action, Beyond Promises to Progress, our 23rd edition will focus on making global governance more responsive, inclusive, and accountable. We are so deeply honored to have Qatari voices contributing to today's dialogue. and to count the Center for China and Globalization as a trusted strategic partner. Our collaboration reflects a shared belief in pragmatic reform, constructive engagement, and the power of platforms like ours to bridge divides and catalyze action. Today's panel is more than a discussion. It's a step forward in the collective reimagining of a fairer, more resilient global system. I look forward to the insight and perspectives from around this panel and to deepening collaboration between our platforms as we work towards more inclusive and effective global framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Next, let's go to the roundtable. As I mentioned, we invited so many distinguished guests from different countries. Yes, the unipolar world has gone. Multipolar world is a reality. Today, we're talking about the Global South and China's role. We can work together to offer the public goods to the world. We can pose some questions for our later discussion. First is, we are models of global cooperation, succeeding amid intensified power competition. How can China and the Global South collaborate to reform global governance frameworks to better reflect contemporary geopolitical and economic realities? Can partnerships between China and the Middle East Gulf countries offer a model for South-to-South cooperation on energy, technology, and conflict resolution? Amid rising geopolitical tensions, what role can multilateral institutions such as AIIB play in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, which provide a framework for multilateral governance and international cooperation? What concrete steps can actors from the Global South take, individually, collectively, to stabilize a global order characterized by fragmentation and multipolarization? Without further ado, I would like to invite the first speaker. Maybe we, according to the alphabetic of order of the names. First, I would like to invite the former member of the Turkish Parliament, Runa Sivikos. Sorry, maybe my pronunciation for her name is not correct. But yeah, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your pronunciation is perfect. Thank you very much. You asked so many questions, I will take the opportunity to give a brief perspective on this very important topic at a time when uncertainty and unpredictability are becoming major impediments to global governance. I am of the opinion that China and the Global South hold significant potential in reshaping frameworks for global governance. As Turkey seeks to position itself as a bridge between East and West, the emergence of a multipolar world where nations like China play a pivotal role is seen as an opportunity for rebalancing global power dynamics. I will try to explain that view based mainly on 5 concepts: strengthening multilateralism, economic partnerships, shifting power dynamics, cultural and political dialogue, and finally, advocacy for fair representation. Firstly, Turkey advocates for multilateralism in addressing global issues such as climate change, health crises, and economic inequality. China's influence in multilateral institutions such as the United Nations or BRICS, for example, can help amplify the voices of the Global South, allowing for a more inclusive approach to governance that reflects the interests of developing countries. Second, China's Belt and Road Initiative is deeply significant for Turkey as it enhances infrastructure development and connectivity between Asia, Europe, and beyond. This initiative can serve as a blueprint for fostering economic cooperation among Global South nations. Turkey views itself as a critical hub in this initiative, advocating for economic frameworks that promote sustainable development and shared prosperity. Third, with the rise of China and other emerging economies, traditional power structures dominated by the West are being challenged. Turkey supports the idea that Global South countries, under the leadership of China, can reshape norms and policies to better serve their interests, focusing on development rather than conditionalities often imposed by Western nations. Fourth, Turkey emphasizes the importance of cultural and political dialogue among nations of the Global South. China's engagement can facilitate exchanges that promote a better understanding of different governance models, thus helping countries to design policies that align with their unique social and economic contexts. And fifth, Turkey advocates for reform in international organizations to ensure fair representation of Global South countries. As China increasingly takes on leadership roles, it can champion the cause of equitable governance structures that empower developing nations, paving the way for more robust participation in decision-making processes. From Turkey's standpoint, the collaborative efforts of China and the Global South have the potential to redefine global governance frameworks, fostering a more equitable and representative international system. This perspective also aligns with Turkey's own aspirations for a more balanced global order that prioritizes development, cooperation, and mutual respect among nations. I would also like to mention a visionary view which has been frequently referred to in the morning panels, which is regionalism. The role that China plays in the Pacific and Asia to enhance regional cooperation and integration also complies with Turkey's foreign economic policy in the Middle East and in the Caucasus, but also in the wider Eurasian geography. This is one of the reasons why Turkey is, for example, enhancing its connectivity with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and BRICS. And I think this, in a way, coincides as far as the interests of China and Turkey and also the Global South are considered. And here I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Una. Great speech. Actually, I remember Minister Fidan, who is the Foreign Minister of Turkey, delivered a very interesting speech at my center last year. He mentioned although Turkey is a NATO member, but they still would like to participate BRICS countries. So I think it's a very important message. And I think this process itself, the integration of the Global South itself is very important for the global governance. Next, I would like to invite former Assistant Foreign Minister of Egypt and the former Egyptian Ambassador to Iran, Bulgaria, and Northern Macedonia, Ms. Imara. Mr. Imara, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me, in the very beginning, thank China and Globalization Forum and the Doha Forum for the opportunity to make a small contribution on the topic of global governance and the role of China and the Global South. I'm not necessarily going to address this from an Egyptian perspective, but I want to speak more about the Global South as a rising force today in the world. And I want to start by mentioning a few examples of that rise materializes the essence of how the contribution of the southern developing countries would be to the global governance architecture. BRICS definitely represent 42% of the world population. It represents 35% of the GDP, 25% of world exports. Very important African, Middle Eastern countries are part of BRICS. We are very happy to see the expansion of this group and the interest expressed by other global players in joining that particular group of countries that is pushing forward for the recalibration of the system of governance as we see today. Definitely, diplomacy is a very important tool in creating such dynamics for changing the global governance structures, what I would call diplomacy for building partnerships. And I would mention two important initiatives that China and both Africa and the Arab world have been leading for the last 20 plus years. FOCAC, this China Africa Forum, a very important tool for developing relations within the southern, I would say, structures. It have created more than a $280 billion of trade within the African continent and China. It has created more than 40 billion investment annually. These are huge numbers for the African continent. And then they have made I would say, a very important contribution in building most needed infrastructure in the continent, but also in connectivity among the African countries themselves, in launching the free trade arrangements within the African Union in the last few years. These are also very important, I would say, tools in advancing global South relations. The same goes for the cooperation between China and the Arab world, the China-Arab partnership, where more than 400 billion of trading is taking place, where also a big amount of the energy needed for China development is coming. I think these are examples of how practically the global South is active and reshaping the order that exists and that is dominated by, I would say, Western-led societies, as we have been listening since the morning up till now. Now, an element that is important in the recalibration of the system is something that we have touched upon in the morning, which is soft power, as defined by politics, culture, diplomacy, rather than wars and crises and more wars and more military spending and security spending. These are two different models where I think the global South have clearly made a clear choice of what to follow and what model to follow. While I think most of the countries in the regions that I talked about, both in Africa and the Middle East, have suffered from multiple crises and multiple civil wars, we see that today, through the different forums that I've just mentioned, that another development opportunity is availed to countries in the global South. And this in itself is a very important choice, where today we see countries are embracing more and more this, I would say, model for development for the future. I would think, that China definitely would have to step up its efforts, both politically and culturally, to deepen these trends within the global South, to offer a development model that can be, I would say, tailor-made for the different economies in the global South, and also would provide the necessary tools for communication, among civilizations, but also among think tanks, among academia, to be able to anchor these changes that is definitely fueling the developments that I mentioned in both Africa and the Middle East. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, China right now is engaging with many global South countries. I remember just last week, China just concluded Latin America and China cooperation conference. As you mentioned, Arabian and the FOCAC with the African countries, we had a lot of those economic cooperation and economic platforms. Through those platforms, I think it's also a good path to offer the public goods for the world, especially for the global governance when the big powers competition tensions right now is serious. Once again, thank you. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Lu Ruquan, who is the president of China National Petroleum Corp Economics and Technology Research Institute. Dr. Lu, please.
Thank you, Dr. Miao. And I'm from CNPC, China National Petroleum Corporation, one of the largest energy companies in the world. And I will touch the international energy governance among China, Global South, and developed countries. And I will have 3 observations. First, in the energy sector, global governance mainly refers to the relations between energy producing, consuming, and transit countries, where multinational corporations can link these 3. Therefore, producing countries, consuming countries, transit countries, and multinational corporations are the 4 players or actors in global energy governance system. Over the past half-century, the international organization of producing countries have been represented by OPEC, behind which are the producing countries of Global South, such as Middle East, Africa, Latin America, and Asia Pacific. And the International Organization of Consumer Countries is represented by IEA, behind which are the developed countries like OECD, in Europe and the United States and Japan, etc. The transit countries refers to the countries in the middle, such as Ukraine and Turkey. And the multinational corporations refers to the oil giants in Europe and the United States, and also like CNPC, my company, and also Sinopec, Saudi Aramco, Petrobras, Petronas, etc. Of course, in the period of climate change and energy transition, some new international organizations such as ARENA and the OGCI, OGCI means Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, which is initiated by top 15 international energy companies, including CNPC. And they are playing an increasingly important role in promoting energy transition. Secondly, the impact of geopolitical conflicts on global energy governance system is fatal. In the past few decades, oil and gas exporters such as Russia and importers such as Europe have formed a relatively stable framework for international energy governance through transit countries such as Ukraine and Turkey. We used to think that these contemporary relations of resources and market was unbreakable and resilient. However, in 2022, the outbreak of Ukraine crisis broke this framework, which shows that even the most solid international energy governance system cannot withstand the blow of big power game and the geopolitical conflict and confrontation. So currently, Europe has given up the Russia's natural gas and oil. And right now, 60% of Europe's natural gas and LNG imports come from the United States. Russia has no choice but to increase oil and gas export to India and China. Ukraine's former status as a best transit country is no longer the case, and the European and American multinational corporations left Russia at the very beginning of the war. Thirdly, in the context of US energy independence and Trump's return to fossil energy, and withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement again in the 2.0 period, China, as the world's largest oil and natural gas import market and the world's largest new energy producing capability, will form a new type of international energy governance relationship with the Global South and the EU, respectively. On the one hand, China currently imports 550 million tons of oil, and 180 billion cubic meters of natural gas annually, firmly ranking as the world's largest oil and natural gas import market. Meanwhile, Middle Eastern oil exporters represented by the Gulf states, Africa importers represented by Angola and Nigeria, Latin America exporters represented by Brazil and Venezuela, and Central Asia exporters represented by Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, etc. All of them regard China as the largest importer and consumption market, which will strengthen China's energy governance relationship with above-mentioned countries in the Global South. On the other hand, China currently accounts for about half of the world's production capacity in new energy sectors, such as PV panels, energy storage batteries, wind power equipment, and EVs. And as China and the EU have become the world's leading forces in continuing to promote the energy transition and climate change, it is believed that these two sides will deepen their cooperation in the area of new energy governance. In addition, if the US and China reach a new tariffs and trade agreement after 90 days, it means that China will import large quantities of US oil and gas to ease the US trade deficit with China, in which case the energy governance pattern between US and China will also change. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lu. Yes, President Lu, from the industry, the CNPC itself is an energy giant. You had a rich experience to cooperate with many global South countries. From the industrial field, you offer a very, very important topic and important speech. And Mr. Lewis himself is a well-known scholar in energy and think tanks as well in China. Next, we would like to invite another speaker who is a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs, who is Rashid Mahanadi, please.
Thank you. So this is the third time I speak today, so I hope you don't get bored of my talking points. First of all, I'd like to thank both the CCG and Doha Forum for arranging this workshop. It's very honoring to be speaking with with these distinguished guests, and especially with three voices from Qatar. So I've already spoken about Colombia's decision to join the new development bank and how that reflects a broader trend of countries shifting away from Western-led organizations. And during this month, again, I mentioned that the GCC and ASEAN have a summit. I won't repeat those points, but it's important to show that the traditional institutions we've built after World War II, whether the UN, the WTO, and the Bretton Woods system, have been a source of stability and delivering global goods, protecting global commons, and pushing forward development and modernization. But today, they are failing in addressing our key challenges of poverty, conflict, and development. Meanwhile, we look at regional organizations like the GCC resolving its most daunting internal issue. In 2017, we had the Qatar blockade. It was, resolved through mostly internal inter-Gulf dialogue. ASEAN managing major issues in the Southeast Asia region, mainly the crisis in Myanmar. The EU moving towards more defense independence. So these are not experiments, they're functioning mechanisms. So the future of cooperation is regional. Now, to answer one of the questions of today's panel is China's role with the Global South. We should be clear, China is not trying to be another United States. That's a good thing. What China has been doing instead is enabling regional actors to take lead. It brokered the return of Saudi-Iranian diplomatic relations. Quite recently, it provided LNG carriers to Qatar. Qatar is moving to increase its production of LNG from 77 million tons to 140 million tons, doubling its production, much of it going to China, which will empower China's energy transition. China has been offering tech, capital, mediation, not ideology. Regarding developmental frameworks, we're still being asked to chase outdated global targets. Let us be honest, sustainable development goals are obsolete. The SDGs are well-intentioned, but they're misaligned. They do not match the developmental priorities of the Global South. I am from the Global South, I can tell you that. And often they block progress in the name of climate benchmarks designed by countries that have been polluting for centuries. Quite recently, I was honored to visit the country of Guyana in Latin America. They have discovered a lot of natural gas and oil deposits, and now they are being lectured on environmental sustainability rather than pursuing their economic interests. So we should be talking about environmental justice. What should be done? So I've listed a few recommendations. For China, China is a big source of development for the Global South, but most of it has been very transactional. I think the investment in people, not just projects, is paramount, even though sometimes the recipient countries would not ask for it. Localization of partnerships through localizing the supply chain, relying on local contractors, and the support, more support to regional organizations. As for the Global South, what we need to do is we need to redefine our developmental goals aligned with the aspirations of the people and with the national interest of the states of the Global South. And most importantly, diversifying our relationship with the different global powers. One of the framing questions I received while preparing for this panel was, what concrete steps can actors from the Global South take individually or collectively to stabilize a global order? Individually, the states of the Global South can do nothing, but collectively, they can do many things. Like I said in my last two presentations, the state of the Global South need to develop regional architectures for their economic, security, and societal needs. In the study of power in politics, there are three sources of power. Inherent power, like what the US and China has, through their own power. Derivative power, through the small states' relationship with greater powers. And collective power. The Global South and the states of the Global South should focus on pooling their capabilities and capacities to steer forward their interests. To conclude, our entities, think tanks, research institutes, research centers, these entities shaping and supporting our respective nations' policies, we need to intensify our engagement for better understanding of each other's challenges and interests, and to steer our policies towards more stability and development in our regions. Thank you, and xie xie.
Thank you. I think it's very impressive speech. As you know, I believe the think tanks and the civil society should get more integrated among the Global South countries themselves. Like last session, we mentioned about US-China narrative. Actually, I think the US-China narrative should be shaped by the third parties as well. Sometimes I was traveling around the world. I sometimes participate the think tank conference and the media conferences. Usually the agenda setting or topic setting like this, US-China race for primacy. I was wondering, what is primacy? Why US-China should race for primacy? This self is a kind of narrative building by the third party. We don't want to follow into that kind of language present of the language. This is a kind of a philosophy level, but human beings should get out of the prison of language itself. It itself is a trap, like the primacy competition. Thank you. Again, I would like to move to the lady, Ms. Shakaha Aishabi, who is the head of partnership planning and evaluation, Qatar Fund for Development. Please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mabel. And I would like to thank the Doha Forum and CCG for hosting such an incredible session that is tackling such an important, topic that we should all be speaking about. So, speaking from a development perspective, at Qatar Fund for Development, we are currently reshaping our way of engaging in global development. We're transitioning from traditional aid to a new model that is rooted in investment and sustainability. This means that we are using blended finance, catalytic capital to deliver impactful solutions for countries that are, of course, of the global south, but also beyond countries that are from the global south. At first, when we say that we're trying to tackle down investments, we're here looking at efficiency and how can we use funding in the best way ever possible. When we're talking about delivering impact-driven solutions, it's a shift that aligns closely with the evolving spirit of the South-South cooperation. So we're not speaking here only about shared history or shared political solidarity. We're also speaking about co-designing and co-financing and creating shared accountability. In that context, partnerships between China and Gulf states, especially like QFFD, offer a promising model for South-South cooperation. China brings unparalleled scale, innovation, experience in technology and infrastructure, where in return, Gulf states such as Qatar Fund for Development have a strong record in humanitarian aid and adaptive financing and programming on sustainable development. If we can come together as one force, we can deliver a model that is tailored towards solutions that speaks to the realities of the global south, whether it's in energy, in digital transformation, or even in post-conflict recovery. But beyond finance and infrastructure, there's one thing that we must always not forget, that before we are trying to achieve any fields in the development formattings, we must remember that it must always remain human-centered. As QFFD, we place a strong emphasis on supporting women and youth in the development and post-development conflicts. For instance, we have one of our initiatives, which is called the Women in Conflict Zones. This initiative is solely dedicated in empowering women in conflict zones, where women is being given the space and the empowered and the capabilities and capacity building learning skills to be able to speak up with their countries, and especially with countries in the global south. So if I speak here today about this amazing forum, I see a lot of great women that comes from massive countries, of course, not to mention there are great men as well. And each one of you had the chance to speak up and to specify the needs, whether you come from a global south country or not. However, when we detect these countries and to determine what we want to do in the global south, how must we know the issues if we cannot hear the backstory of the whole problems and the needs that are for certain individuals in these communities? How are we going to assess their needs? How are we going to hear them? How are we going to be able to detect what are exactly the real issues that needs to be tackled from a global south perspective, but again, from beyond of that, our collaborations together. So back to my point, we've witnessed as Qatar Fund firsthand how inclusive grassroots approaches foster healing, resilience, and social cohesion, even in the most pressing and most challenging destinations, such as destinations currently with the arising conflicts in Gaza, in Sudan, in Yemen, in Ukraine, and beyond these countries as well. So equally important is country ownership. We must also understand that development should never be imposed. Development should always be locally led and nationally owned. So how can this be rated? One example that I always like to bring to the table is our support to Seychelles. We've done a project with them on infrastructure, where QFFD came as from a finance background. We've collaborated with the national government, but the whole implementation was handled by the national government. Two actors were both coming from Global South, were able to collaborate on sustainability and on development and tailor a program that is locally owned and nationally led by the country of Seychelles. So as we look to the future, we must ask ourselves, how do we recalibrate global governance through a development lens? Well, I believe the answer here relies on coalitions. Coalitions should always have a purpose. That purpose should always be rooted across the rising issues of the global south. When we speak about the issues of the Global South, we must also consider inclusivity. We must also consider diversity. We must also make sure that the basic resources in these countries are applicable to the people within that community, for them to be able to cooperate and to be a part of it. But by pooling our financing, institutionals, and technical resources, we can create more than just locally grounded and responsive local ecosystems. In closing, I see that there is a potential in the Gulf-China relationship as a model for the next generation development cooperation. With joint investments, shared learnings, and a mutual commitment to our outcomes, we can strengthen the agriculture for South-South cooperation. But last but not least, we must remember that whatever ideas that we have that will hopefully come into actions does not only lie on projects that we must implement, but on systems that we need to actually create for us to better create resiliency and opportunities for people who are not privileged, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we would like to jump to Mr. Zhou Taidong, Vice President of Center for International Knowledge on Development, CIKD, on the State Council. Actually, Mr. Zhou will have another arrangement after this conference, so sorry to jump to him first. Yes, please.
Thank you, and Dr. Miao for the kind invitation, and sorry about the jumping. So I think it's the right time to talk about China and the Global South. And for this session, we have a lot of very good questions. I think current world, as we looked around, I think we talk a lot about turbulence and uncertainty. But I think we needed to look at the positive side to see hope so that we can keep faith, because we are really in a very troubling world. So I wanted to see how, Global South, especially maybe in the very recent events, some of the specific examples, how China and also how Global South can work together and have made some achievements. I think these are very recent, and I hope this can give us some thoughts for reflection. The first one, I think, of course, is the ongoing World Health Assembly. Yesterday, it has adopted the historic pandemic agreement because that agreement is likely to make the world more equitable and safer from future pandemics. Of course, before that, we should also see last year, the amendments to international health regulations were also passed. Despite this kind of, they all have their own limits, but I think these are key moments for global health governance. The same could be said, I think, for last year at COP29. There was significant progress in operationalizing the loss and damage fund, including agreements on trustee and secretarial arrangements, and leveraged pledged contributions of more than $730 million. These are some of the achievements I think Global South countries have worked together and made it happen. But we can also see some other very recent examples that China is playing a role. For example, yesterday we saw the announcement of the completed negotiations between China and ASEAN to further refine their trade area to include the digital and the green economy and other new industries. This 3.0 version of the free trade area will inject great certainty into regional and global trade and play a leading and exemplary role for countries to adhere to openness, inclusiveness, and win-win cooperation. There are also other examples in terms of innovating global partnership. For example, in February 2015, China Exim Bank and UNICEF signed an MOU to collaborate on essential services for the well-being of children in Nigeria. The first such partnership for both sides. This partnership will help UNICEF deliver integrated healthcare, water, sanitation, and hygiene services for vulnerable children and families. The MOU also highlights mobilizing financial resources, providing technical expertise, exploring innovative financing, and promoting local procurement capacity and knowledge sharing. The last example I wanted to talk about is the AIB and the Vaccine Alliance, Gavi, have signed a partnership to provide sustainable financing for health and immunization systems in low and lower middle income countries. The two organizations will work on joint financing initiatives, with AIB expecting to provide up to $1 billion in financing for public sector health projects, supporting vaccine procurement and the introduction of high-impact vaccines in middle-income countries, and exploring additional financing models such as donor liquidity tools and blended financing. I think these examples told us, despite what we see backlash or anti-globalization in other parts of the world, the global South can really work together and can to make real change happens. I think there are three factors why we should be optimistic about this. One, first, I think there is a common vision and inspiration, that is development. This is widely shared among the global South. Second, I think there is increasing capacity and potential in terms of economic growth, but also population size and also political will. Third, I think there are a lot of platforms. Our friends before mentioned, China FOCAC, China Arabic, but there are others, of course, like BRICS Plus, and many others. So we don't need to list here. So we see a lot of strategies of multi-alignment. I think the global South countries will act together and around shared interests. We will see more initiatives such as, the sort of new trade routes, setting trade in local currencies, building cross-border payment platforms, and establishing new initiatives and diversifying partnerships and initiatives. So we should look at the bright side and see the hope, and then working more innovatively and in a more doable way. I think that's what I wanted to share today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou, the voice from China. Next, we would like to listen to the voice from India. I would like to invite Mr. Toby Simon, who is the president of the Synergio Foundation from India.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished panelists, and friends. I want to thank the chair, Dr. Wang Huayu, Dr. Mabel, CCG, and the Doha Forum for giving me this opportunity. I was fortunate to contribute to one of the books published by CCG recently on the same subject, and I saw that the book is available in the book section in front. Reshaping frameworks for global governance often involves strengthening international cooperation and adapting institutions to current and future challenges. I wouldn't want to speak much about what has been spoken about the Global South because we had some fantastic speakers, but I'll try to provide some context. And the first context for me is the need to avoid global and regional conflicts, improving threshold for growth as an aspirational vector, reducing inequities in our societies. And these are, I feel, quintessential elements for reshaping global governance. May I infer the recent conflict between two neighbors in South Asia? If the conflict had continued as the way it is in other parts now, because once you start a conflict, you don't know when it will end, it would have engulfed the whole of South Asia, putting the average citizenry in great economic difficulty and taking the entire region back by a decade or more. I was amused to find that the narrative of war has now metamorphed as to which military has the best hardware. And often these countries don't have their own weapons. They are all imported. So this becomes a theater to demonstrate the superiority of kinetics, often supplied by external vendors. So it's some sort of an arms game now. In the allotted time, let me speak about the following. One is the levers of global governance. Second, the challenges. Third, China's role as I see it, which I wrote in that book. China's strength, and a word on AI and techno-governance, which was spoken this morning. First, governance requires absolute commitment to international cooperation and the active engagement of global institutions. Whether this can be actually brought out is something that we all have to work together. It's not between countries alone, it is between organizations, NGOs, civic societies. So the need to build communication across different layers of societies is so important. The Pact for Future is an example of the initiative to revitalize multilateralism and to strengthen global cooperation. Promoting inclusive governance and addressing unrepresented voices. This is the challenge of every single nation who wants to reshape this. Global governance should prioritize diversity and inclusion, ensuring that unrepresented voices are heard in decision-making process. If we don't do it, what happens? Fringes come to represent the main societies. And that, as you see in different parts of the world, has got consequences and bears collateral damages. Third, I would like to speak about leveraging technology, which is now not an option. The gap between the haves and the have-nots are now going to be more defined by the play that you have on technologies. Obviously, technological advances can enhance global governance by improving communication and data sharing. Let me now come to the issue of challenges. The first challenge I see is institutional complexity. Global governance involves a complex web of institutions, treaties, and organizations. Geopolitical tensions, which we have spoken, changing global power dynamics, which we have spoken much, the need for transformative changes. And now I come to the role of China with a caveat. As China seeks to endorse multipolarity and in a contested world, mitigate what it regards as US orchestrated confinement, and set the stage regionally for an extended sphere of Chinese influence. Nevertheless, it's incumbent on Beijing to navigate this path in a way that would bolster China's global persona as a reliable and ethical frontrunner, while concurrently diminishing the perspective of China as a challenge to the neighboring countries in Asia. This was often spoken in the morning by an eminent speaker on soft, hybrid, and middle power. So I think China has the biggest role has a big role to play in this, reshaping it, but it has to do it with a little bit of a soft handle. What I see as China's strength is its deep supply and network. I mean, most countries in the region and around the world are extremely dependent on China. China's now contribution to global organizations like WHO, proactive actions on climate mitigation, and emerging leader, and China is now one of the emerging leaders in green finance, rising awareness on issues of sustainable development, and the role in emerging tech like AI and quantum. And let me conclude with a little bit on AI. As AI booms in the world's most populous country, it holds enormous promise by virtue of its population strength, because no other country can generate such volume of data that can be fed into a machine for discerning patterns. AI is about that. According to McKinsey's Global Institute, AI-driven automation can add more than a full percentage point to China's annual GDP growth. AI is an open science, unlike drug development or computer hardware. The open science nature of AI is important for latecomers looking to catch up with frontrunners, because it allows them to close the gap in the shortest possible time. Finally, I will just close with techno-governance, which is spoken in the morning. As we go forward, you would see global governance is going to be shaped, as one of the speakers spoken in the morning, that by the technological strengths that companies, individuals, nations, NGOs might have. And let me give an example, not the best one, but of Pegasus, which we saw, and how it was able to reshape a lot of narratives in the Middle East for good reasons and bad reasons. And today you are seeing somebody like Elon Musk, who is able to probably have a part of the power of a huge military complex that a country would even dream to have. So I just want to say that China has a role because it has invested so much in deep technologies, and these technologies can be a great help and a benefit to countries that are emerging and growing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wonderful. Yes, you also highlight the importance of the civil societies and think tanks, NGOs' role for the narrative building and the solidarity of Global South. I totally agree with what you said. And next, we would like to invite Mr. Shou Huishen, non-resident senior fellow of the Center for China and Globalization, also the director of the Center for Turkey Studies, Beijing Language and Culture University. Professor Shou.
Thank you so much for being here. I would like to talk about this issue from mainly from a U.S.-China relationship perspective to emphasize how important the global South is. So my first point is that in my view, I would say the global South will be the strategic battleground in the that will determine the future of the 21st century. So we can expect that it will play a decisive factor in for U.S.-China competition in the at least for the, I would say, the first part of the 21st century. So that's the importance of global South. The reason is simple, because the number, right? Previously, I think what determine the world governance, global governance, is G7. Right, and later on it became G20, but in the future I would expect to become G100 or maybe G200, and that is the fact that more countries are growing and will become equal to everyone else, and then you cannot be determined by a few number of countries, certainly not for one country, by one country. So that's why we have to emphasize the importance of it. The second point is that I don't have to emphasize too much about the China's achievement in winning this battleground in the past decades. All the data, I think everybody is familiar with. But one thing I think is interesting is that Trump's the second term, I mean, in the past few months, particularly the tariff war, actually significantly helping China win this battleground. As you see that right now, China's approach to deal with it, I think it's very satisfactory and not rigid, as not timid, and I mean, totally different from 80 years ago. And it really gives a good example for the rest of the world. So you can see that many other countries, no matter European countries or the global South, they all follow the same way to deal with the Trump's trade war. Even some small countries, they are also taking a very strong stand against that. So I think this is very important for China's contribution in helping the global South. And the third point I want to say is that to make the point even clearer, how China win this battleground, I think the better way is to see from the other side, at how U.S. is losing this battleground, losing the global South. So I just give you some very simple facts. For example, from 2006 to 2016, within 10 years, the number of the countries that take U.S. as the major trade partners dropped from 130 in 2006 to 76 in 2016, which is half in 10 years. And then by 2021, the number dropped even to 49. Most of them are from Latin America. And what's interesting to me is that Latin America today actually also become a major trade partners. And you can call it the China invasion in the region. So that makes many US think tanks getting really worried, and they call it the US strategic bankruptcy, because this is his backyard, right, historically. And now US is losing that ground as well. So the reason, the first thing I think is because the US, the mindset about the development, and it didn't really understand how developing countries, global South is thinking and what they need. And the second reason I think even more importantly is because America is more trapped by so-called strategic anxiety. It is so focused on great country competition, focused on security, and believe this zero-sum game. And this will become more important, more clear if you compare US with the European countries, because those European countries actually have changed quite a lot in terms of embracing multilateralism, and along with the global South. So the whole world, in sum, are moving forward and trying to maintain global order and to make the world better. But the US actually is taking a very different way and approach. So I think this is to me, it's quite a striking, but actually it's also easy to explain. I think the reason is because the US being the global hegemon that has this empire mindset, it's really difficult for it to adopt the new situation and change its attitude and the approach to deal with the world. So now I would say that the world is moving into a very different situation, and China has contributed its very unique ways to give the global South many different choices in terms of the way to develop and the areas to develop, and what you should focus. For example, the institutions, the new institutions, and the new regional blocks, as Rashid mentioned, and the new regionalism. I would call it open regionalism, right? And you work with a different part of the world and step by step, but all open. And then you build a global network to continue to push the globalization forward. I think that's what China is doing, but certainly it's not by itself. I think that China is very clear. I think China understands very clearly that the world does not, in the future, does not belong to any single country, not the US, but not China either. It belongs to the whole world. It belongs to the international community in which the global South takes the major part. So I think that's how we should look at the future of US-China relationship. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Professor Shou. Yeah, last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Winnie Hennessy Barrett, who is a founder and the CEO of 4G Capital. He's running a top-ranked fintech company operating in East Africa. So, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honored hosts, honored colleagues. Believe you can hear me? This works? Great. Okay, we're good. Respectful of your time, I'm very, very honored to be speaking here. Hard to beat the comments made by my co-panelists. I guess I'd like to introduce some ideas that move the conversation from the theoretical and the policy side into the practical applications, speaking as to how we can improve governance, improve collaboration, improve cooperation. I want to draw to your mind how important Africa is in the Global South and how underrepresented it is, and how there are, as we speak, collaborative models which can drive up bottom-up reform and prosperity to the benefit of all. I'm here really to represent the African opportunity, as amusing as that might seem, being an Irishman in China, but my company is very active in Kenya and Uganda, powering small business growth through microloans and business training. We mobilize global investment into these exciting markets. In 25 years from now, in 2050, exactly 1/4 of the globe's population will be African, and 1/3 of the working adult population. That is an enormous, enormous market. It is an enormous challenge. It is an enormous opportunity for all of us. Within that huge and amazing continent, 80% of employment is within the informal market sector. That's to say, self-employed, small and micro entrepreneurs who work for themselves, work incredibly hard, are very resilient, provide for their families, provide for their communities. They constitute about 40% of African GDP, which is growing not only by the year, but by the hour with population growth and with the rise and the penetration of technology. We help them to grow their revenues by an average of 86% year on year. 75% of our customers are women, the backbone of every society, and 75% are also in rural areas. We lend these small loans using electronic money. There's no cash involved. And with the power of technology, we're able to convert that opportunity into reality to allow people to access better lives. We are in a period of geopolitical flux. The post-Cold War era is now well and truly gone. My friends and colleagues have spoken eloquently of how the United States is readjusting its priorities and its worldview. And this is creating a period of discomfort and of change, of dispute, in some cases denial of the new reality. But the fact is that we need new solutions for today's problems. Within the Northern Hemisphere, or the West, if you like, the new reality is that the high tax, high spend neoliberal model has not delivered. Western economies are now struggling greatly with over-indebtedness, with restricted productivity, and at the same time, we've seen in recent years how overdependence on external supply chains creates concerns and risks and vulnerabilities. Within these Western economies, uncontrolled immigration risks destabilizing societies, and more importantly, to my mind, that mass immigration robs developing countries of the human capital and of the talent that they need to drive their societies forward and to drive prosperity on an equitable basis, rather than just providing a cheap labor force for other people. This is all translating into increased social, political, trade, and security risks, which affect us all. And so how do we thread this needle? Where do interests align? Where can wealth be created at scale? And how can the vast, untapped, and growing opportunity of this huge part of the global economy that really is not being taken seriously enough be reached? Well, there is no particular silver bullet, but there are tools which work, and investing in the global micro and SME sector is very much one of them. When I talk about these small traders, it's very easy to think in conventional development mindset. I'm actually referring to a $10 trillion global market opportunity. And the critical importance of these businesses which power economies from the very, very bottom roots to allow governments to expand their own development agendas, to drive forward education, knowledge, access to better livelihoods, whilst at the same time delivering market-beating yields, democratizing wealth creation, and strengthening the global relationships and friendships which are formed in forums like this, allow us to move to a basis of a shared value creation framework where values-driven business genuinely transforms lives, obviates the need for conflict, and transforms people's outlook. Fintech companies like 4G Capital can partner with global investors, scaling digitally and providing the inclusive business friendships to counter these horrible forces of isolationism, which are concerning us all so much today. And so with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Yeah. We would like to invite Ms. Maha from Doha Forum to have a quick conclusion. Thank you.
I would like to thank CCG and also the speakers for the thoughtful and wide-ranging insights. Today's discussion has reinforced just how urgently the global governance system must evolve, not only to reflect the shifting power dynamics, but also to respond more meaningful to the needs and aspiration of Global South. What we have heard today is clear. The future of global governance cannot be shaped in isolation. It requires inclusive dialogue, mutual recognition, and shared responsibility. It also required coalition of state, institution, and ideas working together to advance common goals and bridge global divides. One important point was raised today was the role of soft power, whether through diplomacy, culture exchange, development partnership, or conveying platforms like this one. As a global influence is increasing, shaped not only by economic weight or strategic alliance, but also by the values, narratives, and engagement. As we look ahead, I hope this conversation will continue taking place in Beijing, in Doha, and also across all the platforms committed to international cooperation. Let us take forward the spirit of this panel, one of the partnership, reform, inclusion, and coalition as we work collectively to build a more just global order. Thank you once again, and I look forward to seeing you in Doha.
Thank you, Maria. Maybe Henry, you can have a quick conclusion.
Yeah, just very briefly to conclude, I think this is a fascinating roundtable about Doha and, of course, about Global South. And we really learned a lot from a variety of global opinion leaders to share this table. I think Doha does have a lot of soft power now, particularly like recent mediating between Israel and the Palestinians and many more. So I hope all of you to go to Doha Forum and, this will be a great platform and we are very pleased to work with Doha. Thank you very much.
So thank you all. Maybe we should conclude this session.
Welcome to the last roundtable, which is about maintaining international regulatory cooperation in a multipolar world. And we look forward to an excellent discussion. And the chair is Zach Myers, Director of Research Center on Regulation in Europe. Now,
the title of this roundtable is Maintaining International Regulatory Cooperation in a Multipolar World, and it will be chaired by Zach Myers, Director of Research Center on Regulation in Europe.
Enjoy.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've already discussed today the need for new efforts to protect and reinvigorate global governance. And in this panel, we'll be turning specifically to cooperation in the area of regulation. I'm very pleased and grateful that we can partner with CCG. I am Director of Research at the Center on Regulation in Europe, and this really continues our past collaboration with CCG, including in an event in January this year, which was about how to ensure AI development can be inclusive both within countries and between countries. That was a perfect example of how different parts of the world, even if they have different values, still share many of the same regulatory problems and have much to learn from each other. The need for close regulatory cooperation in areas like responsive and inclusive development of new technologies and climate change is very clear. But whether it is the US with its deregulatory drive, or the European Union with its current concerns about the impact of regulation on innovation and economic competitiveness, it's clear that many parts of the world are rethinking what good regulation looks like, and whether that helps or hinders the process of international cooperation remains to be seen. This is not a panel specifically on cooperation with China, but with Europe. But as this is our area of expertise at SARE, it would be very useful for me to maybe explain some of the current thinking about regulation in Europe. And of course, Europe has been famed for its regulatory approaches in areas like technology and the environment, which have been internationally influential, creating a so-called Brussels effect. But Europe is very much rethinking its approach in recent years. First, the EU is joining China and the US in taking security, supply chain resilience, and tech sovereignty much more seriously than it has in the past. On the one hand, that may mean that the EU is more inward-looking than it has been in the past and might be focused on things like tilting the playing field in favor of European firms. But on the other hand, Europe also needs to rebalance its international relationships and remain open because autarky is not a realistic approach. And so that raises some questions for Europe and I think for other countries that will be represented on this panel about how do you put boundaries around the areas where issues need to be securitized and issues where we really do need international cooperation to be deepened. I think that's particularly true when many of the targets for new regulation, like AI and the environment, have consequences that cannot be kept within national boundaries. Secondly, the EU is increasingly concerned that its approach to regulation is impacting innovation and the bloc's competitiveness. But there is debate about exactly what this problem is. So some would argue that it is what EU regulation is trying to do, for example, taking a precautionary approach to risk, which stifles innovation. And others argue that the problem is not the goals, but poor regulatory design. Wherever we are likely to end, what we have been advocating at the Centre for Regulation in Europe is a return to a simpler, principles-based and more flexible type of regulation. And this could make it much easier for us to identify where the EU shares common values with its partners and can open the door to better enabling international coordination. In the long run, it might also lead to a change in the EU's lawmaking approach, which often focuses on being the first mover, with thoughts about how to be compatible with other regulatory approaches around the world being an afterthought. So with that in mind, I've got four broad questions I'd like to ask our esteemed panelists to tackle. The first is, given the growing shift towards protectionism and the emphasis on economic security and defense, in what policy areas is international cooperation likely to be able to achieve concrete results and help us demonstrate the benefits of dialogue and negotiation? And I've put on the table environmental standards and technology as two possible options. Secondly, how can China and its partners both compete in areas like clean energy and emerging digital technologies like AI and quantum computing without undermining the case for regulatory dialogue and cooperation in other areas? So can we compartmentalize? Thirdly, what mechanisms, such as bilateral dialogues or multilateral platforms, can help China and its partners mitigate regulatory divergence while respecting their economic and social and political differences? In particular, as the EU moves ahead with implementing its environmental and its digital initiatives, what support can it provide to Chinese firms, for example, to help them understand and comply with European requirements? And finally, linking in with the last panel, intensifying geopolitical competition amongst the world's great powers means that we should also be thinking about whether there's meaningful scope to secure partnerships and cooperation with third countries. For example, joint initiatives to help developing nations digitize and strengthen their low carbon transition technologies. So to simplify those four questions, what can we agree on? How do we do it while we also compete? What's the best format for dialogue? And how can we extend this cooperation to involve third countries? So very pleased to open this up to the panel now, and I'd like maybe to provide the first contribution, Thomas Becker, who's Head of Government Affairs at the BMW Group. Thank you very much, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me maybe try to explain the topics that have been also discussed in the previous panels at a, let's say, somewhat lower flight altitude, looking at the automotive supply chain. So my company has started producing electric vehicles in 2013. And we did that in Europe and almost at the same time here in China. So we have a long-standing history of working with Chinese partners, component suppliers, battery cell suppliers since then. And we are seeing a considerable growth in this business. But one thing is clear, what we are talking about is a supply chain which is not what we have been used to, like the usual European, American, Chinese suppliers we had to do with before. The electric supply chain extends into Indonesia, Chile, Argentina, Morocco, and other places. If you look at where does the stuff come from that actually drives an electric car. So very clearly, in a world where you try to limit access to markets, where you erect higher and higher barriers to trade, be it openly or be it in the guise of, let's say, a green paint on what actually is a protectionist policy, you are not going to see a more sustainable mobility. Electric mobility depends on the availability of stuff from many places and on collaboration. The center of competence for the battery technology is, let's face it, in Asia. And decoupling and independence has turned out to be an illusion. So I'm today ever more, since maybe 4 or 5 years ago, certain that the idea of do everything everywhere in each market is not a realistic one. Another phenomenon is important. If you look at the carbon footprint of our products, with each additional vehicle that we sell, it shifts from the road to the supply chain. So if we were to have a fully electric fleet, the biggest piece of CO2 is emitted before you drive the first kilometer, because the carbon is in the material. So that means in order to make our business more sustainable, more and more we need to look into how to decarbonize our supply chains. And doing that means to negotiate with first and second and third tier suppliers, setting criteria like the use of renewable energies, agreeing on the use of secondary instead of primary material, closing loops wherever you can, using new processes, for example, in steel making, in order to decarbonize the vehicle's footprint. Can you do this if you have different standards in each and every region? Most likely not. So having different test cycles for on-the-road emission testing or vehicle consumption is one thing, but measuring a global supply chain with different criteria is a completely different and even more threatening scenario. So this is why we think that there's a strong case for establishing internationally accepted rules, for example, under the framework of the UNECE, the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, where standardization of automotive life cycle assessments is undertaken at the moment with the participation of China and many other countries. We are very supportive of that. We also think that an internationally accepted carbon accounting logic, which would integrate the CO2 footprint, so to speak, on the bill of materials, starting maybe with an iron ore mine in Australia or a nickel producer in Canada or Indonesia, will make things much simpler and more transparent, so that in the future you can actually measure and allocate and count what you buy when you purchase a car, instead of the many, let's say, controversial discussions we have at the moment. So harmonization, standardization, collaboration becomes even more essential from an automotive point of view than it has been in the past when we had the combustion engine technology only. So maybe that as a small glimpse on what keeps us busy at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and thank you for keeping to time. And let me just ask if the other panelists could too, because we have started late, and I know that some of the other panelists will have to leave right on the dot of 6. So let me turn now to Timo Blank, who's partner and CEO at the Agora Strategy Group, to provide us with his perspective. Thanks, Timo.
Zach, thank you so much for this kind introduction. And Henry, thank you so much for welcoming me and inviting me to speak here. So first, let me start by geopolitical competition. I think it's a well-chosen phrase, and we often talk about it. And let me say it very clearly, the fundamental political change in Europe at the moment is absolutely real, going more to a stronger European autonomy thinking, building up European defenses, and shifting supply chains, which comes along with it. And I remember, and Henry, you were there, the of J.D. Vance at the Munich Security Conference when he basically shredded the post-word, the post-global international order after the Second World War. And Foreign Minister Wang Yi speaking shortly after him and actually showing how China intends to keep the international and also reflecting China's ambition in that field. So we certainly see a shift in that regard. And Agora Strategy is a company founded out of the Munich Security Conference, and we advise industries, also very much the automotive sector, and others on global challenges, but also governmental institutions, the European Parliament. So I'm going to share a few views from the industrial perspective on what does it mean for a company actually being placed in this international world. First, companies certainly not only look on growth and access, but increasingly also on building up resilience and navigating this fragmentation and diverse different regulatory frameworks, of course, make that extremely difficult. And which brings me to the question, and that was the question that you asked, where can we cooperate actually? I think there are different dimensions. The first one, very value-driven one, it's the question how to establish and increase trust. And I think it's really not easy to do that. But standardization, cooperation, as Thomas just mentioned, are certainly from an industry perspective a few ones which are important. But it also means to recognize different interests, mutual interests, and then try to find a framework how to build around that. And I think the forum or the panel just before on Global South and China reflected also on that. Further one, green tech regulation has been mentioned. It's certainly one of the first. Also, I would like to mention the field of critical minerals and raw materials, especially all brings me to third countries where China and European countries could cooperate. Also in terms of mining and processing, critical minerals supply chains are very much diversified, but as you know, many critical minerals like germanium, palladium, graphite, even cobalt are processed in China. They come often from China, and European industry is heavily on that. So collaborating there, at least from a European perspective, is highly welcomed. Next one is managing uncertainty, which I would welcome also stronger economic European Union, Chinese business dialogue. I think it would be helpful on issues like crisis prevention, also food security, and of course tax and tariffs and moderate tax and tariffs because nobody is winning from tax and tariffs. I think one field more to the future is space and space mining. It's extremely expensive, but it can be very rewarding. And China has, of course, a footprint there. I think even developing a joint framework where Europe or China could at least pursue different interests, but under a joint framework would be a great success. I think digitization, AI tech is also a field of cooperation, and this extremely based on open source software and less on hardware. So with hardware, there will be, I think, diverse views and issues, but open source like DeepSeek as a role model, best practice, can be very successful. And the last two ones are, from my perspective, infrastructure, large infrastructure projects. I know China is also intending to build a new railway system towards Europe. So certainly a lasting, strong link, totally welcomed. And I think these projects are so expensive and big, there are space for different players. And the last one is also to avoid overreach, which brings me to the first sentence, as I said. It means we can only be successful while respecting independence and building ties while managing the strategic competition, which is certainly there between companies, but also between markets. Thank you, Zach. Over to you.
Thank you, Timo. Yeah, I think your point around EU tech sovereignty being such a real live issue really can't be understated. So, we know that Europe has had, some concerns about the role that China might play in tech supply chains in Europe. But really the concern about US tech firms at the moment is really quite significant. For a long time, Europe has thought that we could have US firms and regulate them under EU rules, and that would be fine. But you look at the retaliation that President Trump has threatened against the European Union for fining US companies for not complying with EU law, and suddenly there is a concern that we have to have our own European companies because regulation without having players in the game might not be enough. And I think in terms of building trust, certainly from a tech perspective, open source, which is fully auditable, seems like a really good way in which areas like AI that might otherwise seem like it's quite difficult because the level of rivalry is so high might actually be a good place to start. Another area that I think is quite interesting is financial services and financial regulation. And our next speaker is Franco Bruni, the president of ISPI, the Italian Institute for International Political Studies. And if I recall correctly from earlier today, I think Franco said that he might talk a little bit about financial regulation as a potential topic. So over to you, Franco.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I apologize if I will concentrate my 5 minutes on global financial regulation, which is clearly in danger of becoming inadequate to cope with the dangers of financial instability that we are running. Think to the current pressures to lower capital ratios in America, precisely when the American financial system is shocked by several risks and credibility shocks. Think to the deregulation that Trump has in mind in the field of digital currencies. It's really a moment of extremely delicate dangers in these fields. And I think the attention of the world is inadequate on this field. The attention of newspapers, etc., is inadequate. Everybody talks about tariffs, but here you have probably a bigger risk, and also tariffs, by creating uncertainty, have a high probability to cause financial instability. And this is an aspect of the tariff issues which is inadequately dealt with, even by media. What can I say in general on global financial regulation? Well, we need more cooperation, clearly. In this case, the Global South and Europe could well join forces to influence the general atmosphere of financial regulators in the world. There are many fronts in which action is required. Let me mention a few of them. Mainly thinking to the IMF as an institution that has to be reformed together with many other institutions. But think to the IMF, there's a quota redistribution which has been tried and retried but never solved. Europe has too many votes and it doesn't use these votes, because we vote separately. We should give up a large part of these votes in favor of China, India, etc., and exercise the rest of the votes united. In this way, we will reform IMF. Also, from a managerial point of view, the IMF doesn't work well the top managers are are resident mediocre guys. They should become non-resident, less numerous, and extremely high level. So the whole machine has to be changed. Let me mention the fact that we have to resuscitate some kind of centralized restructuring mechanism. At the beginning of the century, Anne Kruger launched a nice plan to make the IMF the center of restructuring according to agreed and solid rules. This was refused after a lot of research and nice publications by Anne Kruger personally and the IMF. This has to be resuscitated, and Anne Kruger herself, a couple of months ago, wrote, she's now old enough, but she said, the world's poorest countries grappling with an escalating solvency crisis, and here we go back to obviously financial instability, are paying the price for disagreement among major creditors. We have to overcome this issue with a big collective action. There are other fronts, and I have no time to go into them, but think to the regulation of the new means of payments, for instance, digital payments. We need a very urgent and large global effort to agree on basic rules that will, by the way, avoid that the world gets divided in terms of payment systems. And here, China is crucial. China has to avoid using the digital currencies topic to fight against the United States. I mean, the United States must avoid to fight against China, but China must be conscious of the fact that we need a common and well-established system of circulating these new currencies. Otherwise, it's going to be a loss for everybody. I could go on. I have a very long list, but I exhausted my minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Franco. And I think that you're quite right that there is a lot of goodwill that the EU and other Western countries could develop with the developing world by helping contribute to solving the problems of global financial instability, both from tariffs and from the potential for kind of less well-regulated digital finance solutions like cryptocurrencies. We've talked a little bit about tech, but maybe not tackled it head on. And so I'm really pleased that we have one of the former German state secretaries for digital society and consumer policy, Christian Kastrop, who's also partner and CEO of the Global Solutions Initiative, who I'd now like to contribute to this discussion. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you very much. So yeah, indeed, I would like to start with a little bit of a broader brush, but we can for sure come back in the later discussion. So yeah, I'm a bit tempted to look a little bit back if we talk about, say, the global situation. And I remember the very first moonshots when the astronauts were in the space and they look back to the globe and say, hey, that looks really unsafe, tiny, the blue planet in the middle of the black environment. And then I think, yeah, some people start to think then it's all in line with the Club of Rome and all these incentives, which also around cooperation, of orientation of regulatory rules. But it took a while. And then, of course, I would also like to mention another astronauts event, which started with a famous communication to the to the Earth station, Houston, we have a problem. And I think this is probably also a nice starter to look into, yes, Houston, we really have a problem, or should we say, yes, Washington, we have a problem, so that we face this issue of this, yes, new mercantilism, protectionism, and also a lot of things now focused on individual defense and economic security, but not so much seen in a global situation, which is entirely necessary, but it's more about how can I safeguard my backyard, how can I safeguard my resources, how can I safeguard my trade, and not so interesting for the other ones. So, and of course, this is a bilateral issue, and it's also a multilateral issue, and I think how can we keep it up, and how can we really come back to a new cooperation and really in the best of all parts of the world, and create then also the necessary resilience against, say, ecological problems we anyway face. So what would I do also with respect to consumers maybe, which of course also are important. Yeah? So if you do not take care of consumers, of people, of businesses, and yeah, also take care of some political issues, I think we will go into the wrong direction. So I think we should nevertheless, if we want to have this maintaining international regulatory cooperation, let's start not with the worst things or with the biggest blocks. Let's maybe start with less sensible issues, but nevertheless, of course, should also be some pressing issues. Otherwise, there is no interest on the other side. So, and of course, some of these issues are related to the climate issue. So, and I think the support for climate issues, and again, that's also an issue for consumers, to support, say, climate issue is a kind of a true global common good, and we can really maybe draw on that and try, and this is my organization, the Global Solutions Initiative. So, and of course, we could, for instance, start with preserving biodiversity. Maybe there is a good analog on, so I may remind you at the so-called Montreal Protocol. This was about 1987, where we had this very successful management of the ozone layer of the atmosphere. So, and I think this is also something maybe we can draw on as a very practical example. Then, of course, it's also some results where we can also draw on. We do not yet have an agreement on aircraft pollution tax, but we have something lately for shipping. So, and I think this is also maybe a possible issue which we could really enlarge us. So then moving over to green tech industries, I think green tech industries are important, but they also need a lot of energy, also related, of course, to my favorite subject some years ago or 3 years ago, the digital evolution, and what does it mean also again for the people and for the consumers. And I think here, I think there could be really progress also on a global cooperation of regulatory issues. I think this is really not so difficult, I think. I hope. Maybe it's also hope. In a lot of these topics, it's just hope. But let's start with some hope. So why not looking at certain minimal standards also on tech developments, also minimal standards and social safeguards for the use of digital technologies, which have so many advantages for the people, but we also always have to be aware, besides of the energy issue, there's also an issue of social safeguards, that consumers also are sheltered, and they are in the driver's seat also together, of course, with industry, with politics, but we should not forget about them. So looking to Brussels quickly, of course, there is an exchange about different regulatory approaches. I was part of that regulatory approaches, and it was a lot of stuff we had to swallow. But in the end, at least in some big digital reform issues from the Commission, I think we could get an agreement. And so I also think there is an issue also to relate the Brussels way of doing it could also be an issue for a more global approach. Not everything went well, but still I think it was not a bad project. So most of all, this is my last remark, if we want to have global solutions in that area, I think, and it's very urgent. It's really urgent. It's time to do something. but it's also take time really to understand also the position of other regions, of other global players, and who might think different. We should have a full respect to these views too. So it's creating mutual trust. It's not necessary, I guess, to get a full understanding in a minute, but if we could create trust from global trust between players here, and again, a big thank you to Henry and to the whole team organizing this conference here. I think this really, for me, after these 2 days, is quite a step forward, and let's discuss it further.
Thank you. It's, I think, nice to get some consensus around the panel so far that really starting modest, starting on technical issues like measurements and standardization, can be a way to build trust and to, I guess, develop some cooperation and progress without jumping straight to where there might be value clashes. I'd like to turn now to Professor Berthold Kuhn at the Freie Universität of Berlin, who I know has done quite a lot of work in the area of environmental regulation, and very interested to get your thoughts, Christian.
Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to again participate in the China and Globalization Forum. And we want to broaden, but also deepen dialogue, cooperation, and standard setting. And I will say a few words where and how we can do that with a focus on EU-China relations. Chinese Premier Li Qiang said to European Commission President von der Leyen that green is the distinctive color of cooperation between the EU and China. Of course, we have these flagship topics: climate action, forthcoming COP30 conference in Brazil. Then we also have the Global Biodiversity Summit in New York in September. And we have already a couple of projects and dialogue formats related to climate action and biodiversity. But beyond that, there are a series of other green topics of interest and importance for EU-China cooperation. It's deforestation and greening supply chains, air, water, and soil pollution, plastic waste, for example, green finance, other areas. I will draw attention to an area which has not received so much attention. It's sound management of chemicals. And we, from the EU-China Cooperation on Environment and Green Economy project, we've done a workshop this week, and there was serious interest and commitment from both sides, from the Chinese Ministry of Ecology and Environment, and also from the DG Environment in Brussels, and some experts of OECD were also there. So EU and China are the biggest chemical producers and consumers. And the EU has ambitious regulations, REACH, and China is about to tighten regulations on chemical substances, especially new entrants in the market. So in this workshop, we have discussed about legislations and regulations with a focus on hazardous materials, different classifications of chemical materials. Then also we've talked about risk assessment and testing innovations, including, for example, non-animal testing and innovations in testing methods, and about product compliance and traceability. Of course, in the context of the green transition, there are a couple of challenges. For instance, carbon border adjustment mechanism. And from the EU perspective, of course, this is designed not to punish, but to encourage global convergence on emission standards. Rather than fragmenting the global economy, these tools, from the perspective of the EU, could foster mutual transparency and predictability. Dialogue on methodologies for carbon footprinting
or sustainable sourcing of critical materials was already mentioned, lithium or rare earth, could create a level playing field for green tech producers. And I want to say that these collaborations do not only generate economic value, but they also build trust. They illustrate that rules-based engagement leads to win-win outcomes, jobs created in the green sector, improved environmental outcomes, and enhanced global stability. I think the EU believes in strategic openness and supports the resilience of systems, but also wants to preserve the multilateral spirit. Whether in trade, environment, or technology, EU should insulate certain domains from purely geopolitical logics. I think the over-politicization, the over-securitization of also cooperation and standard setting in many sectors also affect the green sectors in some areas. And the global race in clean energy and digital technologies is intensifying. The EU and China are major players in areas such as electric vehicles, batteries, and also in artificial intelligence and quantum computing. Competition is inevitable. It's even welcome, but strategic competition does not preclude strategic cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Berthold. And I think that is a real dilemma for the EU because we've seen in the US, having started with this kind of a small yard with a high fence approach, that's very difficult to sustain in practice. And for the EU in particular, which is starting from behind in a lot of technological industries, this autarky type approach where we feel like we can do it all, it's not one that the EU is going to be able to do realistically. And so if security is going to become a more and more important issue to the EU, keeping its scope limited and not infecting the whole of the sectors of economic cooperation with China and indeed with other partners is going to be really key. I'd now like to turn to Australia, and I'm very pleased we've got David Morris, who's the CEO of the Australian-China Business Council in Tasmania and a non-resident senior fellow at the CCG, to provide kind of a non-European perspective. So please welcome your thoughts, David.
Well, thank you, Zach, and thanks to Henry and Mabel for once again putting on a very important dialogue, and thanks for including another Aussie on the panel. It's always a risk because Aussies can be frank, right? But hopefully frank and friendly. I'm going to slightly disagree with this idea that we should look for small wins. We should look for regulatory cooperation and then build trust. I think we've got to tackle this trust issue head on. I think we've got to tackle the big issues head on. Trust has collapsed. Trust has collapsed in the last 8 years, and this is a serious problem that we have to address. The trust that we need to repair the damage that has been done to the world trading system needs to be addressed head on. The trust that is restricting our ability to cooperate in the green transition has to be tackled head on, and in technology, where it may seem to be so difficult to unpick national security from other concerns, but I think we've got to tackle it. These are for businesses, for societies, and for governments around the world. This is not just about, as we heard earlier today, this is not actually just about the US and China. This is about people all around the world. We've got to tackle and resolve these big challenges. And so we've got to step back from the lack of trust and find a way to tackle these issues. Now, how do we do it? Well, the populism and the fear and blame that has been causing so much of this problem is deeply now set in the United States, and I'm sorry to say in parts of Europe as well. I'm here to deliver some good news that this is not consistently across the so-called West. We've just seen in elections in Australia and Canada, in recent weeks a complete rejection of Trumpism, a complete and I think very convincing rejection of populism and the politics of fear and blame. And we might actually be able to learn something from those two countries often left out of these discussions, but significant economies and significant countries where actually there's a good understanding of the rule of law, of having rules and norms and standards that are trusted by the people and that can be therefore built upon in the international community. In trade, for example, in countries like Australia and Canada, they understand the critical importance of interdependence, the economic benefits of interdependence. I worry about other parts of the West, and I say this being frank but friendly here. I'm a visiting professor at several universities in Europe. I've just returned from teaching in France, but I've also been teaching in Germany, Austria, and Hungary. And in each course I teach, I ask my students, put up your hand who supports free trade. And I also ask them, put up your hand who does not support free trade. I have not yet had a single student who has put up their hand in support of free trade in Europe. This is a serious problem. So it's okay for us as members of the elite, of people who are working in think tanks or in businesses who absolutely understand the value of free trade. We can agree this around the table, I'm sure. I'm sure if I asked you all to put up your hands, you would. But the populations of these countries that are so critical to finding the solutions are not convinced. People are not convinced. And so we've got to find a way for the opinion leaders, such as people such as here today, and businesses and others, to explain better the benefits of regulatory cooperation, of standards, of norms, of the rule of law, basically, in the way that we trade and work together. We here in this part of the world, with RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, have the biggest free trade area in the world. We heard today about the CPTPP, perhaps Europe joining that, which is a great idea because Asian regionalism is all about open regionalism. So if we could build beyond those areas where there's opposition to free trade, if we could build more and more support and understanding, that's critical, I think, to addressing head on. Now, I'll be quick because I'm running out of time. On green, the same applies, and we heard some very useful comments, I think, about supply chain transparency and carbon tracking. I think we can help to articulate the values of green cooperation. We ought to be using the COP process for that, as well as everything else that we're doing. Finally, I want to just wrap up very briefly on technology. Technology, we've got to address this head on. We've got a crisis here. We've got innovation running well ahead of our capacity to govern it. And Europe is a norm leader and a standard setter. And so there are great lessons to learn from what Europe is doing. There are also some lessons to learn in Australia about social media and other regulation as well. But we've got to actually think about this with the big picture, I think. I think this is a serious and existential question for us, these new technologies, as, for example, nuclear proliferation and nuclear energy was in the post-war period. And what did the leaders of the world do then? There was absolute distrust between the US and the Soviet Union, absolute and total distrust. But they built an international organization, the International Atomic Energy Agency, which was able to regulate. It accepted that there were national security areas in which they were not going to be able to stop countries from doing the established nuclear powers, but they built standards and norms and rules for the rest of us, and they rigidly enforced those. And with very small areas of breakout, that system worked. I think we've got to do the same thing in technology today. We've got to think big. We need institution building. We need rules that are supplier blind. Just all the cyber experts tell us that tech risks are supplier blind. Australia just had a huge cyber attack recently. It was from India. Who would have thought? Why is India attacking Australia? Cyber attacks can come from anywhere. They can come from any country. They can come from a teenage boy in his bedroom. We need to be building national cyber defences, of course, but we also need rules and standards around this. If the United States doesn't want to come to the party on this and they're not convinced by the need for international regulation, perhaps the rest of us ought to do it anyway. Why don't we actually build international capabilities to separate the national security elements, which are real, separate those off from where actually technology can and must be regulated? I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think, we're very much singing from the same hymn book here because at CER, the Centre on Regulation in Europe, we produced a report in last year on global governance of digital ecosystems, which recommended a global board to manage digital stability risks, especially when it comes to AI, modeled on sort of what we've seen be achieved internationally in areas like financial stability. And it was very pleasing to see the UN panel of experts on AI. You recommend a similar sort of model. Getting it implemented is obviously a different question. Turning back to kind of international institutions, and I'm very pleased now to invite Eric Solheim, who's the co-chair of the Europe-Asia Centre, and was also the former Under-Secretary General of the UN and Executive Director of the UN Environment Programme. Very interested in your thoughts on, the role of international institutions in solving some of these problems.
Thank you so much. We sometimes speak as if we are now entering a period of geopolitics, because geopolitics was all over the place in the time when European colonial powers dominated the world, as well as the time when the United States dominated the world. We are just entering a new sort of geopolitics, which is the multipolar order. One nation cannot dominate the world, nor can two, meaning the United States and China. We are embarking upon the multipolar world. That's a much fairer world. Many more people will be rich. But it's also a world which can potentially bring anarchy. So I very strongly suggest that our calling line should be, we need a rules-based global order. Sometimes the global south don't like that term because rules-based global order for so long meant some rules for the West and some very different rules from the rest. For example, sovereignty of some nations were very important, sovereignty of other nations were not so important, or we should not interfere in the internal affairs of other nations, except, of course, when the United States of America did exactly that, embarking upon 80 regime change operations in other nations. What we need in the 21st century is a rules-based order, but with the same rules for everyone. Sovereignty of all nations matter. That means sovereignty of Ukraine matters, but sovereignty of Palestine matters also. No one, including the United States and Russia, should interfere in the internal affairs of other nations. We need global rules for trade, for investment, and for control of technology. And for sure, we need to attack terrorism with the same determination, whether those suffering from terrorism are white, black, brown, or whatever nationality. That's a true rules-based global order. That should be our calling cry. And as I see it, Europe and China are the two centers for driving these in the world. It will get support from nearly all of the global south, for sure from nations of Australia and many others. But unless Europe and China drives a rules-based global order, we will struggle. There will be someone in the United States who still believes they can dominate the world. There may be someone in Russia who believes they can disrupt the world. But both China and Europe fundamentally believes in a rules-based global order, and let's try to achieve that. Then on the green transformation, which is what I normally work on. Look, China is now so far ahead of the rest of us. We don't really understand it in Europe, and I'm traveling a lot and seeing all the factories in the modern China. China is now 60% of all green. Solar, wind, hydropower, electric batteries, electric cars, metros, high-speed rail. One nation is 60%, the rest of the world is 40%. Added, China is the biggest tree planter, and it has cleaned up air and water in a speed no one else is even close to. So China is the indispensable nation for the green transformation. That's one part of it. The other part of it is not so easy for the rest of us to compete. So how do we organize this? where we need China for everything green. No one can go fast on solar or electric cars without China. But China is so far ahead that the rest of the world struggles to compete. I suggest two main mechanisms. We need more Chinese investments in the rest of the world because everyone wants jobs. I mean, the European Commission, of course, President Macron wants jobs in France. Chancellor Merz wants jobs in Germany. We need jobs in Europe. India, Prime Minister Modi has launched Make It in India as his main slogan. Everyone needs jobs, and Chinese companies can help by investing, spreading technology and more. Just yesterday, Chang'an Automobile launched a new factory in Thailand as an example of this. But China should also help European and other companies to be successful in the domestic Chinese market. Sometimes European companies feel that they are not treated in an equal way in the Chinese market. If that happens, these companies will not be the driver of the fair free trade which we all want. Let me end up with a great story, which is including BMW. Quite recently, I visited Seattle. That's now the largest and dominant electric battery maker in the world, in Ningde, Fujian province. They over and over again told me how grateful they were to BMW, saying that BMW had been their very critical partner, very critical customer, shared technology, shared best business practices at a time where that was absolutely essential for the growth of Seattle. Well, now Seattle is ahead of any other company in the world when it comes to batteries. Well, time has come for Seattle to share that technology and their business practices with the rest of the world. Well, then Europe needs to roll out the red carpet for that to happen. But the companies also need to get into this move. They cannot just export from China. They need to invest in other parts of the world. Finally, China now has a huge trade surplus with basically every nation in the world. It's not just the United States. Nearly every nation has a trade deficit with China. Most nations are not likely for that to continue over a long period of time. Everyone wants jobs and technology to their nation, so China cannot just export. China needs to invest more, be in more markets, but of course also open its own market to foreign competition. Then we will be able to handle this green competition and the indispensable character of China in a better way.
Thank you very much, Eric. And it's certainly true that EU-China trust building is going to be absolutely essential now. And it's been pleasing that there's been some signs of an improvement in their relations over the last couple of weeks and months. As I mentioned at the start, one of the issues that we've been thinking about at the Center for Regulation on Europe is the importance of inclusive growth, particularly when it comes to technology. And so I'm very pleased that our next speaker, Gerard Stahl, as well as being a visiting professor at PHBS, was also the former Secretary General of the EU Committee of the Regions, and so has been thinking quite a lot in the past on the importance of inclusive growth. And I'd very much like for him now to contribute to the conversation.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting conference and to have a chance to make some remarks in this discussion. First, I would like maybe to make some general remarks, taking up contributions which related to the need of trust, because I think this is the basis for any cooperation and later on for any more detailed regulatory discussions. There are some elements which are needed to have trust. There is the element of stability. There is the element also of a society which is able to be trusted by its own citizens. And I think one of the interesting part of our discussion, which we had in the time before, was to discover that when a government is not able to assure that the losers of globalization somehow are supported by the winners of globalization,
the internal cohesion of a society might be undermined, and we will get this as a problem for international relations. And in this sense, allow me to make maybe one positive comments about Europe. And then I will also add some obviously critical remarks about Europe. But when we compare the different systems, Europe is a market economy, but it is a social market economy. And in comparison to the Anglo-Saxon type of economy, I think with all its difficulties, and I will come back also on the difficulties, Europe has better succeeded to keep an internal cohesion. This is an element even of our constitutions, whereas EU, based on a rule, our constitution, we are obliged even to have policies which contribute to cohesion. And then you have the traditional, the different national traditions about social policy. So I think in this sense, for trust, also to assure that the globalization benefits are shared is an essential element. But now I want to come back to our topic here, and this is regulation. And obviously it is very difficult to address complicated regulatory issues in such a short time. So I can only touch a bit of the problems. We have heard that the EU is a front runner in climate policy. We have heard climate policy is our common destiny for mankind. We want to solve this. Now the question is how to implement a climate policy. And there the EU, which has developed an ambitious climate policy, obviously is now developing instruments. And it was already mentioned that one of the key instruments for the EU to be able to reach its climate objective will be the cross-border adjustment mechanisms. And now we come in the nitty-gritty of the reality of trade, climate policy, and development ambitions. Because what does the cross-border adjustment mechanism means at the end? It means that imports going to Europe will be burdened by a carbon price if it is perceived that this product has not fulfilled the conditions for an environmentally acceptable production. That means the idea of the cross-border adjustment mechanism is to stop carbon leakage. This seems to be logical, because if a company is obliged, because of high standards, to have a more cost-intensive production in Europe, obviously it should not be confronted with a competition based on environmental dumping. But then it has to be calculated. And there now we will find negotiations for the years to come. The system will start to become operational in 2026. And surely this cross-border adjustment mechanism will create a lot of problems with trading partners. And trading partners can be concerned and say, will this become a new protectionistic instrument which hides behind a climate objective, the interest to shelter their own economy against competition from outside? Therefore, we as a foundation, and I'm also a member of a European foundation, have made a study together with also Indian partners where we look specifically also to the situation of developing countries, also making sure that in the implementation of this mechanism, the interests of developing countries are not overlooked. And that at the end, this system, which also creates revenue for the EU, is not misused as a financial instrument to finance the EU with environmental taxes, but only to compensate the difference in the production structures. It is very complicated, so I can't go into the detail, but for our discussion, I think you might be a bit reassured that inside Europe, partners are looking that a new necessary instrument is not misused as a new form of protectionism. And then maybe one creative idea, very short at the end. Europe and China are big trading partners. And especially specifically for Africa, I think these are the two actors of reference. And it might be very interesting also between the EU and China to look more into the different trading agreements. The EU has a lot of trade agreements with partners. China is more and more an international actor, has more and more agreements. In part of these agreements, you have elements of good governance, whether this is named fight against corruption, whether it is named rule of law. And it might be useful to have a dialogue between the EU and between China, how also these trade agreements could be used to promote a certain good governance. We have all agreed the Sustainable Development Goals. This is also part, good governance. So in our trade relations, we maybe could cooperate and with trade also contribute to good governance in some countries, well knowing that a long debate is needed to be precise what good governance means. But there are procedural aspects which you can bring into such agreements, which might be quite helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerhard. In the interest of time, I'm going to jump straight to Grace Sun, who's the head of strategic marketing at LONGi Green Energy North America, who I guess would have a lot of experience on international supply chains and the impact of European and indeed other green regulations. So.
Thank you so much, Zach. First of all, I want to say thank you, CCG, for having us here today. And thank you so much for coordinating this forum to bring in great ideas, perspectives, and suggestions. But before I dive into my remark, I wanted to touch on one of the points that Christian, you just mentioned about the energy consumption of green tech and renewable technology in general. So we did a calculation, the direct energy consumption from silicon materials to photovoltaic modules, it's only about 0.4 kilowatt hours per watt. Well, the electricity generation of each watt of photovoltaic modules in its entire life cycle, generally it's about 30 years, it's about 45 kilowatt hour. So from 0.4 to 45, the ultimate energy efficiency produced by photovoltaic is about 100 times that of its production consumption. So by applying green and low carbon technological innovations, the energy consumed in production can be transformed into a green energy that contributes to the global energy transition over hundreds of times. And that's what we usually call green energy magnifier. So I hope that's gave you some of the insight. As an advanced renewable technology technology company, LONGi operates globally across diverse markets and policy environments. So we truly welcome growing dialogues around how we can better balance regulations with collaborations in today's multipolar world. We encourage efforts to ensure that regulatory approach remain aligned and supportive of the global energy transition. A successful pathway to decarbonization depends on shared innovation, resilient supply chains, and mutual recognitions of standards. We operate with strong commitment to compliance and local engagements in the North American market. So we always welcome open dialogues with policymakers, industry peers, and civil societies to continuously improve our standard, from supply chain transparency that we just mentioned many, many times today to environmental performance. We also believe that localizations can serve as a powerful driver of global process and globalization process. It opens the door to shared investment, technology exchange, and cross-border value creations, not in opposition to global corporations, but a complement to it. We believe that localizations and international collaborations go hand in hand. That's why we actively engage in joint standard setting, collaboratively research, and work public-private dialogues, working together to build more resilient and sustainable clean energy ecosystems. Looking ahead, we would welcome efforts to create more trust-based inclusive approach to regulatory cooperation, one that recognizes the global nature of climate challenges and support aligned, forward-looking solutions across markets. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity to for us to be here as part of the conversation.
No, thank you so much, Grace. We're a little bit over time, so I'm going to wrap up in less than a minute, hopefully. But I think that there's been some common themes that have come out across all the panelists, which have been very interesting. The first is just the imperative of cooperation, firstly to delivering the green transition, but also delivering it in a way that's most efficient and most effective. Which is going to mean things like common standards across different countries. And also, I guess, going to the point of financial instability, to prevent further fragmentation in the world. In terms of the areas of cooperation, I think this was also, there was a lot of commonality, the financial sector, the green transition, and digital, particularly areas like AI, which many of us might initially think would be perhaps maybe too sensitive for cooperation. And on the how, maybe we didn't get complete consensus, but I think there was definitely an understanding that we have to build trust, and that taking issues like standardization, measurement, increasing transparency are all steps that may be modest, but are also going to be essential to build trust amongst international players. And at the same time, building support from the ground up for free trade and for understanding the importance of international cooperation. And I think finally, for the EU in particular, making sure that its instruments are being used for the right reasons. We don't want to see the carbon border adjustment mechanism being used to raise revenues or as a protectionist tool. It's really meant to encourage the rest of the world to join the EU in decarbonizing its sectors. So with that very quick wrap up, let me thank all of our panelists for their wonderful contributions today, and to CCG for allowing us to partner with them on this panel. Thank you very much.
感谢尊敬的各位来宾
Distinguished guests, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
欢迎大家来到第11届
Welcome to the 11th China and Globalization Forum.
So Tom here at CGTN at China Media Group, and I'm also a part-time researcher of CCG.
至今已经成为一个重要的年度盛会。
The forum was launched in 2015. It is an annual event, and it has demonstrated China's voice.
for 11 executive years. So this is the 11th year, and today it has already grown into a prominent annual event amplifying Chinese voice on the global think tank stage. 昨天我们满满一天。
Yesterday, we talked about a lot of topics, including multilateralism, globalization, and China-US trade war, and China and the global south, and how to maintain regulatory cooperation amidst multipolarity.
And also, we've also talked about the US-China trade narratives in the era of uncertainties, and also China and global south, and how to promote the international cooperations in the regulatory issues. 今天我们将
Today, we are going to continue to focus on multilateralism, China-EU relations, and the new Middle East order. We want to focus on building consensus on peace and development.
The narratives of today's situation, and also about the Middle East problem, the Middle East Forum, which is a new order or not. Will there be more peaceful and more growth possibilities to come in all these issues? 那马上就让我们开启今天的第一场。
We are about to open the first roundtable for today.
First part of today, the first roundtable. So it's about the multilateralism in today's world. 所以今天的第一场大使圆桌将聚焦多极世界的多边主义，由全球化智库的创始人兼理事长、国务院原参事王辉耀先生，以及中美交流基金会总
Mr. Wang Huiyao, founder and president of CCG, James Cho, president of China-US Exchange Foundation, and Tammy Tam, editor-in-chief of South China Morning Post, will co-chair this roundtable.
And how to navigate in between powers and norms. So today I will invite the three guests, the three co-chair of this event, who is Mr. Wang Huiyao, the co-founder and the president of the CCG, the former counselor to China's State Council, and also Mr. James Cho, who is president of China and United States Exchange Foundations and Goodwill Ambassador of World Health Organization, and also Mr. Tammy Tam, who's the editor-in-chief of South China Morning Post. Enjoy.
Thank you, Sanhui. And so, good morning, Excellencies, also distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great timing that we're getting to the second day of 11th China and Globalization Forum. And as we all know, yesterday was a really very spectacular discussions. We have a contribution over 50, 60 panelists and keynote speakers. It was very fruitful, and we put this on YouTube and also Twitters and all the social media of CCG, but also there is some coverage of Chinese media as well. And also we have many attentions given to this forum. Probably, I would say, one of the largest gathering of international participants in Beijing in terms of think tank participants and also policymakers and business executives and all the parties concerned. So it's a tradition that we do this every year. And out of this China and Globalization Forum, one of our landmark event is the Ambassador Roundtable. And we actually invite ambassadors every year to come to this roundtable. So this is a bit more formal, but also we have a monthly CCG VIP luncheon, which also we invite many ambassadors. So we probably engage with very well with the diplomatic corps and delegations of the Beijing international community. So this is really a great honor again to welcome all of you to come to this very important event. That CCG is taking great notes, good notes, and going to report also back to relevant department, but also to CCG newsletter. We'll cover this to our friends around the world. This morning topic is really about multilateralism in a multipolar world. We know that multipolar world is a reality. Like I was at Munich Security Conference this year, the kickoff meeting in Berlin. I'm one of the 3 speakers chaired by the chairman of the Munich Security Conference on the Munich Security flagship report this year that titled Multipolarity. So a few years ago, we heard Olaf Scholz said, Chancellor Olaf Scholz said, multipolarity, single unipolar world is gone, multipolar world is coming. But what are the systems the future holds to support this multipolar world? So the global order is undergoing profound transformation, of course, marked by particularly multipolarity, geopolitical fragmentations, and challenges to the effects theory of global governance. So we see the return of President Trump 2.0. We see quite a lot of unilateralism practiced, and the skepticism towards multilateral institutions. Like WHO, we had an ambassador for goodwill, James Chow here of WHO. So this kind of a backdrop, it really set the stage for our discussion. So where are the crossroads? Where are we going? What are the future holds for the multilateralism in this fragmented, increasingly tension world? So we love to hear the perspective of our ambassadors, which well represented from many countries here. And so we really would appreciate your contributions. So basically, we have set some questions. I would really leave the moderator to our key moderator guest we have invited today. Tammy Tan is the editor-in-chief of South China Morning Post, and we know South China Morning Post is in Hong Kong, and she flew from Hong Kong last night, especially for this event. And South China Morning Post is one of the largest circulated English newspaper, at least in the Asia area, and also, of course, have many impact around the world. And we also have James Chow. He's the president of China-US Exchange Foundation, which is dedicated in promoting bilateral relations between China and US. So I will leave the discussion for both Tammy and James, and I'm sure they will be very highly skillful chairs and moderators. So Tammy, why don't I start with you? Maybe you can say a few words, and then maybe James can say a few words, and then you can take over from the moderator. Thank you.
Sure. Good morning, distinguished guests and all the Excellency ambassadors, and also, of course, my heartfelt thanks to CCG and Dr. Huang. I think it's wonderful for CCG to organize such a high quality and such a fascinating forum. Also, my privilege and great honor to be invited here as one of the moderators. I'm sure there will be a lot of thought-provoking insights from all the ambassadors. The thing is, today, I see such a wonderful combination of speakers. We have all the top envoys representing different continents. We have ambassadors from the African Union, which are representing 54 countries, right? Ambassador Osmond. And we also have ambassador from Latin America, Argentina, North America, Canada, Asia Pacific, Australia, and also many ambassadors from Europe, different countries, different regions in Europe. I'm sure it will be such a dynamic discussion later. Also, thank you so much, Dr. Wang, for saying so many nice words about the South China Morning Post. Allow me a few minutes to talk a little bit about my publication. So I'm the editor-in-chief. The South China Morning Post is Hong Kong's actually it's the biggest and the most influential English publication in the region. And it has more than 120 years history. It's acquired by China's tech giant Alibaba about 10 years ago. And since then, we have embarked into a digitization journey. And now, actually, our biggest market is in the United States. So our readership covered around the world. As I said, the biggest market is in the United States. And the second is Southeast Asia, ASEAN, and then followed by Europe, and of course, our home city, Hong Kong, and also rest of the world, including some countries in Africa as well. So SMP, we focus in unboxing the many complexities of China, including Hong Kong, and under the one country, two systems formula, SMP, we try to present China in a holistic way, unbiased, and in a factual way. Anyway, so it's great that I can represent SMP to be here this morning. Of course, our topics later on will touch on many of the hot and pressing issues. The big elephant in the room, of course, is the tariff war launched by President Trump in April after his Liberation Day announcement, when the whole world just got a moment of relief after the Geneva tariff truce. And now we see tension has been escalated in another front, the tech front. The latest is the US is going to impose a blanket ban on all Chinese chips when the Chinese government, the Ministry of Commerce, is now threatening, using legal weapons to have to introduce this anti-foreign sanction law to retaliate. So how far will this go? Later on, I would also like to get the insights from all the ambassadors, whether your countries or companies in your countries will be deterred, or you have a second thought when you're having some whatever deals with China, and whether you're still willing to use any of China's technologies. Dr. Wang just now mentioned that the topic of our discussion today is about what the future holds. And in a multipolar world, it's not easy to talk about multilateralism. A term is being sidelined, if not completely given up by the current US administration. So at the time when uncertainty is the only certainty, it's never been so urgent for us to talk about this. Also allow me a few minutes to talk a little bit about Hong Kong. Hong Kong, under one country, two systems, we are a free port. However, Hong Kong also has to suffer the same tariff the US imposed on China, because the US does not recognize Hong Kong's special status. However, the Hong Kong government has made, I think, a wise decision to maintain Hong Kong's as a free port, no tariff, no duty, nothing. Even though there was some critical voice asking or urging Hong Kong to follow mainland China to retaliate, but we don't. Hong Kong is still a free port. So whatever business you want to do with Hong Kong, all tariff free. And there's one very important number I want to share with you. Actually, over the past 10 years, Hong Kong has realized a trade surplus with the US up to $271.5 billion. Hong Kong actually is the largest among the largest place with a trade surplus with the US among all its global trading partners. So I think Hong Kong does have a special role to play in China's development and also in terms of promoting China with the rest of the world and Hong Kong with the rest of the world in terms of trade and economic developments. So I think I will pause here and let my very good friend James to say a few words before we start the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Tammy, and to Dr. Wang and Dr. Miao for having us here. QCEF is very proudly one of the partners of this conference because, as I said in the opening yesterday, it's a platform at the CCG Forum which really allows for an honest confrontation of the shared challenges that we're all here to discuss, be it the geopolitical divisions, economic fragmentations, or just the general swell of uncertainty about the global future. And I also mentioned at the time yesterday that while no single meeting can solve the issues that are all front of mind today, each meeting matters, and this one in particular offers a chance to do something rare, which we believe very much is to listen across lines of differences and to build a shared framework that is flexible enough to evolve, yet firm enough to hold in choppy waters. Well, I woke up this morning with a barrage of messages on my phone about the news, of course, from Harvard University that its ability to enroll international students has been revoked, effective immediately. And of course, in these first hours, there's lots of kind of soul searching, but also a rush to try and understand what that means both for currently enrolled students and future students, and also whether they have the ability to find a place in another university, whilst of course also maintaining their legal status to remain in the United States. And I think this is something I was thinking about when I was listening to Dr. Wang and to Tammy Tam, because of course that's a challenge to the order of the world, where we look at our young people and their ability to thrive in an environment of learning, research and teaching, where 27% of the students are international students. Just very briefly on QCEF, we were founded by Mr. C.H. Tung, who was the leader of Hong Kong in 1997, a statesman, a businessman, and where we really focus our work is on high-level dialogue, on the student exchange, as I was just speaking of. We brought well over 2,000 American students to China over the years, and students probably from most of your countries who are US-based, and global initiatives such as the guinea worm eradication program in parts of Africa, which has now gone from 3.5 million human cases to just 13 human cases today. So we're one of the many partners of the Carter Center in Atlanta in that particular global effort. And of course, like CCG Forum, we have our annual meeting, but ours is in November each year. I think that we've been thinking between us about what some of the framing questions could be, and certainly the speakers here today are not restricted by any means to those thoughts. But as an idea, we were looking at, as Tammy said, the Liberation Day tariffs and how the impact is being measured against inflation, growth and supply chains globally, but also strategies that governments can adopt to mitigate risks in an increasingly fragmented landscape. And how would foreign policy in this Trump 2.0 administration, prioritizing bilateral deals over multilateral negotiated frameworks, affect global institutions like the UN, WTO, WHO, which of course we all know well. UNAIDS now announcing that it's going to be laying off half of its staff in an announcement last week. And how can alternative multilateral groupings that were set up many years ago with the support of countries like China, be it BRICS, and of course more established ones like G20, effectively address the shared challenges where traditional multilateralism may have faltered or hesitated? And also, what are the practical steps that countries can take to preserve multilateral cooperation on climate, trade, and development in an era of geopolitical upheavals? I think probably, most of us would understand and accept that the order as we've known it since the end of the Second World War 80 years ago is rather different today. But I think also we should be rather focused that it's been 80 years since the beginning of a new kind of peace, and that some of those values, ideals, and ideas should probably hold firm as well. So we're going to go through the ambassadors, Tammy and I. Perhaps I'll start off with the first one and Tammy will follow. But we'll go first to His Excellency, the ambassador from the African Union, for some of your comments on what we're here to discuss today.
Good morning. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Wang and the Center for China and Globalization for inviting me once again to this roundtable, Ambassadors Roundtable, which deals today with a very untimely, important issue, which gains utmost consideration for a long time. And especially these days after the declaration of the US tariff policy, which violate the global multilateralism trading system. The multilateralism trading system has been the cornerstone of global economic growth for the past few decades. Hence, the US unilateralism challenges of the WTO and eroding its foundation. Having said that, I will dwell on three issues related to the US tariff policy. It is impact on African economies, effects on global institutions like the UN, and thirdly, the alternative to this policy. The adopted US tariff policy means that Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, which is a framework of trade between African countries and the United States, which was established in 2000, will be challenged. And it is supposed to end next September, but it's not envisaged that it will be renewed under Trump administration. For African countries, this will negatively affect. These countries currently face economic predicaments characterized by high debt, high unemployment, high inflation, and low growth. If we add the impact of the US tariff, the situation is largely to worsen further. African countries are likely to turn to alternative partners such as China to avoid the negative impact of the US policy. At the same time, they need to coordinate a response for a positive reinstatement on tariffs during the 90 days period. They would also accelerate the implementation of the Africa Free Trade Area agreement, which also offers an alternative to US policy. With regard to the impact of the tariff policy on multilateralism, it is clear that the Trump actions, though they are dramatic, they represent a continuity in the US policy and the decline of multilateralism. The erosion of world trade regime started way before Trump. The former US President Obama was at odds with WTO appellate body over judicial outreach. The retraction from climate obligations by Trump is not new. Every other rich nation has been retracting everything. Is a sort of a trend that has been given an incredible speed and intensity by Trump. The agreement at COP climate summits proved to be fake consensus because it was not about implementation. Furthermore, the US announcement to review international treaties to which US is party and international organizations, namely the UN specialized agencies, with the aim of withdrawal or slash of funding by almost 84%, including the UN contribution, is a serious blow to multilateralism and a violation to its legal obligations under the UN Charter. The third point, it is evident that the structural shift in the global order has been quietly underway to counteract this unilateralism. It is true that since the early 70s, we are talking about the new international economic order. Large developing countries are expanding greater influence in world economic affairs and are beginning to build alternative to the Western-led institutions. At the core of this movement is BRICS. The group accounts for 1/4 of the global GDP, 2/5 of global trade in goods, and nearly 50% of the world's population. The BRICS challenges the dominance of the Bretton Woods institutions, which were influenced by the West. A stronger BRICS could have a significant global impact in energy, trade, networks, infrastructure, monetary policy, and technology. In an effort to lessen the impact of the dollar, the BRICS group intends to increase the number of its members and introduce new currency. Meanwhile, they transact on trade with their own local currencies. I think it is what we can say that it is brewing. I mean, this type of challenging to the existing international economic order is brewing, and definitely it will have an impact in the coming future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Osman, talking about Africa's stance. I would like to raise another questions about Europe, since we have so many ambassadors from Europe, different regions of Europe. This is a time when we see unilateralism actually is growing under the Trump 2.0 administration. However, China has been adopting its multifaceted diplomacy policy all these years, proactively reaching out to many other countries and trying to maintain talks while also maintaining talks with the US. Actually, before I flew to Beijing late last night, I was in another international conference in Hong Kong earlier, and there's one veteran Chinese diplomat who went to Hong Kong for that forum. He made an interesting point. He said that due to the US unilateralism, actually, he said that plus this Trump's aggressive trade policy that have fractured and cracked US Western allies and also crack the Western unity, especially EU. So some also mention China's tactic actually is the kind of a traditional Chinese wisdom, divide and rule. When this Chinese diplomat mentioned, this new situation may reshape the global order, I would like to float this question to all the ambassadors here from Europe. How do you see EU's relations with China? Do you agree that the Western unity has been kind of fractured under the tariff war? Thank you. So who wants to be the first? We have the, yeah, let me go to the list. Maybe I would like to invite Ambassador from Belgium first. No, not yet. And then why don't we have an ambassador for Croatia to China? Yeah, thank you.
Good morning to you all. Let me start briefly by answering your question. For Croatia as an EU member state, like for many of my colleagues here, but they will express their positions later on. There is no doubt that enhanced cooperation with China on so many important global issues that we'll mention here today, from climate change, development, security, is certainly something to pursue further. No doubt about it. With the present composition, the new composition of the European institutions, you will have a series of dialogues this year, and I'm quite certain that the head of EU delegation will speak more about it in the next session. But let me start by congratulating Henry, Mabel, and the whole CCG on organizing this valuable forum again. We are all well aware that the new world order is nascent. Being realistic and provocative at the same time, I would echo those saying that it has even been a high time. Our world has changed dramatically since the end of the World War II 80 years ago, with many new stakeholders, players of various powers, and challenges to address, requiring some new norms, as the title of this roundtable so correctly points to. Consequently, new international order is ahead of us, like it or not. What is important is to secure that its foundations and basic tenets are firm and principled, securing equality of all the members of the international community. Otherwise, succumbing to a law of the jungle, power struggle, lawlessness, in the end, is a very certain and frightening eventuality. Not better is an outcome with a concert of powers with shared spheres of influence, undermining freedoms and liberties of less powerful ones. Multipolarity for many has this potential ominous content behind, and this is often heard in so many conferences on the topic. I am quite certain that most, if not all of us, would not like to see that. We all need stability and predictability. Tam, what you mentioned earlier, uncertainty is the only certainty. We don't perceive that as good at the moment. Personally, as communities, as states, many of us represent here. Multilateralism, effective multilateralism, especially with the efficient and responsive UN system at its core, and regardless of its flaws, remains essential for predictable, orderly, and peaceful international conduct and relations. This is the responsibility of all its members. The collapse of the multilateral system would only open the door to the spread of undemocratic practices and the promotion of policies and behaviors contrary to values, principles, and traditions at the core of the UN system. Unjustified Russian war against Ukraine reminds us of the importance of preserving this order and demands a responsible response from everyone in the international community, particularly from the permanent members of the Security Council of the United Nations, calling for the respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and bringing about a just and sustainable peace, with all the atrocities condemned and perpetrators brought to justice. Might cannot be allowed to be right, and obsolete concepts of spheres of influence should be banished to history. True, and sadly so, this is not the only conflict in the world today. There are many hotspots around the world we should focus on more, particularly on the African continent, with existential consequences for affected regions. But no other conflict brings more rampant challenges to the international community than this horrendous act by Russia. It is in our common and best interest to prevent such a scenario, which would inevitably lead to global instability and the multiplication of negative consequences from both ongoing and emerging crises. We still have to recover a lot of lost ground in past years, but it is precisely through more communication in person, more listening to each other, really hearing each other's sensitivities, that we gain better understanding and find space for cooperation, so necessary in today's turbulent world, thus rebuilding mutual trust. However, in the current geopolitical situation, we are witnessing deepening divisions within the UN system and multilateral fora in general. The erosion of authority of international law, including humanitarian law, is leading to a lack of trust and constructive dialogue among UN member states. This stands in a very sharp contrast to some major achievements within and under the auspices of the UN in years past. Last year, we agreed on the Pact for the Future, while in 2015, the historical agenda for sustainable development was adopted. Here, one must mention also the Paris Agreement, pivotal in the fight against climate change, as well as efforts within the WHO on the promotion of universal healthcare. And let me stress here, all to be cherished and realized. We must work collectively to counter the growing atmosphere of distrust and dissatisfaction between the global North and South. Using this term, which is not necessarily adequate. Avenues of cooperation must be found and explored, including through multilateral fora. Artificial divisions, hyped by some, misusing troubled history or emotional grievances, are a treacherous trajectory for the future of mankind. Here we must bear in mind, where we as the responsible, international law-abiding members of the international community retreat, we leave room for others who will use this opportunity to spread their malign influence and twisted values. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has also encouraged other autocratic regimes to pursue their interest through violence and disregard for international law. Some seek to establish completely new mechanisms for regulating international relations in the context of peace and security. It is reassuring that many UN member states are focusing on revitalizing the UN system, particularly strengthening the role of the General Assembly in the area of peace and security, given the dysfunctionality of the Security Council. The strengthening of the General Assembly's role was also supported by the veto initiative, a resolution passed in 2022, which calls for discussions in the General Assembly after a veto is used within the Security Council. Fairly soon, we will be selecting a new UN Secretary General, whose role is critically important for the successful, efficient, and effective cooperation of the organization, and by extension, the concept of multilateralism itself. The aforementioned Pact for the Future emphasizes that no woman has ever held the position of Secretary General, encouraging the nomination of female candidates, and stressing the importance of merit-based selection, transparency, and inclusivity. It's worth noting that no representative from the so-called remnant of the times of the creation of the UN system, remnant of the so-called Eastern European group, has ever been selected for this role. At the same time, a significant number of UN member states are focused on reforming the Security Council, with many African countries demanding that substantive negotiations begin, and that the existing intergovernmental negotiation process within the UN moves forward. A particular concern is the growing disagreement over the use of accepted concepts and the weakening of language related to international law, including humanitarian law and other issues. The Croatian government will continue to do the utmost to advocate for the nexus of peace and security, sustainable development, humanitarian and human rights issues. We advocate the inclusion of other stakeholders, the private sector, academia, NGOs, considering them important partners in addressing global challenges. Our world has changed dramatically indeed. And in these new circumstances, there is no alternative but to increase international cooperation based in the established tenets of the rule-based international order, buttressed by the global institutions centered in the United Nations system and the corpus of international law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. It's great to hear from you, your views on the many pressing issues, including the Ukraine war, Ukraine crisis. In particular, I'm so impressed that you talk about the critical role of the United Nations. At this time of unilateralism and with trade war and tariff war, tech war, whatever war, and many conflicts in the world, I do believe the critical role of important international organizations like the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, et cetera, should play a bigger role. So in this regard, I would also, and I'm a journalist, so I tend to combine questions within one big question. My big question just now is how EU sees whether the unity is being cracked because of Trump's tariff war and all this, and will you have different approaches in dealing with China and the US? So now I would like to take these questions to our next ambassador. That's the special envoy from the German embassy. He's Stephen. German plays a very important role in the Ukraine crisis, and also Germany remains a good partner with China as well in terms of trade and other fronts. So how do you see this, Germany, EU, China, amid, and the role of international organizations amid all these tensions?
Yeah, thank you very much. And giving a lot of credit to the organizers, to Henry Wang, thank you very much for having us. I think we are observing the emergence of a multipolar world. Multipolarity, however, describes the state of affairs of international relations. Multipolarity is not a template and no guideline for an international order or international governance. We are facing unprecedented times, crumbling international and regional order. And for us, the big elephant in the room, Russian aggression against Ukraine has been a shocking breach of UN principles and persists as a fundamental threat to our people and Europe's security architecture. We are also facing non-sustainable trade imbalances and, of course, unilateral actions that disregard multilateral mechanisms in trade. You quite rightly ask, what can we do to preserve multilateral cooperation on climate, trade, development? We say we need to safeguard the fundamental concept and proven mechanisms, and at the same time, we need to adjust and improve existing formats. We oppose to trigger a process of chaotic disruption, or even worse, to follow a wrecking ball approach to multilateralism. No country will benefit from it. The idea of multilateralism must be the overarching principle of a performing international order. There are many fundamentals of this multilateralism. The UN constitutes the international core, the prohibition of violence and the primacy of peaceful settlement, right of self-defense, commonly agreed rules, and UN rules-based order. I want to draw your attention to another one, the equal participation and equal rights for all parties. Especially countries, those who are especially affected by global challenges such as climate change or those affected by conflicts, need to be assured that the international system takes account and care of their special vulnerabilities. This is why the international climate negotiations and our responsibility of climate finance, we pay special attention and work closely with small islands. We advocate that largest economies and also, most important emitters will take special responsibilities in climate finance, not only south to south, but also in multilateral funding. Let me give you 3 examples how we can reform and improve multilateral system. Several days ago, we had a peacekeeping ministerial in Berlin. We want to modernize peacekeeping missions as an important instrument in international crisis management. We have to acknowledge that there are quite some challenges, ambitious mandates, financing issues, digital transformation, and so on. We have to talk about this, and we did in Berlin, where 134 states took part. And I just would like to remind you, the entire annual budget of UN peacekeeping is less than the cost of the most recent Olympic Games. During the conference in Berlin, a total of 74 UN members made important pledges. My second example for successful multilateral reform process is the United Nations Pact for the Future that has been approved last year from the UN General Assembly. And together with our friends from Namibia, we have been co-facilitators for this Summit of the Future. And I think we all can say that expectations were fulfilled. The Pact for Future realized huge achievements from all different fields. And we established the first comprehensive global framework for digital cooperation and artificial intelligence governance. So we can make a difference when we act together. We can be successful when we build on what we have and include different stakeholders also like civil society and the private sector. And my third and last example of successful cooperating and establishing multilateral structures is our cooperation with our neighboring continent, with Africa. This is an example where Europe, the European Union, the African Union, we share the vision of an integrated market, of a vision of states being in an integrated state. 2 days ago, we celebrated the third European Union African Ministerial Meeting. European countries and African Union together, we make 40% of UN votes. In a more multipolar and unstable world, characterized by geopolitical rivalries and competition, Africa and Europe, that's what my new foreign minister said during this meeting, quote, Africa and Europe, we are important and neighboring centers of gravity. Together we can make a difference. And when it comes to peace and security, we need to make a difference. To wrap up my remarks, we are convinced that multipolarity, this is just a mere description of the situation. A viable solution, however, instead is a reform-oriented multilateralism. This is our way forward. Modern, might be true, multilateralism has to be built on existing structures and the UN system, and no to wrecking ball approach.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for your very well-argued comments. Multilateralism is the way forward. That's great. So next, I would like to ask the Ambassador of Ireland to China. So Your Excellency, how do you see this multilateralism and make this escalating trade war, and when the world is also getting so unstable at the time, that how multilateralism can still be forged and further enhanced, Your Excellency?
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Chair, and thank you to Henry and Mabel for the opportunity to be here this morning. Particularly timely, and I think particularly pertinent, the question about multilateral trading, because one of the points I do want to talk about today is the European Union, which actually started out, of course, as a trading system. And I think it's a particularly timely discussion given the world in which we're living today, with so much going on: interstate conflicts, climate crisis, human rights violations, international humanitarian law violations, and economic shocks. These are dominating the landscape. But I want to focus a little bit on that rules-based order and what we might learn perhaps about coming together with economic integration. And just at the outset to say, of course, that from a geopolitical perspective, the multilateral system with the UN Charter at its heart remains our strongest protection. And it's probably the most important global asset that we can rely upon. And I want to join with colleagues in condemning the appalling Russian aggression against Ukraine. And of course, just say that's not the only global conflict which we're facing at the moment. This multilateral system, it's the foundation of our model and it's the cornerstone of our national well-being at a national level. And we need an international rules-based order to sustain and to underpin this. And if we lose this, I think we all end up in trouble. So I think it behoves us all at a time like this, not only to defend the model, but to try and strengthen it and to champion it. And you spoke earlier, Chair, about the importance of multilateral organizations. And we believe that the World Trade Organization provides a framework of rules. It ensures transparency, predictability, and equal treatment. And of course, the WTO has been dogged by institutional issues. So at a time when the international trading system itself is under threat, it's important that we step back, remind ourselves of the benefit of working together to protect the gains which we have made. And to give you an example of how economic cooperation can lead to deeper political integration, I think the best example of that is perhaps the European Union. This interconnectedness resulting from trade, it not only drives productivity and well-being, but also fosters interdependence, reducing the risk of conflict and deepening international cooperation. The architects of the European Union realized back in 1957, by combining the instruments of war, which were then coal and steel, that nation states would be obliged to resolve their differences in a peaceful manner. Today, the European Union, it's the largest democratic single market, and it's the #1 trading bloc. And since its establishment more than 30 years ago, the European Union single market has offered European consumers protection, safety, and greater choice. And the single market has developed as a launchpad for European companies, especially SMEs, and for foreign direct investment. It brings higher legal certainty, access to markets, economies of scale, and entire cross-border value chains. And of course, we're hearing more and more now about value chains and not only European, but global value chains and the need to protect them. Turning to my own country, Ireland, it's probably an excellent example of how that economic integration brought prosperity to a small country. We joined the European Economic Community, as the European Union was known, back in 1973. And then our GDP was only 53% of the European average. Today, it's 135%. How do we do this? By facilitating trade, easing labour and capital mobility, reducing transaction costs, facilitating price stability, and increasing resilience to economic shocks. The European single market has provided enormous advantages to its member states. Ireland, and indeed the European Union, will continue to pursue an outward-looking, open, rules-based approach to trade policy. It's a distinctive pillar of the European Union's economic model, and the EU is a key actor in the multilateral economic system, and as such does much to strengthen global governance. And I think it's fair to say that the EU does not just work to further its own narrow interests. One of the most profound impacts of international trade is its role in lifting people out of poverty. One example of this, of how the EU promotes economic development, is the Everything But Arms instrument, initiative under which all imports to the EU from the world's least developed countries are duty-free and quota-free, with the exception of arms. By integrating into the global economy, many developing countries have achieved economic growth, job creation, and income gains, helping hundreds of millions of people to transition from extreme poverty to improved living standards, with China, of course, having achieved this impressively. So, to conclude, in the face of mounting international trade challenges, economic fragmentation, tariffs, and potential countermeasures, calm heads are needed. The European Union's position is clear. We're on the side of openness, negotiation, and sustainable solutions. We believe in partnership, but also fairness. And above all, we believe in a rules-based order that has underpinned peace and prosperity for over 70 years. We'll continue to push for a trading system that's fair, transparent, and just. And we will also speak up for global cooperation, for a future where disputes are settled at the negotiating table. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Nicholas. It's so critical at this time. We need to have a rule-based trade system fair and justice. So now let me turn to Your Excellency Ambassador of Moldova to China. When we are talking about rule-based and fair trade systems, Ambassador Nicholas just now mentioned trade is also very important to lift people from poverty. We understand besides trade and economy, peace is also super important as well. The Ukraine crisis has been lasting for 3 years, and it's all our hope that a peace, a truce or a peace deal may be reached, hopefully, sooner than later. Your country is neighbors with Ukraine, and I think this issue is also very deep in your heart. So, Your Excellency Ambassador, how do you see the Ukraine crisis plus this tariff war and other challenges? What are your takes on all these issues? Thank you. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think Ambassador, due to some other engagements, he's not here. Okay. So now I've turned to Ambassador of Portugal. So I just had a very brief chat with the ambassador just now. I'm from Hong Kong, so Macau is our neighbor. So I travel to Macau all the times, from time to time, frequently. Macau has been designated by Beijing as an important city under one country, two systems, just like Hong Kong, as a super connector to connect China with all the Portuguese speaking countries. Well, we have many countries with speaking Portuguese, including in some country in Latin America as well. So Ambassador Paulo, how do you see your country's relations with China and the trade and economic ties in the future, and Macau's role amid this tariff war? Your Excellency.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you to CCG. Well, great pleasure to be here. Let me begin to answer your point. I mean, yes, indeed, Portugal and China had been closely collaborating through the forum for Macau Forum for Cooperation with the Portuguese-speaking countries within the scope of the Portuguese-speaking countries. I think this is the clear heritage and how to do a good use of a historical heritage in terms of what is the Portugal and China relation. Indeed, well, the tariffs escalation that we see around the world will probably impact, beyond any doubts, will impact trade also between China and Portugal and the Portuguese-speaking countries as a whole. But we hope that solutions can be found to that issue also. And that brings me to the point that I would like to pick up, which is the importance of multilateralism. Let me begin to use a quote. That's why it's probably going to sound good, because it's not from my own. It's from the Secretary General of the United Nations, António Guterres, former Portuguese Prime Minister. He said that multilateralism is not an option, but a necessity as we build back a better world with more equality and resilience and a more sustainable world. This has been said by the Secretary General of the United Nations, but could be easily be said by any Portuguese political responsible. Indeed, we do believe that multilateral institutions have been at the core of the progress in very different and relevant areas, not less to say human rights, disarmament and non-proliferation, trade and economic development, humanitarian assistance, and last but not the least, fighting global challenges, amongst which, for instance, climate change or the loss of biodiversity.
But in spite of that, we see today that multilateralism has been questioned in several ways. One of the reasons why multilateralism has been challenged is probably because it stands on the base of the recognition of equality of all parties. Equality of all parties, almost, I would say, because we always have to think and remember that there are some differences, and P5 at the core of the Security Council are there to remember that to us. Is this that ensures that the stronger will, I mean the multilateralism and the principle of the equality amongst all parties, that ensure us that the strength will not prevail over the less strong, and also remind us that the wealthier should not exert their wealth in their own egoistic stake, but also should exert solidarity to others in need, which basically establishes the basis for the humanitarian aid or development cooperation assistance. So, if I may, to make it clear, multilateral order asks for respect to established rules, but also for a restraint of those who are powerful in a powerful position. We have no doubts of the need to review because of the current circumstances and to the fact that the multilateral institutions that we have now in force are actually the heritage of post-war events. We have no doubts that we need to review methods of work, rules, and in many cases even membership of those international organizations. But we also believe that this can only be done through dialogue, but should be done. If not done, we risk to see new international formations pop up. And how important these new international bodies might be, a group of like-minded discussing amongst themselves will not help much to overcome disagreement or to bridge different views. So the challenge is to put people who think differently together discussing. So let me just stress 2 points. First, no organizations of said multilateral nature should be established in view of the interest of few, but in the light of the interest of the majority. Second, no country should be able to prevail in self-egoistic interest in others' prejudice. Portugal supports dialogue. During our membership of the international community, full membership of the international community, I should say, which means basically after 74, after the revolution, after the democratic regime has been established in Portugal, 1974, we have been working and bridging with different communities and constituencies in the world. Let me remind that, for instance, with Spain, Portugal shares the Ibero-American community, which established a yearly dialogue with Latin American countries. With Portuguese-speaking countries around the world, we established in 1991 the community of Portuguese-speaking countries. The second European Union-African Summit was held during the Portuguese presidency of the European Union. The first Brazil-European Union Summit was held also during the first one of the Portuguese presidency of the European Union. And we held the first Ocean Summit under the auspices of the United Nations, thinking about this unbearable wealth of the seas that should be shared, and it is so important for so many countries around the world, particularly the seas. And finally, you just began to mention how Portugal and China overcome their differences, interests, and size of their economies to establish a bridge with Portuguese-speaking countries also around the world.
So to go back, we support dialogue. We have always advocate dialogue over any other form of disputes or disagreement resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Paulo. Dialogue and conversation are so important at these chaotic times. I do agree with that. So now I would like to turn to Ambassador of Spain to China, Your Excellency Ambassador Marta. We all know the Spanish Prime Minister recently just visited Beijing, visited China, and met President Xi. And this visit actually was considered or hailed as Spain and other European countries taking a pragmatic approach in this when the world is now facing increasing unilateralism. And China believes with this practical approach, countries can work together or by joint efforts to safeguard the consensus on economic globalization by injecting stability into global economy. So I would like to hear from Ambassador Marta your views on this.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Tammy. A very pertinent question, and also for being invited. Well, this is a question that has been addressed many times recently. Of course, there are a few countries now that are visiting China, whose prime ministers and high officials are visiting China as frequently as in the case of Spain, which I believe is a good way of showing that dialogue must remain in order to get closer and build construct trust. This is one of the main deficits, I believe, are now growing among us, because difficulties and differences in the multipolar world are showing that this lack of understanding is based mainly in lack of trust. That's why I believe that we should tackle on this issue. Why this is lack of trust building so many misunderstandings. One of these misunderstandings is that, for instance, the trade war is raising barriers between the EU and the United States. Other of these misunderstandings is that China and Europe are trying to, find a new balance in this context. I call them misunderstandings because these are not the only truth or just the one truth. These are different ways to approach difficulties, but not the only ones. Countries on a bilateral basis continue to have or hold their own bilateral relationship, defending, not only upholding their own interests, but also the interests of the surrounding, so to speak. This is the case of Spain. Spain, apart from being Spain, is also a very much European country and upholds definitely all European values and policies. Finally, I would like to say that for Spain, and also I believe that all European countries, one of the reasons for holding this kind of misunderstandings and lack of trust is the different approach we have towards certain global problems and challenges. Climate, for instance, security, for instance, competition, for instance, and let alone war in Gaza, war in Ukraine. Different ways of calling even these wars, like conflicts, crises, which is not the approach we want to give them. So What is this related to the multilateralism, how it relates to multilateralism and multipolarity? Well, in fact, is that even though our world is becoming more and more multipolar, which is obvious and then is natural because countries are evolving and they are now raising up more voices, is that we need common principles, we need rules, and that is why we need multilateralism. And of course, we need to abide to these common principles. And again, not abiding to these common principles is another cause of lack of trust. Well, I will just leave it there. I am just talking without a script because I have been appalled by your question. So thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Ambassador Mata, for your very honest and candid sharings. You're so right. In a multipolarized world, trust is very important, but trust is not easy to build. And trust can also be destroyed if we don't safeguard it carefully. So I have for Europe, the EU, of course, there are many different countries. Difference, of course, naturally will exist, but difference is not the worst. In Chinese, we have a traditional saying, there's an old Chinese saying, to seek common ground from differences. As long as we can seek common grounds, I think gradually we should be able to build trust. We think EU and globally between China and different countries as well. So now we still have this round about Europe. I will take a pause. So we still have ambassadors from other countries, and we also have my very good, very well respected Chinese diplomats, the former Consulate General to New York of China, Mr. Huang Ping here. So I now will let my very good friend James to ask the other questions.
Hi, we have a couple of ambassadors remaining who come from all continents, including from Europe. So we're going to try and capture the global picture in this part of the program with, for example, China, Norway, India, and such. Let's start off with China. Ambassador Huang Ping, who most recently served as Consul General in New York and also in Chicago. He was ambassador in Zimbabwe. Ambassador Huang.
Thank you. We are facing lots of challenges in today's world. And to solve all those challenges, to tackle with those challenges, I think a perception to realize that we are in the same boat or living in the same planet, living in the same community with a shared future is very, very important. Here, I would like to echo my point with Ambassador Zhang Jun, delivered a keynote yesterday. So first of all, to build a trust, things I called unity is very, very important. But trust or unity must be based on the perception that we're solving those problems of our own selves. It's not other people's problem, but we are working together to solve these problems. In this regard, because of the difference in this whole world and the degree of development so different, I think major powers should play a major role. Big countries should show more responsibilities to work together, to set example, to show this world that we can work together. Now here, I especially want to say, if we could work with the US, if the US could, also follow, the principle like mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and a win-win cooperation, and we work towards the same direction, and I think we can join force
to lead this world. That's the first thing. I mean, unity is so important. Trade war is not going to, tariff war is not going to get this problem solved, not to get this solved of its own solved. My second point is we have to stay with this multilateralism. I hear lots of complaints about the malfunction of the UN and international organizations, but we have to realize that complaint will not make this more functional. So rather than complaining, we need action. We need to work together to support the reform of the UN international organizations. That's also the very important thing. We need to work together. My third point is this world is now going through a process of economic transformation. Lots of new technologies are making this world very different. Inject energy in the meantime is causing problems. So we have to make sure in building this community with a shared world, nobody will be left behind. This is so important. Unilateralism and those things come over here because the distribution of the wealth in the globalization is not that fair and injustice. So working together to make sure countries, like many African countries, like I worked in Zimbabwe, are not left behind in this economic transformation, so important. So that's why I echo Ambassador Marty call for build trust. I also want to say we need to build the unity and the solidarity. Only by working together, action, can we build this world into a better place. I quoted the Chinese old saying yesterday, as a single tree does not make a forest, the single string can produce music. This world, we all belong to the same world, so we need to work together with unity and solidarity. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Ambassador Huang Ping. The words that you used there of leaving no one behind, which you repeated a couple of times, obviously invokes the spirit and the mandate of the Sustainable Development Goals, where obviously there's that reminder that this 15-year mission only has 4.5 years remaining, which is very close, and everyone is very, very off track, accelerated by, of course, the pandemic from meeting that mission. And then, of course, you said rather than complain, what are the action points? So I'd like to ask the ambassador of Norway what those action points are, because, of course, your country has a rich tradition in global trust building. Norway's contributed significant financial support to global trust funds, including multiple donations to the WTO Global Trust Fund to aid least developed countries and support technical cooperation. It's also, of course, a key contributor to the Western Balkans Control Roadmap Multi-Partner Trust Fund. And of course, there's that long tradition of peace negotiation, having participated in resolving over 40 conflicts worldwide by building trust through patience, neutrality, and of course, long-term engagement. So when you look into that, I mean, that may be second nature to someone like you in diplomacy in that country, but what are the fundamental skill sets that you can pull out from there that can be applied to what we're here to discuss, which is how do you navigate those complexities in this multipolar world? How do you overcome and work around some of the obstacles that we currently face, not as one country, but as one country in a big universe?
No, I will give you my recipe for solving multilateralism in a multipolar world. First, I would just like to say, I mean, Tammy Tan talked about Western unity, and we should remember that Western unity is always relative. We have also a long history of competing with each other, having differences of opinion, different economic interests. But I think what we've seen in the past few months has been beyond anything that we've been used to. And it's, of course, our strategy faced with this has been no retaliation, no negotiation. We don't believe that it's the escalating measures are a meaningful way to move for the international for the global economy. We understand that others see it differently, but we end up being extremely concerned. And concern, as Thomas Pickering used to say, cannot be your foreign policy strategy. You have to, as James alluded to, think about what you are going to do. I think I will highlight three things. First of all, I think we need to strive to make multilateralism work better. Ambassador Osman from the EU talked about the dispute settlement mechanisms in the WTO. We have to find ways to make the WTO work. We have to find ways to make the other UN organizations work. And some of those issues are practical. I think another issue is, of course, financing. This is not the time to reduce the financing to the UN system. We know that countries are facing financial difficulties, but we don't think that you should, this is both because of we need the multilateral system to function, and also, of course, the signal that it sends if the North cuts financing to the UN organizations. What kind of signal does that send to the global South? And then maybe if we feel really ambitious, we should look into the issues related to UN reform and reform of the institutions. They are set up, mirrored on how the world looked in 1945. We have to make them look the way the world looks in 2025. I think the second thing we can do is to try to make globalization work better. Partially that is doing things with the WTO, but I think we all need to be transparent about our industrial policies, the support we give to state-owned enterprises. We need to make sure that when we implement security measures to restrict the global production patterns, we need to make sure that those are actually security measures and be transparent about them. And then I think we also need to recognize that there are structural imbalances that we need to address. It's not going to work in the long run if UNIDO is right and China will have 45% of global industrial manufacturing in 2030. That is not going to be sustainable. And we have too many vulnerabilities, and these are not related exclusively to China. If you want to make the most advanced semiconductors, you need 1,500 inputs, out of which many come from just one place. There's a mine in North Carolina, Spruce Pine, North Carolina, that produces 99% of the purest quartz in the world, and you need this quartz. And there was a Hurricane Helena in North Carolina, then the mine closed for 2 weeks. We are probably an earthquake away from nobody being able to produce the most advanced technologies we have, because some of those semiconductors come from one place in the world. And this is too fragile. And I think the pandemic also showed us that we need to address this. And then thirdly, we need to stand up for international law. And it's quite easy. I mean, not easy, because if it was easy, everybody would have done it a long time ago. But we need to put pressure on Russia to end the illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. And those who have the most possibility to put pressure, they really need to do that. We need to put pressure on Israel to stop their operations in Gaza. We need to put pressure on the parties in Sudan and the countries that support them to end the conflict there. Because the main source of human rights abuses, the main source of us not being able to reach the sustainable development goals are violent conflicts. And we need to. Everybody needs to do whatever they can. We do what we can, but we're just a small country. Everybody needs to do what they can to end these conflicts and put pressure on the parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now to the Ambassador of Australia, Scott Dewar. In today's increasingly multipolar world where power is distributed among multiple influential states with differing values and interests, how does Australia navigate the challenge of upholding international norms and rules-based order while also engaging pragmatically with rising powers that may have different and divergent approaches to these norms that we're speaking of today?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thanks very much to the China Center for Globalization for organizing this conference. I'm going to focus on the practical steps, and I'll be brief in the interest of time. It's all about making sure the UN and the multilateral system that has developed rules through which we all operate by is maintained. And it is important in that context that we call out the biggest challenge to that system is the violation of the sovereignty of other countries, including the immoral and illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. That is the biggest threat to the multilateral system. I'd like to propose 3 practical steps we can take. We all acknowledge, first of all, that the multilateral system does face stresses because of the changes in the world. So our efforts have to be focused on making sure we can preserve the essential functions that support the key pillars of the UN system: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. For us, we will continue to advocate for a more representative, effective, accountable, and transparent UN, and that includes securing greater representation on the Security Council for Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, and of course, the Asia Pacific. Of course, the WTO is the other key pillar of the international system, and we recognize the WTO rules have not kept up with the modern global trade challenges, including some flagged by my colleague from Norway, and others, including rising competition. What we've got to do is make sure that we grasp the opportunities coming up, including a WTO mini-ministerial in the margins of the OECD ministerial meeting in a couple of weeks' time, and then the work in the lead up to the WTO ministerial conference in Cameroon in March of next year. We've got to make sure that we focus on real progress at those meetings. Second, we've got to lean into the issues that matter most where we're developing new areas of multilateral cooperation. That includes particularly ocean and environment. So we've got roles supporting the new UNCLOS High Seas Treaty. We're very strong supporters of UNCLOS, as I think everyone would understand, the UN Ocean Conference as well. And we're also bidding to host COP31 with our friends from the Pacific next year. The third thing we should do is make sure that priority is being given to internal UN reforms. This is a detailed administrative matter. I accept that, but it's really important in the circumstances that we're in. We need a one UN approach with one budget, one set of impactful incomes, and a focus on preserving priority functions and field office delivery. That's what we're working to. We believe that through these sorts of practical steps, the multilateral system that has delivered so much for the world over the past 8 decades can be strengthened to respond to new and emerging pressures and challenges. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ambassador. I think that leaves us with one more ambassador, but please correct me if we've missed anyone else out. The Ambassador of Argentina, Marcelo Suarez Salvia.
Thank you very much. Distinguished co-chairs, Professor Wang, Mr. Chao, Mrs. Tam, esteemed fellow ambassadors, distinguished guests. It is a pleasure and an honor to participate once again in this forum. Over the past year, I have witnessed the steady and thoughtful work of the Center for China and Globalization in fostering meaningful dialogue across cultures and continents. And that's why I want to congratulate Professor Wang, Dr. Mabel Yumao, and all the CCG team for all this progress. I am truly grateful for the opportunity to be part of this important conversation. We are facing one of the most complex moments in human history: the acceleration of technological change, the fragmentation of political consensus, and the growing depth of global challenges such as poverty, inequality, and food insecurity demand deeper and more effective international dialogue. These transformations are reshaping how nations and regions engage with one another. and they underscore the importance of building cooperation over division. In this context, the strategic competition between major powers has become a defining feature of global landscape. For countries like Argentina and for many others in the developing world, it is essential that this process unfolds in ways that do not limit our capacity to grow, connect, and contribute. And global stability matters. Despite today's international uncertainty, it is important to highlight what Argentina has been doing in this context. Over the past months, Argentina has launched a comprehensive process of economic reordering aimed at restoring macroeconomic balance, increasing competitiveness, and improving the conditions for investments and trade, bringing down tariffs. These reforms are more than internal adjustments. They are a clear expression of the way Argentina seeks to connect with the world and of the kind of world we aspire to help build. One where economic exchange and freedom of trade are the foundation for inclusive development, mutual benefit, and international progress. In that vision, trade, investment, and innovation are not just means for national growth. They also bring societies closer, generating opportunities and enabling peaceful cooperation across diverse realities. Strengthening these links requires trust, openness, and above all, predictability and dialogue. History has shown us that even in times of great tension, cooperation is possible. In the 1960s, during the Cold War, the two major countries worked together to eradicate smallpox. Their joint effort succeeded, saving millions of lives and offering a powerful reminder that shared human objectives can overcome even the deepest divisions. As we reflect on the question posed by this roundtable, what does the future hold? I believe the answer depends in large part on our ability to listen and to engage. The more dialogue we foster, the more cooperation we will see between nations, and the brighter and more peaceful the future of humanity will be. Thank you once again for the invitation and for the opportunity to contribute to the dialogue.
Thanks very much to the ambassador. I think we've now run through that list of ambassadors and leaves me to hand back to our chair, Dr. Wang Huiyao, for some of his closing thoughts.
Okay, thanks, James, and thanks, Tammy, for the excellent moderate of this roundtable. We actually had 10 ambassadors from different parts of the world actually come to this annual ambassador roundtable at the CCG annual conference. So it's really great to hear the voices from different parts of the world, and has been very constructive, very dialogue in the spirit of enhanced communication, understanding, and collaboration. So this is really excellent tradition that CCG having for the last 10 years. We'd like to continue. And so all your voices will be digested, will be summarized, will be broadcasted, and also live on our social media. So we really appreciate the opportunity, the contribution that all of you make. And then because we are running a bit above the time, we're going to go right into the next round where we have the China EU policy roundtable, 50 years of diplomatic ties between China and the European Union, but also we have a lot of experts. Particularly, we invited the EU ambassador, Ambassador Toledo. We're going to give a keynote in the next round of a roundtable. So really, again, I would like to thank all the 10 ambassadors, also ambassador from India and all the other ambassadors to participate in this roundtable, but also particularly our moderator, Tammy and James, for the excellent moderation. So thank all the participants. Thank you for your attention. We'll go to the next round. Thank you very much.
好的，欢迎各位亲爱的来宾、大使们回到我们的第二场。
Welcome back to the second roundtable on EU-China at 50.
Welcome back to the second roundtable discussion about China and EU for its 50th anniversary, the state of the bilateral relations in a changing world. So how will be these relations impacting the world social order and the security order? 所以呢，今天我们非常荣幸的请到
We're very honored to have all of you, and the moderator for this session is Dr. Wang Huiyao and Ambassador Declan Kelleher from European Policy Center, former Irish ambassador to China.
Mr. Wang Huiyao, who is the founder and president of CCG and also former counselor to China State Council, and Ambassador Mr. Declan Kelleher, who is the chair of the governing board of European Policy Center and also former Irish ambassador to China. Welcome.
Okay, Your Excellency, Ambassador Toledo, and Excellencies, and so roundtable distinguished guests and participants, colleagues, and friends. Good morning. So it's really a great honor to welcome all of you to this policy dialogue roundtable. EU-China at 50, the state of a bilateral relation in a changing world. So this is really a very important, significant roundtable that we're having at this annual event. So this year's mark a significant milestone, 50 years of relation between China and the European Union. It's a moment to both to reflect on the achievement of the past 50 years, but also explore how we can strengthen cooperation among a rapidly evolving global landscape. I'm especially honored to co-chair this dialogue with Ambassador Declan Kelleher, chair of the governing board of the European Policy Center, a former Irish ambassador to China, one of the longest Irish serving ambassador to China, but also leading this EU think tank delegation. So the event is held in partnership, this event, European Policy Center, where I think Fabian is also the president of this EPC, which CCG has worked closely as the Chinese counterpart in this China-EU think tank engagement project. We had also many our think tank colleagues from Chinese different think tank participate as this roundtable today. This initiative funded by the European Union has now been ongoing for several years, and it aims to build a long-term effective mechanism for exchange and cooperation between European and Chinese think tanks. Over the past several years, under this project, CCG and EPC has held multiple exchanges in Beijing and Europe, producing research papers and analyses that deepen understanding of EU-China relation. Most recently, from April 22nd to 23rd, 2025, just last month, CCG participated in a seminar in Madrid, co-hosted by EPC and Econo Royal Institute. This seminar also brought a number of experts from China and also talked with European counterpart to share insights on how the two sides can find a common ground and work together. This was especially important given the renewed trade tensions under the second Trump administration and current global economic uncertainties. 50 years of EU-China relation has a remarkable history built on mutual respect, shared interest, and culture exchange. This relationship benefits from unique geography linking Europe and Asia, and from both sides, economic strength and innovation. And of course, we have seen recently a great improvement. President Xi has talked with European leaders on the telephone, and we see a number of senior officials visiting China. just as 2 days ago, President Xi also phoned President Macron, and of course we have many visits. Mr. Wang Yi was talking to many counterparts in European countries, including German new foreign minister. So recently, China also decided to lift the sanctions on members of the European Parliament, and EU do the same, signaling a positive step towards improved relations. Additionally, China and the European Union have vowed to jointly uphold the multilateral trading system with WTO at its core, and China's potential accession to the comprehensive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, also see the interest from European Union would open a new avenues for expanding the free trade area and strengthening global economic governance. So today, as we engage in dialogue, the shared goal is to promote pragmatic cooperation, overcome geopolitical uncertainties, and jointly hold and develop rule-based international order that benefit both China, Europe, and of course, indeed, a wider world. So thank you very much for participation. And I'd really hand out to our co-chair, Ambassador Declan Kelleher, to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Henry. It's a great honor for me to be asked to be co-chair of this very important session. Henry has spoken very eloquently, and I very much agree with what he said. But let me just thank the CCG for organizing this session under the EU-China Think Tank Exchange Project. Let me also thank the European Union for supporting the project. And let me also recognize and thank think tank colleagues who traveled here and who've made the trip from many places, including Europe, and all the other participants who are taking part in these dialogues. I particularly want to recognize our two distinguished speakers, Ambassador Jorge Toledo, who's an old friend, and also Minister Peng Gang. And I think we look forward very much to what they will have to say. I would also just, on a housekeeping point, note that will be a closed-door roundtable this afternoon as part of the EU-China 50 project. And finally, if I may, I'd like to thank the members of the EPC team here, Fabian Zülle-Galbert-Muller, and also in particular, Ivano Di Carlo, who has performed extremely valuable preparatory work. So with that, I look forward very much to this session. I'm delighted to see so many old friends here, and I hand back to you.
So now we'll be extremely happy and honored to invite a great friend of China, Ambassador Toledo, who has been here for several years and has been often a keynote at the CCG annual forum, and also probably one of the most active diplomats in Beijing. We'd like to hear from you at this really improved Sino-EU relation, and we look forward. So your speech will be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Henry and Mabel, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, Declan and Fabian. Thank you very much for inviting me for the third time to this forum. It's the second time I'm addressing this forum because last year I think something happened and it was somebody from the delegation who addressed the forum. Always delighted to see you all here, to see frank and free discussion happening in Beijing is always good. We support, we finance this exercise. I think it's an increasingly important exercise and one of the best examples of people-to-people exchanges that are increasingly needed in our relation between the European Union and China. What I will try to transmit is my impression, our impression, I would say the impression we have in the European Union, in Brussels, in the EU institutions about their relations between the European Union and China in this very particular year. It's very particular because we are commemorating. I have spent about 2 weeks celebrating our 50th anniversary of our relations. And this is an opportunity to take stock of what has happened in the last 50 years, to see what challenges we have now, and to lay the ground for a prosperous future relations between the EU and China. I will be, as you know, I'm quite frank. So I will again try to be objective and try to be frank, but also try to be optimistic. And this is a particular moment, not only because we are celebrating or commemorating our 50th anniversary, because of the obvious geopolitical situation. We in the European Union, China here, and the world need that we stabilize our relations, we rebalance our relation, and we improve our relation. The world doesn't need another trade war. The world doesn't need more geopolitical conflicts. So we have a special responsibility in the European Union and in China to stabilize, rebalance, and improve our relationship, and not to add more problems to the already very troubled waters that we are witnessing in the world. So, what has happened over the last 50 years? One thing is when the world has witnessed the most rapid, fastest, and impressive growth in the history of humankind, China's growth. I remember when I came here for the first time in my life in 1989, China's per capita income was $300 US. Now it's 13,000. China was an underdeveloped country at that time. Now it's a developed, industrial, very developed country. Yesterday I was sometimes I'm told when I say China is no longer a developing country that you must go to the provinces and all. Yesterday I was in Heilongjiang, very far from everywhere. I was so impressed by the infrastructure there. So, and everywhere I go, I will dwell on that later. So we have witnessed that, and in the European Union, we have witnessed enlargement. In 1975, when we started our relation, there were 9 member states. Now there are 27. We lost one on the way, unfortunately. But we're getting closer again to the UK. And we have deepened our integration. By far, the European Union is the regional organization with the deepest integration, where member states have to abide by rules that they have opposed. This is unprecedented in the world, and it's affecting more and more areas of competence. And we hope that in the future will affect the very core of sovereignty, which is the political and security policy. So lots of things have happened in the European Union and in China. At the same time, we have increased our relation, our economic, trade, people-to-people relations a lot. In 1975, the trade between what is now the European Union and China was maybe 2 billion, the equivalent to 2 billion euros a year. Now it's more than 2 billion euros a day. Last time I checked, it was 365 times more. So the incredible growth of exchanges has also brought imbalances. So it is extremely important that now both the European Union, we are convinced in the European Union, but it is very important now that in China, they realize, they admit that this has created imbalances, and that some of these imbalances, as we will see, are no longer sustainable. So we need to address these imbalances. As I said, we need to find common ground because it is very important for China, for the European Union, and for the world that we stabilize and that we rebalance our relationship. So I know the Chinese government does not like the description of our relationship as three-faceted. You know, we say we are partners, we are competitors, but we are also systemic rivals. Well, let's start with the partnership. Yesterday, I was in Yichun, in Heilongjiang, for the Biodiversity Day. That was the third time I went to a Biodiversity Day, and this only invited by the Minister of Environment and Ecology, who finally couldn't make it. But anyway, I went there for the third time in 3 years, first time in Kunming, second time in Hainan, yesterday in Yichun, Heilongjiang. I was so impressed by the massive forest and the biodiversity there. But this is to say that we have a very good partnership when it comes to fight against climate change, protection of biodiversity. We were key, China and the European Union were key to the success of Kunming, Montreal, and then Cali, Rome biodiversity action, and we were also key to the success of climate negotiations in Azerbaijan and in Abu Dhabi. And what is more important, without our common action, more than ever, there is nothing useful we can do. I mean, now with the United States withdrawing from the Paris Agreement, it is even more important that we increase our ambition. We hope that the United States, even if they withdraw from the Paris Agreement, will help via the states. But in any case, it is more important than ever that we increase our ambition. So we have a very good relation. We are going to hold the high-level dialogue on climate and environment on the 14th of July here in Beijing. Vice President Rivera plus 2 commissioners will come. So this would be a very good opportunity for us to continue cooperating, and we will again be crucial for the success of the next COP on climate. But let me say what we are asking from China. It's very clear. We are asking China to increase its ambition. We know that, I read the other day, everybody knows that China has already peaked from a very high level, by the way. It has peaked in carbon. But we are asking China to put that in the new national objective, because they have already peaked much before they were supposed to. They were supposed to peak in 2030. Well, they have already peaked, but we see a reluctance from China to announce a higher ambition and a shortest peak. It is very important, especially now. We are also asking China to stop adding coal capacity. It's not time to do that. Still, 60% of the production of electricity in China is produced by coal. China is adding more coal capacity than the rest of the world put together. And finally, China, although it's improving, China is the highest contributor to greenhouse emission in the world, 30%. It's true that per capita, the United States is higher, but it's also true, I mean, it's no longer true what China was saying a few years ago, that historical emissions of China are lower than the EU and the United States. No, historical emissions of China since 1850 till last year are already higher than the European Union. So there is no reason why China will not have an ambitious target to reduce its greenhouse emission. And there is no reason why China continues hiding behind a classification of 1990 which exempts China from contributing to global funds against climate change. There is absolutely no reason. China will very soon, next year or the following, be a high-income country. It's already an upper high-income country. As I said, you cannot say, at least in order not to pay into multilateral funds, that you are a developing country anymore. When China is the highest emitter of greenhouse gases. And we have to tell our friends from the global south. It doesn't, we know that China does South-South cooperation. Last time I checked, China was not in the south, but anyway. Bilateral cooperation is not the same as multilateral. We are being criticized by China and others because we don't put enough money in multilateral. We are by far in the European Union the first contributor to these multilateral funds. We need China, especially now that the US has withdrawn, we need China to contribute, to join us in contributing to these multilateral funds. So, again, we can find common ground and improve our partnership there, and we hope that this high-level dialogue will be instrumental for that. Let's go to our systemic rivalry, the other extreme of our relations. And, well, we have many differences. We have political systems that are different. We have a different concept of human rights. We have a different narrative of human rights. And we have a different narrative on rule of law or democracy. Fine. We are not going to change the Chinese political system. We know. But let's go to what has tainted our relationship for the last 3 years, which is Chinese position on the Russian aggression on Ukraine. Yes, it has tainted our relationship. It has painted, it has darkened our relationship. Why? Because no matter how many times we have said, myself and my European Union ambassador colleagues, that this is existential for Europe and that we can not understand the Chinese political and diplomatic support to Russia in this case. We have been told about historical reasons for that and all, but, well, for us, it is existential. And when we see that China has been supporting in the Security Council and many multilateral fora the Russian position, well, this is a big problem for us. We must admit that lately we have seen some movement. Like, for instance, we recognize that China, for the first time, voted with us to amend a resolution in the Security Council, trying to add the respect of territorial integrity and sovereignty to a resolution, to a draft resolution, which, and this is what is happening now, very sadly, was vetoed, well, of course, by Russia, but by the United States. So, and we praise and we commend China for putting, more than ever, I would say, territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine in the first place. We were told the other day there are 4 principles, and the first one is territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. That's good. But then the second and third principles, when we talk about root causes or legitimate security concerns, as if they were justification for what has happened, as if they were principles that had to be redressed in any peace agreement, we cannot understand that, because there is no legitimate security concern. There can be no root cause to what happened on the 24th, 24th of February, 22, what is happening every day. So we don't understand that in Europe. And this is a bad factor for our relations. So let's see what happens now. Again, we have the opportunity to find common ground. And there have been movements, positive movements, I think, by China. We are always told that China's position on the Ukraine conflict is consistent and clear, but well, at least territorial integrity is put in the first place. I know that it is very important for China. Territorial integrity, sovereignty, also, may I remind you, non-interference in internal affairs, because never forget that one of the main objectives of the Russian aggression, of Putin's aggression on Ukraine, was to topple the Ukrainian government. So these are principles that are very dear to China and very dear to the European Union. We have common ground. Let's work on it. And now it's time for us, we are doing that, and for China to press Russia to start immediately a ceasefire for 30 days. Immediately. And condition, of course, because as you see, Putin is putting conditions like that go directly against these principles that are very dear to China and to the European Union. Principles like give up Crimea or give up the Donbass, etc. So this cannot be supported by China. So let's find, again, common ground. We will have an opportunity to discuss this, by the way, on the 2nd of July, when Director Foreign Minister Wang Yi visits Brussels to meet High Representative Kallas, who, as everybody knows, is very concerned about the Russian aggression on Ukraine. So let's try and find some better and proved common ground. And finally, let us see what has happened in what we call the competition part of our relationship. Competition, which we don't mean in the same way as our friends, the Americans. When we say competition, it's competition. But what we want is fair competition. And forgive me if I say that we are not finding fair competition, and that it is not only not improving, it is getting worse and worse. And lately, it is getting seriously worse. And I'm talking, and we are having meetings here in Brussels about it, about the new export controls on rare earths and materials by China. We all read that in the famous Geneva Agreement between China and the US, China was canceling the retaliatory measures against the United States, which included export controls on 8 rare earths and materials, which are vital for many industries in Europe, in the United States, and everywhere. Well, it's not happening. It's not happening. So China is adding an extremely bad measure to what the EUCC has listed at 1,058 market access barriers. Well, we have a new and extremely serious problem. I'm saying this because this is extremely bad for our companies, who are finding that vital materials are not being exported from China to Europe. Well, after all, they were measures against the US, first of all, so not against us. That it's not that we agreed with that at all, but they were not against that. Then they were supposedly lifted. But not only have they not been lifted, but they are affecting our industries very seriously. So, but let me talk in general terms so that to give you the larger picture of what's happening. From 2017 to 2024, Chinese economy grew 40%. The GDP in China grew by 40%. By far the largest, the fastest growth in the world. So when a country grows so much, you can expect that the market gets larger for its partners. Well, the European Union exports went down by 30% in the same period. From 2017 to 2024, our exports went down by 30%. In 2022, the European Union-China trade reached a Guinness Book of Records, historical Guinness Book of Records of a trade deficit. Never in history had anybody had a trade deficit as large as that. So in 23 and 24, in terms of value, it went down a little bit. In terms of volume, because of the Chinese industrial deflation, it went up. And the first 3-4 months is going up very rapidly again. This is not sustainable. And it's not that we are looking for a perfect balanced trade. We are not doing reciprocal tariffs or something like this. We want a level playing field, fairness. And we are faced with discrimination in public procurement. We are faced with public procurement for European companies who are manufacturing in China. I mean, some of these measures are making the business case for our companies in China impossible. I must say it. So, and now, with the trade war with the United States, well, there is a trade diversion risk, which is very, very high, which is already happening. You can see it in the numbers of trade between the European Union and China in the month of April. And we are saying that we are not going to allow that. President von der Leyen said when she came here in the last summit on the 7th of December 2023, basically China has to really open up, has to stop putting barriers to our companies. Otherwise, we will start putting barriers. But what we are going to do, what we are doing already, and we will do, is just reciprocate, not with reciprocal tariffs, but for instance, in public procurement, if we see, as we have seen, it's already proved in the European Union, that our medical devices companies are being discriminated in public procurement by the Chinese provinces, well, we will do the same with Chinese companies in Europe. It's only fair. So these kind of things we need to address. And let me tell you one thing. We are discussing, we are having technical negotiations in Brussels and here about market access barriers, about EV tariffs, about Chinese investments in Europe, possible. That's at the very, very preliminary stage. And now we have to start discussions on export controls and all. So we're finding more and more issues. And let me tell you something. They are not making progress. So this is very concerning. They are not making progress. So much so that we were supposed to hold a high-level economic and trade dialogue And I'm afraid we are not going to hold it because I mean, in order to hold it, we need progress, we need deliverables. You know, this famous brandy cognac tariff anti-dumping investigation, which was, and it is being recognized by MOFCOM, retaliation because of our EV very targeted tariffs. So we see that for the first time in the history, cognac, which is a very expensive product, is the target of an anti-dumping investigation, which is unprecedented. Fine. It is hit with provisional tariffs, which make almost, I mean, it makes cognac and brandy so much more expensive that it is, again, destroying the business case for cognac here in China, which, by the way, our EV tariffs are not destroying in Europe. But, well, we take China to WTO. Fine, it will take some time, and we will win, I'm sure, because it doesn't make sense to an anti-dumping investigation on cognac, which is much more expensive here than in Paris. I mean, you go to... So, but on top of that, and against a clear WTO regulation which bans anti-dumping duties to be collected when the product is destined to duty-free shops, all cognac and brandy that was destined to duty-free and shops in China is blocked. And we are told by MOFCOM that they know this is banned by WTO, but they have a national regulation that allows it, which is applied for the first time since 2009 and is blatantly against WTO, because you cannot oppose a national regulation to a WTO, which is an international commitment. But anyway, the brand is still there. And Vice Premier He Feng was in Paris last week. They discussed this and no progress at all. So, again, there is a lot of room for improvement. I'm afraid there is more and more room every day because the situation is getting worse and worse. So we need progress. We need deliverables, and we are not getting it. And let me also be very clear, because I know, I mean, our Chinese interlocutors always say that the situation would improve if we ratified CAI, if we allowed ASML machines to be exported to China, or if we fix the EV tariffs. I don't see, there is absolutely nothing. EV tariffs affect less than 2% of Chinese exports to the European Union. ASML machines are being exported to China, and last year they hit a record export to China. And CAI has nothing to do with all this. So let me be very clear. CAI, ASML, or EV tariffs have nothing to do with it. And we have to talk about what we feel is an unlevel playing field. Let's talk about that. And let me finish with people to people. We think that China's measures on exempting from visas, most of our member states, not all. I take this opportunity to ask China why haven't all member states been included in this waiver of visas. That's good. We have to go back to our tourist exchanges, especially when it comes to European tourists coming to China. And I hope that will improve. Another good news is this. We are discussing, and think tanks are discussing, let me take this opportunity to say two things about our sanctions. I mean, as Henry said, China has lifted sanctions against the European Parliament. Let me be very clear. We have not lifted sanctions, our sanctions. That, I mean, the Chinese sanctions were taken in 2021, I think, in retaliation of our sanctions. Our sanctions, which affected, I think, 4 individuals and 1 entity. And we were hit by completely disproportionate sanctions against the European Parliament, European parliamentarians, and entities. And that's where I want to go. The sanctions have been lifted against sanctions against the European Parliament and European parliamentarians, but not against entities. 2 of them should have been here today. MEDICS and the Alliance for Democracy in Denmark. I don't know why they were hit with sanctions. It would have been a very good opportunity to lift the sanctions against that, because they, last time I checked, they had not. They are 2 of the best think tanks about China we have in Europe. So I hope that next year we will enjoy their presence in this. And by the way, they participate when this happens in Brussels. And also, they should have taken the opportunity to lift the sanction on the Political and Security Committee of the European Union, because it's this, it doesn't make sense. It's like hitting the 27 member states. We all member states have an ambassador in this committee, and they are all under sanctions. We don't understand if it's personally or not. So what we did, not we, the European Parliament, because the European Parliament cannot lift sanctions. It is the Council. So what the European Parliament did, and I think it was a good decision, is to lift restrictions of official contacts between the European Parliament and China. And this is also good news. So this is the state of affairs, but I want to be optimistic that once we realize and we admit the state of affairs, we know where we have to go to improve our relationship. And I think I have given a fair, realistic description, which leaves a large room for improvement. And I hope that we will hold this opportunity, we will use this opportunity of the 50th anniversary and the forthcoming summit, probably at the end of July, to make progress, because as I said, it is very important for us, for China, for the European Union, and for the world. We have to provide stability, predictability, fairness, and balance to a very troubled world. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador Toledo, for your frank and straightforward speech. And at this China-EU policy roundtable, I think this is really a platform for exchange and dialogue. So thank you for all the points. But just briefly, I would like to respond a little bit, because you talk about energy consumption. I think China actually is making huge progress on the green energy. And actually, President Xi, when he mentioned China going to achieve carbon peak, it's not by 2030, it's before. You need to see the word, magnifying glass. He was saying before. So China could put that ahead of schedule. And I'm very glad to report now, renewable energy now is already over 50% of China's power generation. So we are in the right direction there. And also the new energy EV car. China is doing great things on the new EV cars, on the solar panels and wind power. And an EV car already counts about 60% of global consumption in China. most cities in China, over half of its vehicles is EV cars now. So China, I think, is doing things in the right direction. And also, you mentioned about China's contribution to multilateral institutions. Just a few days ago, China's vice premier announced China going to donate $500 million to WHO. So China is still working very hard with EU, with many others, to work on those multilateral institutions, and I'm sure also on WTO. And also on the Russian-Ukraine war there, I think that I just noticed China Foreign Minister Wang Yi was at BRICS foreign minister meeting, and he actually made a statement that China and BRICS countries can be a very good mediator, peacemaker for the Russian-Ukraine conflict. And also that I was at the Munich Security Conference. We hear the Defense Secretary said, for the peacekeeping, that U.S. will not send any troops. It has to be European troops and non-European troops. So non-European troops could mean India and Japan, India and South Africa or Brazil and China. China is the largest peacekeeping force sending country among the P5 member countries of UN. So there's a possibility that China could be more actively involved with other BRICS countries to guarantee the peace in the Ukraine and Russia war. So finally, on a tariff on EV, I'm very glad to see that we are having a new discussion on how to have the price limit for that now, rather than focus on 40-30 tariff on the EV cars. And absolutely, I would think the CAI, revive the comprehensive agreement on investment between China and EU would be absolutely so important. Director Sun Yongfu, former Director General of European Affairs at the MOFCOM, was involved many years, and 7 years actually negotiating of this CAI. So much achievement. And the former European ambassador Nicholas also came to my office. He said this is the China's second opening up, and EU has achieved many more things. Before US used to be just follow US, now EU is taking lead. So I hope that this CAI can be resolved. And also one of the good things I would report is since China lifted visa for so many EU countries, we see a big surge of bilateral tourism and discussion. So really, it's all great news. But I hope that perhaps our minister from European delegation, former Minister of Trade from European delegation from MOFCOM, Mr. Pengang, can say a few words as opening as well. And I'm sure Ambassador Declan will moderate that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Wang, founder and president of CCG. Thank you so much, Ambassador Co-Chair, Ambassador Declan. And I am very much honored and very glad to just enjoy the remarks just now by Ambassador George Torrido. So, dear ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, very good morning. It gives me really a great pleasure and honored to be invited to today's seminar and speak on the theme of 50 years of China-EU relations. As I just returned to Beijing from the beautiful city of Brussels not long ago, 2 months before, it makes me feel very much cordial to join Excellency ambassadors and all the experts and scholars today to discuss on the theme of China-EU relations, especially focus on the 50 years anniversary celebration of this year. So let me just focus on the theme. The 50 years anniversary of diplomatic relations is an important moment that bridges the past to the future of China-EU ties. Over the past 50 years, China-EU relations have transcended the Cold War and withstood numerous tests and have always maintained an overall forward and positive development trend. with strategic mutual trust deepening, economic and trade exchanges expanding, people-to-people exchanges becoming increasingly extensive, and multilateral coordination being very much fruitful. China-EU relations have become one of the most influential bilateral relations in the world. And I think just now, His Excellency Ambassador Tornado just mentioned the importance of our bilateral relations. So over the past 50 years, we have respected each other and moved forward hand in hand. China-EU relations have evolved from the establishment of diplomatic relations to the comprehensive partnership, and then to the comprehensive strategic partnership. The China-EU summit has gone through 24 meetings, and the two sides have also established high-level dialogues in strategy, economy and trade, digital affairs, environment and climate, and people-to-people exchanges, as well as more than 70 consultation and dialogue mechanisms. So over the past 50 years, we have achieved mutual benefits and common growth. Like mentioned just now by Excellency Ambassador, that you see the annual trade volume between China and the EU has grown from $2.4 billion at the beginning of the establishment of diplomatic relations to more than $780 billion last year. And the stock of mutual investment has increased from almost zero to more than $260 billion. So we have achieved a fruitful result in cooperation of finance, environmental protection, culture, education, tourism, customs, so on and so forth. Our cooperation in emerging fields such as digital economy, new energy, and artificial intelligence is making robust progress. We have become one of each other's most important trade and investment cooperation partners. And also, over the past 50 years, we have jointly upheld multilateralism and promoted world peace and development. Both China and the EU uphold the international system and international order, with the United Nations at its core and the multilateral trading system with the WTO at its core. So the two sides have carried out fruitful multilateral coordination and cooperation in the wide range of areas, playing an important role in improving global governance and promoting the international order in a more just and reasonable direction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, so with the size and depth of our cooperation, I think it's natural that we sometimes face differences and frictions. In recent years, some in Europe have expressed an anxiety about competitiveness between the EU and China. And also some politicians calling for reducing dependence or de-risking on China. And at the same time, certain countries like the United States, the biggest country and the most powerful country in the world, continue to act recklessly, adopting unilateralism, protectionism, and hegemonism practices indiscriminately, which seriously undermines global trade rules and international fairness. But as President Xi Jinping pointed out in his congratulatory message marking our 50th anniversary, China and the EU are not only competitive strategic partners, but also two major forces for building a multipolar world, two major markets supporting globalization, and two major civilizations championing diversity. a sound and stable China-EU relationship not only works to the advantage of both sides, but also brings benefits to the whole world. China and the EU have neither conflicting fundamental interests nor geopolitical contradictions. Our consensus far exceeds our differences, and our cooperation far outweighs competition. So we are partners, not rivals. Personally, I cannot resist this kind of three conceptions. China has always believed that those who share the same ideals are partners. Those who seek common ground despite differences are also very important partners. So I fully agree His Excellency's remarks just now. The world needs no more conflict, need no more trade war. That's very correct. So after 50 years of development, our relationship has become more mature and resilient. We have mechanisms and experience in place to manage differences between China and the EU and also European countries. In today's complex and uncertain world, as long as we respect each other, engage in equal dialogue, and work together while accommodating each other's concerns, we can overcome challenges, manage disagreements, and face global issues together. So China is ready to work with the EU side to further strengthen our high-level exchanges and deepen practical cooperation in various fields. So we look forward to holding the new round of China-EU summit during this year, as well as high-level strategic, economic and trade, green, and digital dialogues. We can align our development strategies by exploring synergies between the Belt and Road Initiative and the EU's Global Gateway. And we can support each other's modernization and integration efforts. We can also enhance our communications, expand mutual openness, and work together to jointly safeguard free and open trade and investment, and maintain the stability and smooth flow of the global industrial and supply chains. I also understand His Excellency just now mentioned a lot of more issues like address a trade imbalance and also some other trade and political issues. But let's leave some room for further discussion today. And we can further strengthen exchanges and cooperation on major issues concerning the future of mankind, such as global environment protection, climate change, and artificial intelligence. China also welcomes deeper cooperation with the EU under the UN, WTO, G20, and other frameworks to jointly address global challenges, including some other regional issues. So together, we can promote a more balanced and inclusive global order and inject more certainty and positive energy into an uncertain world. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, and the 50th anniversary is not only a milestone, but it's also a new starting point. With joint efforts, I believe China-EU relations can forge ahead into another promising 50 years. All of you here are supporters, participants, and contributors to this kind of very sound relationship. So I hope you will continue to use your expertise and wisdom to generate new ideas, draw lessons from the past, and help steer China-EU relations towards greater stability and lasting progress for the benefit of peace, development, and prosperity worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Peng. And could I now invite, and it gives me great pleasure to invite Director General, former Director General of Ministry of Commerce, Sun Yong-fu, who's Senior Fellow of the CCG, to speak. We know each other of old, so I'm looking forward to what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Eklund. Yeah, we know each other for many years, and we both accompanied our President Xi Jinping, to visit your beautiful country that time. So I could recall when I was the Director General of European Department of MOFCOM, well, that was about a little bit more than 12 years. And I could recall that more or less the golden years of China-EU economic relations. If we review our 50 years anniversary, and we can see in 1975, well, the trade between us is only 2.4 billion US dollars, and less than 1% of the EU total, so it's nothing. But last year, it was about 785.8 billion US dollars, 330 times of that year of 75. So we can see the progress which has been made by joint efforts of both China and EU member states. So China and EU, we are both the second largest trading partners right now. But as Ambassador Toledo mentioned, time is changing, and situation and structure of the economic cooperation and trade structure is also changing. At the very beginning, China invited a lot of investment and technology from EU, and EU also enjoying the huge market of China. And for example, the leading three companies of the German car companies, China is the most important, market for those countries. And China is also for the luxury goods from France, Italy, Spanish, and for those very famous and luxury goods. Here, China is a very important market, even now, I think, and also for the agricultural projects. But with the development of Chinese economy, and China is moving ahead. So as you mentioned, competition is getting more and more serious. We need fair competition. I think what is common for China and the EU is that we still believe WTO is the very important UN agencies and to be supported. So we have a kind of a group. I still remember at the vice minister level, in order to discuss the reforms of the WTO, in order to adapt itself to the new situation, including AI. So we have a lot in common. And China is really moving ahead. We have surplus, as you mentioned, but China is not aiming at to have surplus with the European partners. And we have import, the fair of Shanghai, try to invite the European goods coming to China. And well, we need to work both ways. China is open, and it's open wider and wider, and mentioned by President Xi Jinping. But some of those goods, especially the high-tech goods, are not allowed to be exported to China. That's also the concerns of China. So we need to work both ways. Otherwise, the trade deficit of the EU cannot be easily solved. And we welcome the agricultural products from Spain, from Italy, and from other countries. But trade negotiations should be from both sides. And we need to move and in order to have a mutual understanding. We have new areas of cooperation because we believe EU and China, we all believe in free trade. And we all support WTO and other UN agencies. Climate change, for example, is the area of cooperation. Green economy, new and renewable energy, solar panel, for example. China provides something like 75% of those production produced here in China. Wind power, China is also taking the lead. I mean, EU, as I understand it, is aiming to have 45% of renewable energy in the near future. So we have the area of cooperation, in not only the trade itself, but in technology as well. And EV cars, batteries. I think Chinese companies are now actively trying to invest in different EU member states, including Germany, including your country, in Spain. So we think we can work very hard. I don't know whether it's the right time, to reopen the negotiation of the so-called comprehensive agreement on investment. And that was a little bit, quiet for many years, starting from 2020, when President Xi Jinping and other European leaders saying that we have finished our technical discussion and, moving to the approval level. But because of the sanctions of both sides, now it's almost dead. But I think it's quite important for us to work on that. And I hope both parties, and including our Ministry of Commerce and those, trade negotiators in Geneva, in Brussels, can think about how, in what way we can restart this very important negotiation. I think that it's good for both. China treats EU always as a partner. As I mentioned, I was 12 years as a DG of the European Department. We never think EU is our rivalry. And I hope the EU will treat China the same as a partner, economic partner, trading partner, but not necessarily systematic rivalry. If we can think the same line, I think the cooperation between China and EU will be on the right track very soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll start our roundtable discussion. So perhaps Fabian, you've been traveling back and forth for many times. We'll start from you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to CCG, Henry and Mabel, for the cooperation, and to the EU for the support for this project. I want to also thank very much participants, these important discussions, including our European and Chinese think tank partners. This session has been under the label of uncertain times. I would say it's more than uncertain. We live in turbulent times. And that also means we live in times where there's a high downside risk for all. Why is that the case? We live in a world where geopolitics drives geoeconomics, where the balance between security and openness has shifted, where the mercantilistic impulses are strengthened. We live in a world of multipolarity, but this is not an ordering principle. It is a challenge for multilateralism at this moment in time, and multilateralism is weakening, which also means that achieving global commons becomes harder. Climate change, sustainable economic development, the prevention of conflict. This uncertainty, this instability will inevitably impose a cost in human terms, politically, socially, economically. And I think we are going to see that it will weaken economic globalization. Companies, for example, will be more reluctant to make cross-border investments given the uncertainty they're facing. I think it's important in that context to look at the bilateral relationship. But to do that, it's very important that we understand both sides of that relationship. And for Europe, the world has been changing over the last years. It has changed with two watershed moments. One is Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its aggression against Europe. And the other has been the election of Donald Trump for the second time. These are fundamental shifts. They end the post-World War II era. And they have led to a changing in the relationship between Europe and the United States. But I want to emphasize in that context that does not mean a decoupling from the United States. The United States will continue to be closely linked to Europe. And it is also important to recall that the United States is not Trump. There is a difference. But Europe has been changing as a result. We are discovering our own agency. We are growing up, acting in common. Europe is not divided, on the contrary. There is no real difference on these fundamental issues. I would not take some of those isolated voices of dissent as a sign of fundamental division. We are doing more together in areas we have not fully explored before, such as defense and security, involving partners even outside the European Union. For example, the relationship with the UK has become very much closer. What will continue to dominate the European debate is our defense against Russian aggression. That is the prism by which we will see our interactions with the rest of the world, especially if, not even if, especially if there is some form of peace deal. Because in Europe, we know that a peace deal has to be lasting, has to be sustainable, and cannot be built on violence. It cannot be built on war-shifting borders. In Europe, we are well aware what happens in the long run if war is allowed to alter the borders of Europe. It is a path which leads to more conflict, which will mean that Europe will have to build its defenses in the coming years. So what does all that mean for our relationship with the rest of the world? Of course, we will work together with those who share our values, who share our interests, but we will also do it alone if we must. Because our economies, our competitiveness are important, they are crucial, but our security is paramount. We have to be able to live in security, and that means we have to continue to defend ourselves and to help Ukraine to defend itself against Russia. Of course, there are many areas, and many have been mentioned, where EU and China share common interests, share the wish to work together, to cooperate. But we have also heard about some of the question marks, economically, politically, and they are linked to the issues I've mentioned just now. So I hope it is clear where Europe stands on these issues, what will be the filter which Europe will look at the world for the coming years. And we are watching with interest where China will position itself. And we will certainly have interesting, unfortunately also uncertain times years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fabian. I now would like to invite Cui Hongjian, a non-resident senior fellow CCG professor at the Academy of Regional and Global Governance at Beijing Foreign Studies University, to take the floor. Cui Hongjian, please.
Thank you, Chair. 很高兴啊，这个一年一度。
I'm very happy to attend this annual forum. CCG has provided such a fabulous platform. This year marks the 50th anniversary of EU-China relations. And in China, we say that when you're at 50, you know what your mission is in life. In China, we also say that often you don't get what you wish. At the 40th anniversary, we thought that China and Europe could seize an opportunity, a period of opportunities to lay a sound foundation for future development. Unfortunately, 10 years ago, many things happened in Europe. There was a refugee crisis in Europe, and then Mr. Trump, and then Brexit. Seems that we missed some opportunities. We didn't really understand the unique value of EU-China relations. And also there's some misconceptions. 10 years ago, most of the Chinese believe that once we are developed, many of our problems would just go away. We will have a smoother path of development and a better life. And now we believe that although we are developed, we have more problems and more pressure, just like our bilateral relations. If we compare now and 50 years ago, we are now important trading partners with each other. We have a lot of dialogues, but we are more complicated in our relationship than 50 years ago and more difficult to define. Although people are discussing if there are another period of opportunities in our relationship, not just because Mr. Trump again, also because there was a full cycle of our bilateral relations. We started as strangers, and then we grow familiar with each other and accept each other. And then there were some misconceptions, and Europe wanted to keep a distance with China a few years ago. But now we see that Europe realized that relationship with China should be balanced again. Just now, Ambassador Toledo talked a lot about balance and rebalance. So that's a new understanding in Europe. In the short term, there is a lack of confidence about EU-China relations. There are two things we need to address. First, how to look at the differences between China and the EU. 50 years ago, there were more differences. But 50 years ago, China and Europe could move toward the same direction. Now, 50 years later, we are we have a lot of common ground and we're very similar. Then at this point, differences have become a problem. This is something that both sides need to think and to find solutions. Another distorted concept is dependence. 50 years ago, Europe and China never doubted that we need to be interdependent. Then we can do business together, we can exchange together. However, today, dependence has become a concern. Why? When European friends are talking about dependence, they are very wary of China. Understand it. Once you are bitten by a snake, you're afraid of ropes for 10 years. But our European friends have been bitten by Russia and US, so they worry that they might be bitten by China. I believe European friends are very wise, and they should be above such an assumption. Over the past 50 years, we have been learning from each other. In recent years, Europe found that China has a successful experience, that is 5-year plan. So EU now has its own industrial policy and long-term strategy. I think that in the next 50 years, because after all, our relationship is still very young, so maybe in the next 50 years, we can have a common planning for, there are 4 re's. First is to reconfirm our original aspirations when we established ties 50 years ago. Because of differences, because we need each other, so we established diplomatic ties, and we should not keep away from each other because of our differences. And secondly, we need to reshape our our understanding of each other. If European friends are still interested in differences, maybe you should turn your attention more to studying the differences between China and the US. Because in Europe, a lot of discourse is about the US and China as hegemonies, and also to turn attention to the difference between China and Russia. And Europe believed that China and Russia wanted to challenge the establishment. And we also need to understand the difference between EU and US as Western powers. And third is rebalance. Rebalance in terms of interest. China has become a large economy, and we cannot ask the EU to deal with China like 50 years ago in terms of economy and trade. It is not only rebalancing interest, we also need to rebalance for sustainable development. For example, when we face European trade barriers, we need to have new models for cooperation in terms of industrial policies in EV. I agree with Toledo. We should be more ambitious, more courageous, and create a better and more balanced and mutually beneficial cooperation. And the last one is to reconstruct EU-China relations. How? We need to develop our common interest and to show their common responsibilities. Many European friends talked about Ukraine. On this issue, there are differences between EU and China, but if we are sober-minded, we know that we have more common ground than differences on this issue. So we have the joint responsibility in terms of economic cooperation and competition. we should reform rather than rejecting globalization. We should create more space for CCG. And we should build rather than reject multipolarization, whether you like it or not. We need to make analysis of our different experience, understanding of polarity, multipolarity, so that we can build consensus and to build common rules for the world. And then in this turbulent world, we can use reform to counter turbulence and chaos and to get a more friendly and more sustainable environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Cui. Very comprehensive remarks, very stimulating and constructive. Thank you. You are also a renowned European China affair expert, so we're very happy to have you. Next, I would like to invite Daniela Schwarzeny. She's the member of the executive board of the Bertelsmann Foundation and also former director and CEO of the German Council of Foreign Relations, also a well-known expert. Daniel, please.
Thank you very much, Henry. And thank you to CCG and EPC for hosting this dialogue, which I think is of utmost importance. Having listened to the distinguished speakers who took the floor before me, I decided to limit my 3 remarks to my 3 minutes to 3 remarks and to share observations on 3 questions. The first one is, after 50 years of relations, how do we look at each other? Now, I think the debate over the past hour and also this morning gives a lot of food for thought, because we are mutually dependent in many ways. So there is, I believe, a truthful interest to improve the relationship. And yet we have fundamental differences which we cannot negate and which makes this dialogue so important. It is also because both partners over the 50 years lying behind us have evolved so much. We heard about the impressive development of China over the past 50 years, its growth in terms of economic weight, its global outreach, its new partnerships which it has built around the world. But Europe has also changed, and Professor Cui just mentioned the crisis that Europe lived through. I would like to add that through all of these crises, the European Union managed to improve itself and to become a stronger player. This is true for the financial and sovereign debt crisis, which I think also was of interest to China, that it was well managed in the end, where Europe managed to actually manage crisis and change its architecture at the same time. It is true also for, I would say, the way other internal crises have been managed, and I can't go into detail for time reasons, but it is a learning system. And it is a system that has changed over time, and that in particular now is reflecting within itself the new challenges the international order poses. And that is my second point. How do China and Europe look at the world? I think there is a strong overlap in the analysis of the challenge of instability, of the risk of conflict that is increasing around the world, and of course, also the big challenge that the United States posed to the multilateral order. We heard that in many contributions. Now, Europe clearly has a keen interest in a rules-based international order. But here again, the conversation with China, in my view, is so important on what those shared principles can be, what they have to be going forward, what kind of cooperation we can have in bilateral and interregional, but also in multilateral fora. And for Europe, of course, in this context, certain principles are non-negotiable. I would say the UN Charter, of course, has to be the base, but it is also the acute reaction to the breach of a fundamental principle of international law, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which from a European perspective is something that needs to be dealt with. And I believe that Europeans need, if they build trust and closer partnerships, need the recognition of our partners to what extent this violation poses a threat to the global community. And my third point is really then how do we think about, given those differences which we have between each other, between the way we look at the world and that mutual interest to actually move ahead. I do believe, and we heard that in the first panel this morning very impressively, that on the first of all, mutual respect and the formulation of the need for cooperation is the base. But I also believe that trust-building measures are needed. As in every relationship, when there is reason for distrust, it needs open conversations, and I appreciate the openness of the conversation in this session. And then it requires, I do believe, confidential conversations, how this trust can be rebuilt. It also requires both partners to recognize how they have been changing. And from a perspective as a European and a German, I will just end on saying that I believe that the European Union, although it has its difficulties, which are non-negotiable, of course they are there, we are at the moment in a phase of transformation. Transformation of our economic system, adapting to a new world, a new challenge, adapting of our security system as our security order is under threat, but no fundamental transformation of our political system, because we are a rules-based community of democracies, and I believe it is with that vision that Europe will continue to engage in the world for a more stronger multilateral order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniela. Now I invite Sun Yan Hong, Senior Research Fellow at the Institute of European Studies, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, to take the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. It's my great honor to be here to exchange views with so many prestigious European Chinese colleagues. Based on my research interest, my speech will mainly on the economic relations between China and the EU. I will share 3 points of view. The first one is the experience of the past several decades so that the trend of the global economy and the global trade are highly synchronized. The global economy underwent unprecedentedly rapid growth since the establishment of WTO in 1995, especially from 2001, China entered WTO until the 2008 international financial crisis. After the 2008 crisis, the global economy and the global trade entered an unstable period, almost at the same pace. Another important and interesting phenomenon is the changes of the global trade structure in the recent years. Since 2008, we can see the international trade in goods has begun to decline. Because after the crisis, international reliability has declined, and therefore the global value chains have more difficulties to guarantee the production flows. However, the international trade in services is undergoing growth, especially the digital services trade has increased very rapidly. From 2005 to 2024, digitally delivered services trade increased from 1.5 trillion to 3.9 trillion US dollars. So we can get at least 3 implications from these changes. The first one is defending the rules-based multilateral trading system, especially WTO, are very important for the whole world, especially important for the US, because the US, the largest beneficiary of the trade in services. And the second implication is that as for the international trade in goods, since the whole cake is shrinking, so the competition between China and the EU is becoming more fierce, so it should be managed better. The third implication is we are living in the age of digital economy. China and the EU should collaborate to forge a new model to better accommodate competition and cooperation. This is my first point. My second point is that at this critical moment of 50 years anniversary, and China and the EU should think beyond our bilateral relations, and we can and should collaborate to take more global responsibilities. I can think of at least global responsibility. The first one is to collaborate to define WTO system. The WTO system showed a lot of resilience in the past several months. We can see that. So abandoning it is not a good solution. Yeah, we can collaborate to push forward its reform. And the second responsibility is to collaborate to push forward the global green transition. Yeah, both China and the EU made commitments and set up concrete goals. And even though we have many competitions in several specific areas, for example, the EVs, but we still have many complementarities in these areas. So we can do something together. Yeah, I think China is already ready, to take more responsibilities in these areas, especially together with the EU. My third point is that at this critical moment, China and the EU, yes, we should sit down and seriously talk about our bilateral issues. That's like the ambassador and other experts mentioned, how to view and deal with the trade imbalance, how to deal with the frozen CAI, how to establish a new strategic partnership in green transition, and how to make a breakthrough in cooperation in digital transition. Yeah, addressing all these issues, I think we need more understanding, more trust, and more joint efforts. And lastly, I'd like to add some sentences to respond to the trade imbalance. I highly agree with Mr. Sun Yongfu. Yes, we have, as for the trade imbalance, our China side, we have our concern of importing high-tech devices from the EU. Yeah, we need to import high-tech devices. For example, the lithography machines from ASML. Yeah, because of the pressure of the US, the ASML has been restricting the exports to China. So this is our concern. And the other, area we should look at more is the service sectors. When we look at the trade, bilateral trade, we can't not only look at the trade in goods, but also the trade in services. The European Union has always the trade surplus in service sectors with China. Of course, the scale is much less than the trade surplus of China in goods. But yes, the EU has the trade surplus in services, and now I think European friends, your chance is coming because the Chinese government is announcing to expand the openness in service sectors. You must have noticed that in medical cares, in elderly care services, in all these areas, the European companies have your own advantages. I think given the current situation between China and the US, this is a good opportunity for our European service companies to invest in China, to find market, to find profits in Chinese market. I think this market is especially for the EU companies because only the developed markets has your own advantage in service sectors. So this is my points. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sun. And next, I'd like to invite Franco Bruni, President of the Italian Institute for International Political Study, ISPI, a well-known Italian think tank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, my first point is as a European citizen, and as a European citizen, I feel fully represented by the words of Ambassador Jorge Toledo. I think I subscribe everything he said, particularly his words when he went beyond the bilateral relationship with China and he invested issues towards global values. My second point is more philosophical. Okay, we have bilateral relations, and that's fine. They are useful to build multilateral relations, but even multilateral relations are insufficient. Strictly speaking, they can be interpreted in two different ways. As an exchange of favors, where everybody calculates its moves in terms of do this. Okay, you need this. But you have to go beyond this. Multilateral relations become important when they look at the common goods, at the common, those goods that are not pushable, they are not, I mean, individual members of the multilateral situation do not pursue them spontaneously because they don't derive immediate utility from the efforts they do. The secret of successful multilateralism is that common goods are pursued in the long term for the benefit of everybody. And this benefit cannot be discounted at individual level. So that we sit around the multilateral table, we have to sit as members of the whole, not as parts that have to trade benefits with other countries. This mentality has to be stressed a lot, also in Europe, by the way. But in Europe, we do this continuously. We have this duty in our mind. We don't apply it sufficiently, but we have this duty in our mind. We have to do the same at the global level, especially now that this spirit is vanishing completely. It was in the world after the Second World War, but it has now vanished completely. We have to look at this as the target of multilateralism. My third point, if I may, is as an economist, and has to do with the balance of trade of China with the other countries, including Europe. There are many, many issues, obviously, to rebalance world trade. But as far as China is concerned, let me say that the major effort should be done in macroeconomic policies, trying to push consumption. I mean, there are automaticities. As when you start pushing consumption in a serious way, also through welfare, China needs welfare, more welfare. If you start pushing consumption, then things adjust. Okay, you will consume things that now you export. Fine, this is not a solution, for instance, of what Ambassador Toledo was stressing, that you should accept more of our goods, and it will come. Start pushing consumption seriously. This is not simple, obviously, because it has a lot of political implications, social implications, delicate implications. You have to change the way many things work in your country, but this should be your major macroeconomic target. And you will see that if you make progress on this field, the balance of, I mean, we have to do a similar task in Europe. We have to push investment, in particular in research, and many of our international problems will be solved. The United States should do his job in terms of cutting the deficit, and this will do a lot of, they're doing the opposite, obviously. So please do concentrate on consumption in your country. Thank you.
Thank you, Franco. And now I would invite Dr. Zhu Feng to take the floor. Dr. Zhu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the CCG for providing this wonderful platform with so many distinguished speakers. So let me start by saying that we are living in testing time, but still not turbulent time. And this time is, I draw some parallel. It's kind of deja vu, right? That we saw 100 years ago. Why that? We had the 1909 and the 1930 tariffs from the US. And we also, in between, we had the Great Depression, we had the Spanish flu, which took a lot of lives in the world. And we also had the First World War. And after that, we had the Second World War. So it was very, very bad time. But still, in between, we had the roaring 1920s. And now remember that we have the roaring 1990s. And we still have the first 5 years of 2000s, which were pretty good. But we had the pandemic, COVID-19. We have the tariff wars, starting with the first administration of Trump. And also, we have the global financial crisis. A lot of things happened in between. So, but we don't want to go back. We don't want to go back to what happened before, 100 years ago. What can we do now to make it better? So lasting peace and prosperity. That's something that we're trying to seek, right? But after the global financial crisis, we've already seen a lot of things are changing. Slow globalization, or deglobalization. Or in some way, we're seeing that things are going to segmentation. So talking about globalization, I think there are a lot of big changes that happened in the past, particularly in the after the Second World War. I think it was a golden time for globalization. But that was really a globalization on a regional scale, in a sense, mainly in the Western Hemisphere, US and Europe. And it became a real case for globalization on a global scale with the fall of Berlin Wall and the collapse of Soviet Union. And of course, the Chinese reforms and the eventual access to WTO. And we can say that during this period, actually trade and investment were the driving force of global growth and prosperity. Everything was going wonderfully well, in a sense. But still, remember the rise of Japan and Europe in 1960s and 70s. It caused a lot of trouble to the international economic and financial system, a lot of challenges, and it eventually provoked the collapse of part of the Bretton Woods system at that time, 1970s. We remember that. So now we're facing a different challenge. Somebody would say the rise of China, Brazil, and India, the new emerging powers. And I know that Ambassador Toledo was talking about your visit to Heilongjiang. I'm sure that you know pretty much China. China is not really, it's a big country. Let's say you would see the developing part and you would see the developed part. That's why it's very complicated for the world to perceive. It has a very competitive part, but it also has less competitive or still some way that need a lot of progress. So it's a different force. But then if you look at what, say, Elon Musk, he recently posted on X that he said using his XAI Grok chatbot that by PPP, purchasing power parity, actually China's GDP is a little bit over $35 trillion US. US, a little bit less than $29 trillion, and the EU is about $22 trillion. So China is becoming quite competitive in a sense. I know that it probably poses an image that makes a lot of people think about the geopolitical and the geoeconomic realignments. We are living in this period in a sense. And I know that EU has defined the relationship as partner, competitor, and systemic rival. The last part I know less, but I will talk a little bit about the partnership and competition. I think, I remember there was a report by EU talking about de-risking and decoupling. And I think decoupling will lead eventually to greater geopolitical risk. That's not something we want. From the European experience, actually, in the post-war experience, integration leads to less risks. So we need to talk with each other and integrate in some way. About the partnership, I think it's very important that to realize that the whole relationship is dynamic. EU has a big deficit with China in terms of goods, not as big as with the US with China, but it has a surplus, a small surplus in services with China, right? EU, but deficit. Together now, right? Okay. And I actually quite much agree with what Mr. Bruni was talking about competition, about the potential for consumption. I think there is still some way to go. It takes time to actually go from great industrial country to become a great consumption power. It took a lot of time for England to do it, for Britain to do that, and it took a lot of time for the US to do that. It will be the same thing for China. I think it takes time. And then, of course, I think within this, we would see in a past relationship whether the international economic system would be sustainable or not. It's hard to sustain. We've already seen what happened I think in the last discussions we had with EPC, the Nixon time, a lot of things collapsed. And I think this time we will see a big changes too. In the past, the relationship might be more, in a way, even like Marshall Plan, they would be happy to do that because in a way that would find some grounds for the so-called excess capacity that the US had at the time. And there was a way after the Bretton Woods, the US found a way to, negotiate the overcapacity from Japan and Germany. Now it's the case. I agree with the fair competition part. I think a lot of things needs to be done. But then talking about overcapacity, sometimes we ignore the lasting imbalances, and we look more on the incoming imbalances, the emerging imbalances. Talking about that, for example, aviation industry, Boeing and Airbus, they were heavily, still, in a way, they were heavily subsidized, and they basically supply to the whole world. And then you think about agriculture, it's heavily subsidized in the US and in Europe. So how do you define overcapacity? Does it mean that, do you mean in terms of global supply and global demand? That's something that we need to think about and discuss, but it's an important issue, absolutely very important. So, but going forward, I think we still need to focus on a few things. One of the things that I think we should pick up is the comprehensive agreement on investment. One of the big part is actually about leveling the playing field, like you were saying, leveling the playing field. That was a big section in the agreement. I think it's still a big part. That's something that we need to look. We might not necessarily go back to the original one. I think that was a good point, but we need to redo. We need to look at this again because trade and investment is essential for the integration and for understanding of each other and for prosperity on both sides. And the other thing is the trade agreements. I know that we're in difficult times and probably WTO does not work as it has worked before. And we're in a world that it has become more segmented, but that doesn't mean that we need to stop, particularly when we face a lot of Trump uncertainties. So in a way, I think Europe and China, they're among the biggest, EU and China, they're among the biggest economies in this world. They can actually lead these kind of negotiations. It can be first bilateral, but it can become more a kind of network of agreements. Maybe we can drive this. It's not exclusive. Of course, the US, if they join, that would be great. But it can be a network of agreements that drive the tariffs down, and particularly the barriers, the trade barriers that you were talking about. So let me say quickly about the common grounds that we have. I think it's easier to tackle the common grounds than tackle the hard problem. Doesn't mean that we don't need to think about the hard problems. I think there are a lot of common grounds between China and the European Union. I think first thing is probably on environment and climate. There are a lot of things that these two countries can push ahead. Not only, after the Paris Agreement, I think we made a lot of progress. There are a lot more things that need to get done. And I actually see a lot of things being done. And the leadership, the joint leadership and joint initiatives are very important in this aspect. And the other thing is digital economy. I think this is important. These are two largest economies, and digital innovations are very important. And these two economies can discuss, along with the US, actually, that would be a good thing to talk about common standards and the common standards for different aspects, including the regulatory framework and including how do we do the data, cross-border data transfer. Last but not at least, I think it's important to keep talking, and the communications are the key. I think that's probably what we're doing here. If we don't talk, then things go bad. And then coordination among the policymakers, how we deal with these issues. I think a framework and continue in the framework that we have and probably enhance the framework and particularly enhance cooperation is extremely important. Just to sum up, I think, the relationship is about the talk between EU and China, and it's about take and give. It's not something that just, you have to do this, you have to do that. It's negotiating who can do what and who can get what. And going back to the peace and prosperity, I think I'm cautiously hopeful about this relationship and cautiously hopeful about the lasting peace and prosperity.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zhu. And so our last contributor, but not the least, is Mr. Lukas Tuskelis, President of the Board of the Hellenic Foundation for European and also Foreign Policy. Please.
Thank you very much. Now, in the short time I have available, I shall attempt to look at the bigger picture through European eyes. I mean, for many years, most Europeans, especially those living in Brussels, thought of a world with multilateral institutions and common rules, a world of growing economic interdependence, in which Europe's open economies would benefit a great deal, and a world in which Europe would be able to exert its so-called soft power, for lack of hard power. Now, this is the stuff, if I may put it bluntly, that Brussels' dreams were made of. And these dreams are now gradually turning into a nightmare. Because at the same time, Europeans thought not only that they lived in a world of growing economic interdependence, but they also thought they would be able to continue enjoying the peace dividend that followed the end of the Cold War in Europe. Now, the nightmare consists of war being back. We have two wars, in fact, in our immediate neighborhood. One in Ukraine as a result of Russia's invasion, and the other in Gaza and the Middle East. And both wars affect us directly. We also have a gradual breakdown of rules, a weakening of international institutions, and a pretty major change in our relationship with our biggest ally, namely the United States. Now, in a changing world, you need to constantly rethink and, when necessary, redefine your own goals and the terms of engagement you have with the rest of the world. And this is precisely what the European Union is being called upon to do. You know, of course, that the European Union is a strange political animal. It is neither a nation state nor an international organization. And with the change in the world we're faced with, the EU is being called upon to essentially transform its DNA. And this is easier said than done. Let me give you two examples of what I mean by transforming our collective DNA. The first is that European integration, the European Union, was essentially a peace project. It was peace between European countries, and it was largely inward-looking. Now, we are being called upon to add defense and security to a peace project. We are being called upon to add hard power to soft power. And we are being called upon to think more and more in geopolitical terms. Now, this will mean nothing less than Europe becoming a political adult if it succeeds in doing so. Now, the second example I would give you is that most Europeans, especially again those living in Brussels, thought that the main task was economic liberalization and regulation in a world of growing economic interdependence. And now they realize that in addition to economic regulation and economic liberalization, they need to adopt active industrial policies in a world where other partners also think and behave strategically. And this requires a large transformation, a huge transformation in the way Europeans think about it, think about the world. So to conclude, in order not to take too much of your time, if you add security and geopolitics to economics, you change the relationship. But also economic exchange is being changed in the process. So for Europeans, this is not an easy task because we are also not an individual member country. We need to adjust to a changing world and we need to preserve our internal unity. And last but not least, to become more and more a political adult. And that is difficult. But I would hope that in the months and years to come, both sides, the European Union and China, recognize each other's interests and sensitivities, recognize the needs that each side has. For Europeans, it will be essential to preserve our internal unity. And I think would also be important that China respects European unity as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lucas. So unfortunately, we're running out of time, but for the discussion to make some comment, but maybe we just pick one to just 2 minutes. I'd like to have Wang Yiwei. He's the Jean Monnet Chair Professor and Director of Institute of International Affairs and Director of the Center for EU Studies at the Renmin University, and also non-resident senior fellow at CCG. Just 2 minutes.
Thank you. I have two questions to Ambassador Toledo, actually. First question, what are major lessons we can draw from the past 50 years? As Confucius says, the 50 years, we say this, you know the mandate of the haven, right? So what we know from that. And then future looking, I think China has drafted the 15th five-year plan, the 15th five-year plan. We learn a lot from European, actually, past the 5-year plan. So what we can learn more from European Union in a future 5-year plan? And what's your expectation from the future 5-year plan? So that's basically two questions to you. And then back to my comments to you. I think the President Xi identified the China-EU relations as two markets, major markets for economic globalization, two major forces for multipolar world, two major civilizations for cultural diversity. I think China maybe is the unique country recognized European Union as a civilization. Not European civilization, but the European Union as a new civilization. It's a human civilization, great innovation, I think. And then reciprocally, we ask you to view China as a civilization as well. Like the famous American sinologist, Lu Xinpai, argued that China is a civilization, but pretended to be a state. So if you blame so much about China's overcapacity and consumption, rebalance, systematic arrival, whatever, you are not view China as a civilization. Think about that, like consumption. We are students of the Confucians. Confucius always asked us, save more, consume less. So it's our culture. It's not just a so-called rebalance and overcapacity. We should produce more EV cars for the world. So it's not just for the European market. So my conclusion is, so how to understand that as a two civilizations, China and the EU? So my suggestion is turn the systematic rival into systematic partner as a civilization. both for European civilization and human civilization, for AI, innovation, climate change, all of this. So views of us as a civilization and thinking globally, not just bilaterally. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Professor Wang. But we're really running out of time. I know Ambassador also has a tight schedule. Perhaps you can briefly answer that, and then we'll conclude by Ambassador de Clercq.
Very difficult to answer in short time, but I will try. Very complex. I think I had a long speech about lessons learned, but if I would say, if I had to choose one lesson that China has given to the world, is that free market, actually capitalism works. Because in these 50 years, compared to the 40 years before, China has applied, especially in the last 40 years, the market and free market and capitalism to its economy. It has worked very well. In the last few years, it has worked so well that it is this, and I'm going to this overcapacity, it is threatening the balance, the overall balance, economic balance in the world. So it has to rebalance. I mean, we are not telling China to what to do. It's clear, every economist knows that there is a clear imbalance in the Chinese economy. As Professor Franco Bruni has said very well, there is an imbalance in the Chinese economy, which is basically lack of demand or consumption. There is an imbalance in the American economy, which is a huge fiscal deficit, and there is an imbalance in the European economy, which is lack of investment. That's a fact. But overcapacity, which is not even denied now by the Chinese government, they call it something else. They call it involution, they call it rat race, but it's clear. I was the other day in Chengdu, in one of the largest, let's say, new productive forces. They are losing money. Everybody is losing money. Because there is inflation, there is overcapacity. So that's a problem for China. But if it is a problem for China, we have nothing to say. But if it is a problem for us, because of unfair market conditions, and this is the other lesson, that you have to restore fair trade. And it's not there. On the 15th year plan, I don't feel legitimate, but to give lessons or to tell the Chinese government what to do, because they're doing very well. But if I had to, I would say restore fair, level playing field, and you will attract more investment from, if you are interested in European investment. Because I know that European companies are serious, many of them are seriously thinking leaving, because their level playing field is no longer there, because they have difficult conditions, because there are measures that are breaking their business model. So there is a need there for rebalancing, and that's all. And about civilization, make no mistake, everybody knows that China is one of the most important civilizations in the history of humankind. So, and we respect that. We admire many traits of this civilization, and it has nothing to do with consumption or non-consumption. That's a macroeconomic problem, and that's a problem for China, but that it has effects on us, and we cannot afford to let all this overcapacity, rat race, involution, whatever you call, to destroy our industries in Europe. We are not going to do that. So that's very clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador de Clercq, please.
Thank you, Henry. Let me very briefly thank Ambassador Toledo, Minister Peng, former Director General and Senior CCG Fellow Sun Yongfu for their comprehensive excellent statements at the start of this session, which I think provided a substantial and varied vista for the discussion which we've just had, which was rich and enlightening. I want to thank my co-chair, Henry, and I'd like to thank all speakers and participants. Obviously, I hesitate to make specific conclusions from such a rich and varied discussion. We are in a very challenging geopolitical period, and it is clear from the discussion that the EU-China relationship has not just bilateral, but also global import. It's also, I think, the case that one criterion for a successful relationship is that it should be able to resolve differences as well as mark successes. And insofar as the discussion in this room is concerned, just thinking of a kind of a motto for what we have done and what we have still to do, I'm reminded of a classical Chinese idiom, which is 白车赶头，更进一步, which I would put in English as mean, we've had a very good discussion, but we have a lot more to discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador de Klein. You have basically literally translated 100 square meters ahead, but let's have a more square meters ahead in the Chinese saying. That's exactly, I think, the spirit of this roundtable. We're celebrating the 50 years anniversary of China-EU relations, but also we still have a lot of difference, but we identify more and more common ground and more and more common consensus. So this is really the right spirit. I think with more high-level meetings and also summit coming up, we hope that we will have more fruitful discussions in the years ahead. So thank you all very much and appreciate Ambassador Toledo to come. Thank you all.